Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 111, Shut Down. Must get away. These were the haggard thoughts of the genocidal, megalomaniacal, and deadly AI Ultron. His processors and functions were on the fritz. There was a serious lack of cohesion within his networks. A constant feeling of static. Going in and out of consciousness, something that should be impossible for a being of data and numbers. And most of all, the pain. Ultron held a hand over his chest, his 6 kyber crystals dimly glowing. His fingers curled up and lightly scratched his metal chest. His army had been decimated. His top 3 officials were all killed off in the battle. The grip he held upon the galaxy was ripped away. Why was this happening? How was this happening? He couldn't think straight. Everything was a haze and he hated it. Being attacked by that damnable virus those wretched Avengers created was one thing, but Skywalker and the rest of those Jedi did something. That foreign feeling that invaded his sensors, that made it impossible for him to counter such a sensation lest he made a move of utter desperation. This shouldn't be happening. He growled to himself, his dim red eyes regaining some of their glow, radiating a more malicious color now. What did those bastards dash? His head snapped up, eyes blinking momentarily before he released a metallic snarl. They were after him. They somehow pinned down his escape route and were now in pursuit. Damn them. Damn their very existence. They created him for peace and now wish to undo their mistake, eh? He wasn't going down without a fight. Scene cut. On the planet of Coruscant, the evening had come, the setting sun illuminating the skies with a litany of reds and yellows, creating a picturesque scene on the city planet. The lines of ships sailing by in the city skyline zipped on by with the passengers inside appearing to be calm, but it was anything but. Coruscant and the rest of the galaxy were made well aware of the ongoing battle taking place at this very moment across the stars. The battle against Ultron, what many hoped would be the last. The AI has long since kept a grip of paralyzing fear on all living beings across the galaxy, and droids held no higher opinion of him with how he had treated them. What was once a clear-cut war between 2 factions of government turned into a nightmare with the entrance of that blasted being of numbers and data. One man in particular was looking forward to the AI's downfall, perhaps more so than the Avengers themselves. He did, after all, dare to challenge him and the grand plan of the Sith that has long been awaiting its day for it to come to fruition. Yes, Chancellor Palpatine was counting down the minutes that he would at last hear of that blasted droid's downfall. Call himself an AI all he wants, but that's all Ultron ever was to Sidious. A droid that overstepped its boundaries and needed to be put back in its place. The scrap heap. Still. The secret Sith Lord sat in his office in the Senate building, hands folded together and an expression of deep contemplation. Right now, the Republic, the Separatists and the Mandalorians were all fighting together to end the threat of Ultron. To think that the war that he helped bring about would take such a dramatic turn. Ultron changed the game, changed everything, and now all that had been planned and achieved was left in tatters. He hated it. He loathed it. Sidious doesn't hate losing. Oh no, he encourages losing because it's how the Sith managed to get their act together and finally enact the plan that would bring down the Jedi Order. No, what Sidious truly hates is power that is not his own. Power that should belong to the strongest and who would wield it for their own. Such as the stagnant and pathetic excuse that is the current Jedi Order. How they could do so much in the galaxy, lead it, guide it, control it, but instead sit idly by, doing nothing and meditating until their bones turned to dust. But then came the Avengers, and by the force and the powers of the universe, he had never met a group as self-righteous and infuriating as them. The power, by the force, the power these individuals possessed was unlike anything Sidious could ever dream of seeing. Their abilities were truly beyond his comprehension within the Force, at least for now. And what do they use it for? To save and protect the weak. The mere thought of that made Palpatine wish to vomit and create a Force storm to decimate them. Course that wouldn't really work since they have a blasted thunder god that can likely negate his power. And likely if they didn't have him, some or even most would likely still survive. Their resilience was to be noted, admired, and loathed. Yet all pale in comparison to Ultron. While the Avengers started the sundering of the Banite Sith grand plan, Ultron all but took a fleet and rammed it into the Foundations, destroying it altogether. There wasn't much left to salvage and he knew it. Sidious clenched his teeth, trying to calm all these raging thoughts in his mind. It would do him no good to allow such rage and fury to overtake him at this very moment. Despite most of the Jedi being off-planet, there were still those in attendance who would likely sense the pulsating venom the Sith possessed. The elderly gentleman released a haggard sigh, trying to stem the oncoming migraine and just let his chaotic thoughts settle. He needed to remind himself that Ultron was going to be defeated soon. Those blasted Avengers with the noble Jedi were about to corner him and at last, bring him to his end. He was certain of that. His apprentice even reported that he had joined in the pursuit of the genocidal AI to see with his own eyes that Ultron had been defeated and destroyed. Soon, things would get back on track. Palpatine's already present frown somehow deepened, brows furrowing and eyes momentarily flashing the sickly yellow corruption of the dark side. Standing from his chair, Sidious took slow and measured steps as he went over to the window behind his desk and looked out at the city skyline of Coruscant. No. Things are no longer what they were. He has long tried to deny such a thing, but frankly, Sidious knew the time for denial and games were over. Everything that had been started by Darth Bane was over. They couldn't go back to the original plan now. It would be pointless, reckless, and absolutely stupid. All that once was is no longer as it is. The Avengers, Ultron, even the Jedi now. Palpatine's eyes narrowed at that. Even the Jedi. He didn't notice at first, but now, the changes were becoming obvious. There has been a shift in the stuffy old order. For the past year, a slow, incremental change has been occurring within the enemy of the Sith, and after the rediscovery of their home world of Tython, it was now more noticeable and far more troubling. The force around them was in a constant state of flux, one he could not anticipate, understand, or control. That made the Sith Lord grit his teeth. Decades ago, he, along with his old master, Darth Plagueis, enacted a ritual that fundamentally shifted the balance of the Force squarely to the dark side. For many years, the Jedi Order as a whole remained blissfully unaware of the change that would lead to their inevitable doom. Yet, like all things in the past year and a half, that too has changed. Now, it was becoming alarming as the Jedi were reconnecting and rediscovering a treasure trove of lost knowledge now that they found Tython. The Force was shifting once again, and it was in a manner that Palpatine could not properly predict. He clenched his fists tightly, the dark side threatening to radiate off him. All that meticulous planning, everything he had worked for, all undone in such a short amount of time. No. No, he would not let it end like this. He is Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith. The culmination of 1,000 years of knowledge, power, and vengeance. What was originally in the plan may have been ruined, but he still remained, and he wasn't about to let a bunch of upstarts from a backwater planet and foolish monks stop him. It was time to take the needed steps to adapt and pivot to a new plan. And he would not wait 1,000 years to see it come to light. No, he fully intends on seeing this through in his lifetime. As to how, well, creativity was needed in this regard and some forward thinking. The Sith Lord began pacing in his office, his mind awhirl with activity as he assessed and evaluated his options, avenues to explore and action that could be taken. In terms of the clone army, activating Order 66 now would be detrimental and suicidal. Though they still are the majority army, Cham Syndulla's defense bill was enacted, and now, the volunteers and conscripts were streaming in. It was interesting, though expected, to have millions of Twi'leks being amongst the first of many volunteers and conscripts to come. Palpatine reflected upon the loss of Kamino, a feeling of a conundrum that he would undoubtedly be facing. That planet was a major military bastion, and the clone army production was centered around there. This is where the cream of the crop was bred and raised, and many in the Republic have come to view the clones in a positive light, more so after the loss of their home world and hollow idea of the deformed clone standing up to Ultron before his conversion. But Kamino was not the only planet that was producing clones. A recent scientist that Palpatine had handpicked reported the progress of a secret cloning facility on the sterile moon of Coruscant, Centax II. Though there are still many variables to account for, Dr. Hemlock has reported that the development of new clones on the dead moon can be cut down from a year to even 8 to 6 months. There were setbacks and workarounds that were needed, but they would at least be able to point, aim and shoot while the finer details were ironed out. There was at least that going for the Chancellor, but the elderly Sith knew that wasn't enough. For the most part, the Senate all but worshipped and championed his every bill, word, and decision, but he wasn't a fool. Sidious was well aware of those who would easily become thorns in his side and could garner support as easily as he did. Individuals such as Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, Rochuchi, Cham Syndola, and above all else, Padme Amidala. He always felt it was a sort of cosmic irony that his greatest political threat came from his own home world. Yet he filed her away as his knowledge of her secret marriage to a Jedi, Anakin Skywalker no less, was just the blackmail needed to prevent her from rising above her station or against him. And at the thought of Anakin Skywalker, Palpatine's foul mood seemingly worsened. For 10 years, 10 long years, Sidious had slowly pulled, pushed, and prodded on all of Chosen One's insecurities, ambitions, desires, and above all else, his emotions. He knew that the boy didn't need an order but a father figure, and for these 10 years, that's how he presented himself to be. All for the sole purpose of eventually having the Chosen One, the manifestation of the Force's response to the actions of the dark side, fall sway and become his new apprentice and future of the Sith Order. Yet the presence of the Earthers untangled everything he made towards Skywalker and broke the strings. They became something far more to the Jedi than Sidious could ever anticipate. It was barely noticeable in the beginning, but after several months, it was glaringly obvious. In the few times Anakin did have some personal time with the Chancellor, Palpatine was able to pick up on a growing level of maturity, wisdom, and worst of all, contentment. He complained less and less about the stifling restrictions of the Jedi and spoke with high praises and genuine appreciation to these heroes, and it was clear as day for Palpatine to see how far Anakin had strayed, making it impossible now to mend his work. Skywalker held absolute trust with the Avengers more than himself or even his fellow Jedi, perhaps his Padawan and wife being the only other people to hold that distinction. He sensed the Chosen One now began to obtain something truly egregious in Sidious' mind, and it was something that he never would have anticipated. The feeling of being unshackled and having faith. Be it in his own actions or in those he now surrounded himself with. A feeling of unrestrained peace, the exact opposite of unrestrained passion and desire. Oh, sure, they were still there, but now more measured and tempered. The more this developed, the more Palpatine knew that the influence he once held upon the boy was diminishing, and since that mission to the Jedi distress call, it grew exponentially. Though he hated it, he truly hated it. Anakin was likely a lost cause to make him his future apprentice. Despite the shroud of the dark side that seemed to still linger and follow the Chosen One, after Tython, the man seemed even more resolved in his convictions and changes than ever. Sidious truly felt as though the universe was going out of its way to mock him on all the prospects and carefully laid out certainties he planned to be ripped away from him. And speaking of which, Dooku was also becoming a concern as of late. Oh, he has been faithful for a long while since he fell to the dark side, following his orders nearly to the letter. However, recently, there have been subtle changes to his allegiance. The small amounts of distancing going on each and every day from what the acolytes loyal to Sidious have reported were one such example. He wasn't a senile old fool and missing the apathetic, dismissive, and at times now, outright glaring looks Dooku had directed towards him during their conversations and meetings. Palpatine knew that when dealing with the rule of two, betrayal was always on the horizon, but his confidence always assured him that Dooku would fall far before he could even dream of enacting a betrayal against him. It's why the Sith Lord played with the whole notion of there being two in the loosest sense possible. He was, after all, to be the culmination of thousands upon thousands of years of the Sith that would enact the devastating and final blow to the Jedi. Seems I've put too many eggs in one basket, as the old saying goes. Sheev thought. I might need to find new eggs elsewhere. For starters, he knew that there were acolytes under Dooku who undoubtedly desired more than to be just that, so courting them directly was a must. On top of that, with the Count of Sereno's growing distance, a new apprentice would be needed. He felt that this might be a shot in the dark, but he was a Sith Lord. The dark side would guide him to what he sought, or he would simply bend it to his will and make it do so. And if the Jedi were reconnecting with their roots in the Force, it was time for Sidious to do the same. To delve into the deeper, archaic, if not outright forbidden practices in the Force if he were to regain his footing in this cosmic conflict raging in the galaxy. Scene cut. Within the endless void of hyperspace, a fleet of nearly 2.5 dozen ships sailed through the tunnel that would hopefully lead them to the retreating fleet of Ultron. Almost all of it was composed of Republic Venators save for several that were of separatist design. These few were the personal escort of Count Dooku, the leader of the Cis, having personally chosen to join the Republic fleet in their pursuit of Ultron. It was quite the sight considering how only a few months ago, weeks even, these ships would be firing at each other, hoping to blow the other into the vacuum of space. But that's what happens when a genocidal, homicidal, megalomaniacal AI wages war on all life. Forces people into making strange bedfellows. But to those within the lead ship, the leader of the Cis was the last thing on their minds. Said ship held the 29 Avengers who were leading the charge against Ultron as he fled into unknown space. Prior to their pursuit. What are you talking about? What's this Cis ascendancy? Anakin Skywalker questioned the blue-skinned humanoid who stood in front of the map of the galaxy. On it were multiple points that were highlighted as battlegrounds against Ultron's remaining forces, whilst on the northeast side was a trail leading into the uncharted regions. The Cis ascendancy is what awaits us once we take this pathway into the regions the rest of the galaxy has deemed unknown. Thrawn answered plainly. I am unsure if Ultron held knowledge of the ascendancy or if this is pure chance, but if we are to pursue him, we will undoubtedly encounter my people's navy. And how would they react to our arrival? Obi-Wan inquired. With no disrespect, General Kenobi, but what would most assume the intent someone would possess should they arrive on their doorstep with a fleet armed and ready for war? Ultron ain't exactly better. Black Widow reminded. We're after him. Be that as it may, I do not wish for us to rush into a skirmish with the ascendancy. We are not so prepared to be initiating another war. Thrawn smoothly said. I concur. Plo Koon chimed in from his end of the fleet. But regardless of what we have been told, Ultron must be pursued and defeated once and for all. So we have to risk another conflict. Captain America said with a grim tone. Are we gonna do it? Scott asked, looking at the rest of the team. Naturally. Thor declared, electricity crackling around Mjolnir. That bastard has shown himself to be adept at defying death, so we must make it certain that he does not come back again. And any chances of other Ultron drones escaping is a clear and present issue. Vision chimed in. We must be thorough. It was then that a slightly nervous and shaky hand was raised from one Katie Chen, the girl feeling extremely embarrassed in doing so. Katie. Tony addressed her, slightly smirking at her posture, giving her the floor and the attention that made her squirm. Mr. Captain, America, Rogers, sir, and everyone else with a military rank that I don't have. Shang-Chi covered his face with his hand to hide his amused embarrassment for his best friend. I mean, I don't want to sound disrespectful or scared shitless, but don't you think we should at least have some stay behind? What do you mean by that? Well, doesn't it feel like we're leaving the rest of the galaxy unprotected? Katie seized up, turning to the Jedi. No offense, you guys are awesome. The Jedi all either snorted, smirked, or remained impassive at her quick apology as Chen returned to her statement. It's just, yeah, we're all going after Ultron together, but don't you think that could be playing into his hand? T'Challa hummed aloud, arms crossed and eyes closed as he was deep in thought. Your words hold value, Ms. Chen, but I have to disagree. All of us need to be there. Ultron beat us at every turn because he always had us divided. Us coming in, even missing a single Avenger, is something the tin bastard would take advantage of. It ends today. What if he means to head back and attack when we're away? Sean spoke up now. Or what if some other thing is happening while we're pursuing Dash? I have that covered. Tony spoke up, correcting himself a second later. Or all of us really. So long as we still have all the ants deployed at our key targets, Ultron is cut off. We've been burning to systems out of any traces of him, and Vision with Tap, Karen, and Friday have been on overtime sending me the feedback. He's running with his tail tucked between his legs, and we've got our chance, here and now. Yeah, and Ultron ain't in the best shape to try to turn around and launch a counterattack. Anakin stated in confidence, a far-off look of intense concentration. What happened with him, what we did, he's seriously wounded and severely weakened. This is our chance to take him down. And Panther's right, we need to do it together. And trust in the rest of the galaxy to hold the line whilst we conclude our business with Ultron. Ayla declared, murmurs of agreement from all in attendance, be it in person or transmission. All right, so that's out of the way. Clint remarked, turning to Thrawn. So, since you're from this place, you know the route to get there, yeah? Indeed I do. Can't we just follow after Ultron? Peter voiced a question on some minds. Thrawn shook his head. That would be risky and dangerous. The hyperspace lane that Ultron utilized may be headed straight into Ascendancy space, but the lane itself poses a risk to his remaining fleet. To navigate the lanes within our sector of the galaxy, you must have a rudimentary, if not photographic memory of the lanes that are safer to traverse, lest you run the gambit of losing ships without warning. I wouldn't be surprised if we find Ultron with ships missing. What? Several of the Avengers said in alarm. That's the worst possible news you could have told us. Falcon argued. Yeah, those lost ships can help him escape. War Machine pointed out. Thrawn remained calm and shook his head. You would be wrong on that matter. The red-eyed man calmly stated. If one is to get lost or fall off, you could say, from the path of the hyperspace lane, rather than being stranded, there is an anomalous pressure that destroys those that fall out of hyperspace, the exit causing an exertion of gravitational anomalies that utterly destroys any poor souls who stray from the path. Any ships Ultron might be losing would all be destroyed. Silence filled the space with everyone digesting this bit of information. Of course, some took it better than others. Well, that covers one plot hole. Jennifer Walters said aloud. Anything else we should know? Even with my guidance, expect a bumpy ride. Thrawn plainly said. Gee whiz, that's a ringing endorsement. She-Hulk dryly said with half-lidded eyes. Some chortled at that when Anakin clapped a hand on Thrawn's shoulder. All right Thrawn, we're trusting you to get us through whatever hyperspace hell comes our way. I shall not disappoint. The Chiss promised in complete seriousness. Thus leading to the current scenario of Thrawn being the key navigator of this mishmash fleet currently in hyperspace. Before that, they had one final issue, and that being Dooku's arrival with his own set of ships, not even demanding that he came along, simply stating he was going to, and they had no say in the matter. Several of the Jedi wished to negate him joining them, but the Avengers shot down any discourse, stating they had a pressing matter to attend to and that any grudges needed to be buried at this time. As the fleet drew closer and closer to Ultron, the Chiss guiding them was privately reflecting on how it all came to be here and the growing sense of reservation and anxiety he now had. Soon, he would be back in his home system, confronting his people whom he once promised to defend even if they believed there was no threat to be protected from. But his time away and the knowledge gained had vindicated Thrawn more than anything in his entire life, and now he was coming home in fear. The fear he holds is complicated. The fear wasn't directed towards the Coalition but towards the Ascendancy. It was not that he was afraid of them, no, rather he was afraid for them. It may seem like an exaggeration, but given the firepower the fleet has, let alone the capabilities of the Avengers, it is considered worrisome. He wished to remain on good terms with the Avengers and the Republic, but he also held his fierce loyalty to the Ascendancy after all these years. So Thrawn momentarily closed his eyes and took a steadying breath. For once, tactics and planning shall not play a part in what is to come. He seldom, if ever, allowed for this to dictate his choices, but whatever comes to pass, Thrawn would simply have faith that the best outcome for all would occur. Scene cut. VVVVMMMMM. Dozens of ships stretched in and returned to their normal shape and size upon exiting hyperspace, and those ships were not in the best of conditions. The largest ship of this fleet trailed in front, and within the bridge, Ultron sat upon his throne breathing heavily. His eyes flashed several times and he shook his head. A few of his ships didn't come through and he couldn't connect or detect anything from them. They had been destroyed or lost or whatever, but he just couldn't sense them anymore. The AI was still in pain as he quickly assessed the rest of his fleet. There should have been more ships when he made the hyperspace jump. What happened to them? How did they go missing? Was it? Ultron tilted his head down in thought. He had heard, in passing, about something called hyperspace anomalies in certain sections of the galaxy. Primarily in the left half of the galaxy that was unmapped and uncharted. The unknown regions, as they were called. And he was smack dab in the middle of it. or at least a portion of it. The AI groaned in pain, Ultron forcibly standing to his feet despite the damage his body possessed. His kyber crystals were glowing with mismatched radiance. 2 had been cracked and 1 was gone entirely, with only 3 still embedded in his chest piece and still holding a glow of power. He shook his head, knowing he shouldn't be dwelling on that. Taking a quick scan of the system he had just arrived in, Ultron detected several planets that he could land on. Each appeared to be habitable, though they all held bizarre fluctuations he couldn't quite make out or understand. Perhaps there were metals, resources, or even sentient life he could quickly discard and make use of whatever technology they had to repair himself. But would that work for whatever the hell it was that the Jedi and Avengers did to him? He looked down at his chest, placing one of his 6 hands over the damaged kyber crystals. What he had experienced was unlike anything he ever dealt with in his year of existence. Not even the pain he endured during his birth and enlightenment of his purpose could compare. He took a moment to run a diagnostic on himself and found his inner circuits and processors to be in shambles. Everything seemed to be in order, but that's just it. It seemed to be. But Ultron was an AI that was fully sentient, fully individualistic, and not bound to just binary code and date. No, having emotions, something that has no explainable means of categorizing in science, meant that he was privy to other forms of understanding certain situations. Like this one right now, seeing that his systems were still operable, but he felt something was gravely wrong. He took the moment to recall every detail of what led up to his current predicament, leaving no detail out from being replayed in his memory banks. Millions upon millions of images and videos were played before his eyes, the AI replaying some of these memories in a manner that made him seem like he was there until reaching the end. The end when he started to feel, to truly feel. There was that moment on the Trandoshan hunting grounds when he converted that Padawan. Though he relished it, he recalled the terror and agony she experienced during her conversion and trying so hard to fight against his control. Then there were all those times he personally performed the conversions on other living beings. But Kamino. Ultron stilled momentarily, his processors zeroing in on his time on Kamino. That day was likely his greatest triumph upon the galaxy, annihilating the heart of the army of the Gar and bringing the peak of fear and terror across the stars. But it was that same day that Ultron experienced a sensation unlike any other. That Jedi time bomb Skywalker, he did something to him. It had been on his mind since that day, but up until this moment, Ultron hadn't given it as much time and attention as he did now. What was that sensation? Concentrating on the memory, Ultron jerked his head violently as he forcibly replayed the memory both in mind and body. It was frightening how easily that feeling came back, centered around his chest, followed by the rest of his body. This vice-like death grip that was holding. You did it to yourself. The voice of Skywalker rang through Ultron's mind. You didn't realize what you did to yourself. All your atrocities against life, against the Force itself. You opened yourself up to it. Opened myself up to it. Ultron muttered, taking a moment to look at his kyber crystals. He had remained that way for a few moments until a stray thought crossed his mind. One that seemed unfathomable to the AI, but in a universe of impossibilities, it couldn't be could. Once again, Ultron's head jerked up suddenly, only this time the dimmed red glow of his eyes and mouth began to radiate brightly. His sensors picked up hyperspace readings and the AI had the precise idea as to who it was that was coming out of it. Quickly sending out orders to his fleet, the ships all angled and adjusted their trajectory into the targeted area as to where the hyperspace readings were coming from, with the weapons primed and ready. As soon as Ultron felt the hum of his fleet's cannons and lasers power up, the fleet of Republic ships with some Cis cruisers appeared and he began firing away. His pursuers responded in kind, sending out their own volley followed by waves of starfighters which Ultron responded with in kind. There was the sound of static that Ultron's receptors picked up on and he aggressively flinched. He felt a sense of panicked dread, recognizing the danger he now faced. Ultron knew that the Avengers were here in their entirety, and with many of the Jedi they had come to call friends and all that other sappy, disgusting nonsense. He knew they were here to finish the job. If they think I'm going down so easily, Ultron thought darkly to himself, tendrils from multiple compartments coming out and moving towards him. They've got another thing coming. He felt a surge of power as he readied himself for battle, metal pieces quickly being added to his already damaged body. Come on, Avengers. Ultron venomously said. Come on. Both fleets engaged, two Republic ships receiving significant damage, yet Ultron's battered fleet was already starting to falter as almost half a dozen were quickly blown to smithereens. On the flagship of the Republic fleet, Anakin Skywalker with Ahsoka, Obi-Wan and several other Jedi being knights and members of the Council all stood on the bridge, concentrating on the Force when Ahsoka's eyes snapped open. I got him! She exclaimed. Anakin opened his own eyes, soon picking up on Ultron's signature as well, but first and foremost, he reached over to clasp his Padawan on her shoulder. Well done, Ahsoka, he said with pride. Point out that soon-to-be scrapped bastard. Ahsoka turned to the window of the bridge and pointed to a ship that was positioned in the center of the enemy fleet. There. She determinedly said. Yes, I sense him now as well. Obi-Wan chimed in. It appears Ultron is not in the best of shape. Luminara noted. All the better to take him down. Ayla resolutely declared. Winda stepped forward. Concentrate your fire on Dash. It's moving. PLO suddenly interjected, all eyes now on the large ship shifting away from the fleet and towards a nearby planet. What's he doing? Hope questioned. Everyone watched in silence as the lone ship entered the atmosphere of the planet and soon made landfall, all while the naval battle raged on. Several ships of Ultron's were shot down in the midst, yet other Republic ships received damage in retaliation. Looks like he's already choosing the battlefield. Clint commented. What about the battle? Barris asked, gesturing to the ongoing engagement. We need to take down Ultron. Spider-Man quickly said. We take him down, the rest of his fleet dies. With all of us down there, Force, virus, all of it that we used to create the counter-program to Ultron, this is our best bet of permanently destroying him. Hope tacked on. Then we shall handle things here. Mace Windu spoke up. Master PLO, Mundi, Fisto, Depa, you'll stay here with the rest of the fleet. Stay here, I shall as well. Yoda stated. Then that means the rest of us will go with you all. Kenobi said, looking at the Avengers, most of them nodding at the bearded Jedi. Since we're going down there, do ya think it's a trap? Danny Rand inquired. Probably is. T'Challa commented. And we shall spring it. Avengers. Steve now spoke up. You heard him. Wizards of Waverly Place, if you would. Tony quipped. Strange rolled his eyes at the nickname, whilst Mordo and Celeste huffed in amusement. Wong said nothing as he and his fellow sorcerers clapped their hands together and then made a quick circle with their hands. Several portals appeared around the Avengers and several of the Jedi and clones with them, and a moment later, they were all teleported away. Next thing they knew, they stood on the surface of the planet Ultron had landed upon and were greeted straight away by a familiar, mechanical menacing voice. I'd call that cheating, but then again, when have I ever played fair? Everyone turned to see Ultron coming out of the ship, looking patched together but no less threatening. Though he no longer possessed his old face, the dimmed lighting of his eyes and mouth coupled with his angle, despite the permanent smile he possessed, made the AI look worn out and miserable even. Leaving your own fleet? Natasha commented, pulling out her electrified batons. What, no sentiment. Just metal and scrap, at the end of the day. Ultron conversationally replied. I know when I'm about to lose worthless material. And what's this supposed to be then? Thor challenged, the echoing sound of thunder being heard. A fight. Maybe. Ultron candidly said. Maybe not. Maybe dash. There was a whirring heard from behind the AI, the ship alive with activity as multiple compartments opened with tendrils, cannons, and drones popping out of them. I just know that there's a likely chance that some of us won't make it out of here. Ultron's tone turned darker and murderous. Maybe I would like to make sure some went down with me. You know that will fail. Vision calmly responded with steel in his voice. As you did last time. Quicksilver growled, vibrating in place. Ultron paused for a moment before releasing a dramatic sigh. Call it a deficiency from my creator. Failure inherited from the father. Okay, screw you. Was all Iron Man said before Ultron unleashed everything he had left. The skies were littered with Ultron drones that came down upon the Avengers and Jedi. Thor instantly took to the skies, followed by the rest of the flyers, the Thunderer unleashing a torrent of lightning that decimated a good chunk of the drones. The rest of the flyers came in, quickly engaging the swarm while blaster fire from the clones below joined them. Lightsabers were ignited, weapons be they long distance, short range or melee were pulled out and the battle commenced. The Avengers, Jedi, and clones were swarmed by Ultron's drones while the sorcerers erected barriers around the area as the cannon fire from the grounded ship rained down upon them. Iron Man and Vision made a beeline for Ultron, joined by Cap, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, Ant-Man, Wasp, Spider-Man, Anakin, Ahsoka, Barriss, Ayla and Obi-Wan. The rest of the heroes all focused on eliminating Ultron's army and taking out the guns on the ship. "So unlike you, Junior," Iron Man taunted, getting right in Ultron's face, dodging many beams to get in a right hook. "Where's that creative spark you got from your old man?" Ultron wanted to make a retort yet felt his internal functions go on the fritz, making him only grunt out in pain and anger. The AI quickly called forth the 6 spheres of energy he had from their prior fight, though they were noticeably smaller than last time. Regardless, they were no less effective of an offensive tool, giving their owner some needed space. His beams ravaged the battlefield, sending the group of fighters scattering, yet they were quick to rebound, re-engaging Ultron's army. "What are you trying for here, Ultron?" Vision questioned. "This is completely pathetic," yelled a thunderous voice from above. Ultron's head whipped up just as Thor came down, swinging Mjolnir at him with all his might. The AI hastily created a shield around him, which was immediately shattered upon impact from the god's mighty weapon. Ultron was sent careening back, crashing hard on the ground, feeling something detach from his body. He forced himself to stand less than a second after halting, glancing to his right and seeing his upper right arm had been ripped off. A small tch came from the emotionless face of the AI, turning back to see several Jedi standing in front of him now. Anakin was at the center and he held a haughty smirk. "Hey there, asshole!" Skywalker tauntingly greeted, throwing his hand out, followed by the other Jedi and once more. "Grah!" Ultron exclaimed, the painful sensation overtaking his being, what made him think in a fashion far too like a delirious human. He lurched forward, the center pair of arms clutching his head, the lower wrapping themselves around his chest. "We got him, we got him!" Ahsoka yelled out for everyone else to hear. Ultron snapped his head in her direction, eyes glowing murderously, and he forced himself into action. He summoned his energy spheres again and they blasted away at the Jedi. He also had his tendrils join in along with a beam from his chest courtesy of his kyber crystals. One of the beams managed to catch Obi-Wan off guard due to their sudden targeting of him, and his lightsaber got knocked away. This led him open for attack, but he wasn't undefended. Just as the next beam came for him, Kenobi exhaled calmly and held out his hand, allowing the force to flow around him. He grits his teeth at the impact of the beam, momentarily buckling from the power, but he holds strong and with assistance from the force, parried the beam away. Yet the Jedi Master still fell to a knee once accomplishing this deflection. "Obi-Wan!" His former pupil cried out in concern, immediately by his side to help his old master to his feet. "Are you all right?" Yes, I'm well enough, Anakin," Kenobi assured, using his other hand to call his lightsaber back. The pair glanced over to see the Jedi along with their clone captains, commanders and arcs being joined by several Avengers as they assaulted Ultron together. "What was that just now?" Skywalker questioned, looking down at Obi-Wan's hand, and winced upon seeing burn marks upon it. "A force-based sorcerer defense ability that I have been studying since we found Tython," the Jedi Master revealed, grimacing at the pain in his hands. "I haven't had much time to practice the technique." "It looked like Tutamini's," Anakin noted. "An advanced, sorcerer-inspired form of it outside of absorption, actually redirecting the blast." "Master Kenobi." The pair heard a familiar soft voice, turning to see Barriss rushing over to them. "Here, Master." The Mirialan Padawan held out her arm, an ethereal white glow emanating from her hand with Obi-Wan holding out his own. He breathed a sigh of relief as her force healing washed over his hand, the pain he held quickly subsiding. "Thank you, Barriss," Kenobi kindly said. A few seconds later, seeing his hand fully healed. "You've truly become gifted with your power." Barris said nothing, simply smiling happily at the praise and that his injury was gone. "All right, let's focus back up, people," Anakin said aloud, turning his attention back to the battle. Uffy and Kenobi wordlessly agreed as both reignited their lightsabers. Across the battlefield, the Avengers with their Jedi and clone allies were whittling down Ultron's forces. The clones had managed to call in strafing runs from the fleet, starfighters zipping by to bombard Ultron's stationary ship. Spider-Man had webbed up a bunch of drones, having Simbi grab them to toss up into the hands of Giant Man, who clapped them into scrapped metal. Luminara Unduli exhaled softly as she deflected almost dozens of energy blasts and bolts sent her way, closing her eyes as she allowed the flow of Sorso to take over her movements. She was walking through the area, continually deflecting many shots sent her way until she stood behind a man in heavily grey-tinted armor. "Colonel Rhodes," she serenely said, not looking at him. "General Unduli." War Machine greeted in return, his shoulder-mounted machine gun blasting away at every Ultron drone it targets. The Mirialan Jedi Master felt her lip twitch upwards, and even with his helmet covering his face, Luminara sensed a tinge of amusement from the Avenger. Shang-Chi was fighting alongside his best friend Katie in Iron Fist and White Tiger, and not far from them, Celeste Morn was weaving and casting spells, all while wielding her lightsaber with her boyfriend right by her side, either shooting or using his magically enhanced arm that now can apparently whip around. All over, the number of Ultron drones decreased with every passing second. Up above in space, the two fleets locked in heated combat had a clear winner, with the Republic and the small escort of the Separatists, hammering Ultron's ships into oblivion. On his personal Star Destroyer, Count Dooku observed the battle with meditative, intense silence. The former Jedi Master knew that he was likely testing the limits of the patience of the Republic, but it mattered not for the aged Force user. This Ultron has caused him enough strife and headaches for far too long, and he would be damned if he would not be present for his downfall. He had seen what he assumed to be Ultron's flagship make its way down to a nearby planet, and he sensed through the Force that the Jedi had somehow made their way down there, likely with their Avenger allies. Dooku figures that they probably got there via the astonishing powers that the sorcerers in their ranks possessed in conjuring portals that would allow for instant teleportation. "They're losing ground, Count." A female voice spoke up, making Dooku refocus his attention on the battle. "Hold nothing back, Severance, Cadrian," Tyrannus stated firmly. "Make sure every ship, every inch of his fleet is annihilated." Back down on the planet, Ultron was breathing heavily, having lost another arm, this one being his lower left. He was facing Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch and Vision at this time. If Hulk were here, it would be a proper family reunion. He went on the offensive, attacking wildly, erratically, with no rhyme or reason other than to keep them all at bay and to harm and kill them. But they were a persistent bunch of bastards, typical of humans, kicking, scratching and screaming against death. Ultron jerked slightly, having been slammed by Quicksilver when the red hexes of Wanda surrounded him. He used a burst of energy from his remaining Kyber crystals to dispel the hexes around him, only for a Mind Stone laser combined with Thor's lightning to slam into him. The soldier's dimmed shield along with arrows, electrical discs, and repulsor beams added to the onslaught, and no sooner did they finish, their damage was compounded by the rest of the Avengers all coming in for the assist. They couldn't have coordinated or timed this any better than how they did so here and now. It would have been comical for Ultron had he not been on the receiving end of it all. All 29 of these bastard superheroes got their licks in, each and every one of them landed their killing blow, all while Ultron struggled to even put up some semblance of a defense. He couldn't, as the Force/Data/Magic/Mind Stone virus had taken hold once again, and he felt all pieces of him being destroyed and severed. The Jedi and clones all got their turns because the Avengers just had to share in the pain distribution of their old foe, since they were all good little boys and girls. It was almost sadistic, one could say. Not that Ultron could blame them, considering the pain and mayhem he had inflicted across the stars. Lightsabers, blaster bolts, magic, webs, force, lasers, bullets, kicks, the whole 9 yards and then some. They just kept on hammering him until at long last, their enemy could take no more. Ultron was on his knees, all but one of his arms attached to his body, his tendrils having been ripped off and his kyber crystals either removed or destroyed. There were dents, gashes and holes in his body, with the upper right half of his face being disfigured now. His body appeared to be barely holding itself together. The chest area was caved in slightly, with all his kyber crystals now gone save for one, and even that wasn't even glowing anymore. One of his legs was gone and the other was bent in all the wrong directions. He did nothing but raise his head slowly, the feeling of murderous intent mixed with a strange feeling of acceptance radiating from his being. His optics stared at the Avengers that all stood before him, the picture-perfect snapshot of heroism. If only he could physically throw up. The AI tilted his head down, his single hand clenching slightly as the reality finally set in. "So, you bastards did it again." Ultron growled out. "Try not to sound too excited, Junior." Iron Man spoke up, having his usual wit evident in his tone with a hardened edge. "You really made us work for it this time." "Oh? I should feel so honored," Ultron snidely said, lurching forward. "Maybe I should stick around a bit longer. Kick your collective ass a bit more before finishing you all off. You failed last time," Pietro stated with a wry tone yet a dark look in his eyes. Ultron's head turned to both him and his twin sister and he felt a pang in his chest. "Yeah, well, you weren't who I wanted dead that day," the AI quietly said. "Like that's supposed to make us feel any better?" Wanda sharply interjected, expression morphing into one of fury and rage. "I never wanted either of you two to die," Ultron admitted. "Really?" Scott couldn't help but speak up. "Could have fooled us. Tough murderous love, right?" Hope tacked on with a deadpan. "Can we just finish this jackass off already?" Luke Cage piped up. "He's caused enough murder and mayhem for everyone already." "Couldn't agree more," Ghost Rider stated, the flames surrounding his skull spiking momentarily. There were murmurs and comments of agreement as Cap, Thor, Widow, Hawkeye, and Iron Man walked forward with the Avengers that had been in the galaxy joining them. Iron Man stood in the lead of them all as they surrounded the down AI with Ultron looking up at his creator defiantly. "Vision," Tony quietly said. "He's not going anywhere," Vision assured, his Mind Stone flaring for a second. "We got him on lockdown." Anakin spoke up from behind, he and the present Jedi all using the Force to keep Ultron chained down. Steve nodded appreciatively at them before turning back to Ultron and then looking up at Iron Man. "Tony," the super soldier softly said, briefly locking eyes with the billionaire, silently conveying his message. "Yeah, you guys have been doing all the work, haven't you?" Stark remarked. "Might as well finish it for ya." Iron Man's glowing white eyes landed on the blood-red eyes of Ultron and Maker and Creator entered into a staring contest. "What?" Ultron said with a sneering tone. "Getting lost in my eyes," Tony huffed in begrudging amusement. "Just an old man realizing he really fucked up with his kid. Like really, really fucked up. Worst of all, instead of me having to face you, for nearly a year, it was my friends and an entire galaxy that had to pay for my mistake. You really did a number on." There was a tense, slightly awkward silence being shared between the Avengers as Tony went on. "I really thought that I had an answer, yeah no? A suit of armor around the world," Iron Man softly stated. "But I guess I got ahead of myself. Shoved my head back up my own ass, thinking I knew what was best for everyone." His head hung low for a moment. "And look at what that caused." Many of the Avengers were glancing between Tony and Ultron, unsure if they were to say or do anything. The latter hadn't made a move or sound until. "I did everything." Ultron's voice creaked out. "Everything you asked. I did all of it. All of the directives you gave me. You did." Tony shook his head. "But not as we intended. I executed the plan. Peace in our time." Tony sighed, shaking his head. "In your perspective, yes. But ours. It would never be peaceful. You wanted to change the world, to change everything, protect everything." Ultron sounded deranged as his voice went on the fritz for a moment. "I wanted to make it happen, for all of us. You said that you wanted to protect the world. A promise. Yet you backed away from it when you got scared. A broken promise from a broken man. I was scared. Scared of so many things. But you took it too far. And broken? I've been called many things, Tinkin, but I can tell ya that I'm not broken. Tony made a sweep of his hands as a gesture to himself. Still standing. You wished for the annihilation of all life. Thor growled out, thunder momentarily crackling in the sky. It was what was needed. Ultron fired back with rage. It was insane and evil, and you know it. Steve now spoke up, a feeling of anger radiating from him and the rest of the team, all directed at the AI. It was evolution. Ultron retorted. Only a primitive mind would fail to understand this. The AI shook his head tilting down. It would have been perfect. That's the thing with perfection, Tony said, helmet retracting back to reveal his face. It's unknowable. It's impossible to reach, but it's always right in front of us. You wouldn't know that 'cause I didn't know that when you were made. I still don't know that, no matter how much I lie to myself. There was a beat before he continued. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you. Sorry for causing you to be who you are. Stark said. All that you are comes from all of my mistakes, all of who I am at my worst self. I'm sorry, Ultron. I'm sorry. Many were unable to find the words or even thoughts on how to react to such a statement, with the original team and Tony's best friend all looking at the armored Avenger. Tony. Rhodey muttered. The genius superhero looked at War Machine with a strained smile of appreciation before turning back to Ultron and slowly raising his hand. Let's just finish this. His voice was low yet heard by all. Ultron did nothing as the circular palm of his creator was now in his face, the familiar sound of a repulsor beam being charged up and ready to blast him away once and for all. Despite his impending demise, he remained rebellious. I really do hope you savor this. The AI spoke in a grim but sinister tone. You think this is the end? It may indeed be it for me, but you all will have more to deal with once I'm gone. You know it, don't you? We're well aware. Rogers stated. But we'll take on whatever comes next. Oh, will you now? Ultron mocked. Do you really think you're prepared? You weren't for me. Both times. What makes any of you fools think you can take on what's coming your way? Do you even have the slightest notion of what you will be up against? Can you even fathom how much worse it will be? Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Barton chimed in, resting his elbow on Steve's shoulder, a pointed look directed at the AI. We'll take on all of it. Together. Oh God. You're all just a bunch of broken records. Ultron groaned, pretending as though he was about to hurl. Just kill me already. Tony humphed at that. Wish granted. THVVVMMM. An overcharged pulse beamed through the chest and up into the head. Later, the body of Ultron collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. Holy fuck. Were the first words out of Sam Wilson's mouth after a prolonged bout of silence amongst them all. Holy fuck. We finally got him. Jesus, it's over. And like that, a kind of pressure, an overwhelming, suffocating feeling seemingly vanished. The Avengers, especially the 12 who had been in space for a year and a half now, felt a lightness that they hadn't experienced in quite some time. Several of them actually dropped to the ground, all letting out groans of relief and jubilation. We finally did it. Spider-Man bemoaned, removing his mask as he lay flat on his back, basking in their victory. Is he really gone? Captain Rex asked aloud, almost daring for the Force or fate to prove them wrong. Yes, Vision spoke up with absolute certainty, standing over the remains of Ultron. His mind stone blinked once and dimmed with the synthetic being releasing a sigh. He is at last gone. Oh God, Scott Lang whined happily, draping himself over his girlfriend, much to Hope's amusement. I want a vacation. I wanna eat and get fat and take a long break. Let's pick a planet or somewhere on Earth, Hope. Anywhere will do. While I do enjoy a good victory, Mr. Lang, Obi-Wan spoke up in good humor. I do believe that our work isn't officially done. What? Several of the Avengers like Scott, Peter, Katie, and such all said in unison. Why? Well, for obvious starters, There is much cleanup that undoubtedly needs to be done. Luminara gently said with a small smile, yet there was a clear playfulness in her eyes. "Ah, come on you two, knock it off," Anakin said with a laugh. "Yeah, a lot has to be done, but I am not objecting to a party, at the bare minimum." "A revelry, you say?" Thor spoke up with an intrigued gleam in his eyes. "I do believe I am starting to like you more and more, Skywalker." "Oh boy, here we go," Black Widow said with a shake of her head. "Karaoke night," Katie chimed in excitedly. "Hell yeah!" Sean and Danny exclaimed. Steve felt a soft and familiar hand slip into his own, and he glanced to his side to see Ayla standing by him, a mischievous and loving smile directed at him, one which he returned. He then looked over at Tony, who was nudging War Machine a bit too much in the shoulder, making over-dramatic head gestures in the direction of Luminara Unduli, who was conversing with her Padawan. Rhodey was torn between being annoyed and amused by his best friend's antics, so the World War II veteran swooped in to help. "What do you think, Tony?" Iron Man looked over at the super soldier. "Celebration in order? One that won't end like last time now that the party crasher is dealt with." Tony rubbed his chin in thought at the prospect of such an idea. A galactic-wide super party. There was a manic glint in his eyes as a grin threatened to split his face. "Oh, I like the sound of that. How about we keep it allocated to just a planet, at the bare minimum, Mr. Stark?" Matt Murdock chimed in with his lawyer voice. "The legal litigations and ramifications of the damages caused in such revelries might be astronomical. Which makes it all the more fun." Jennifer Walters butted it, wrapping her arm around Daredevil. "Come on, Matt, this is the chance of a lifetime." However, their small celebration was cut short by the arrival of 3 separatist ships swooping in from on high and landing not far from where they all stood. The Jedi all stood with stoic faces and tense postures as the ship in the center opened its ramp to allow the leader of the Confederacy of Independent Systems to enter the stage. They watched as Count Dooku stepped out of the ship, briskly ignoring all of them. He walked over to where Ultron's remains were and gave them a long hard look before turning to the Avengers. "Is it done?" he patiently asked. "You're not getting any of the credit if that's what you're asking," Stephen Strange dryly said, crossing his arms in a bored fashion. "First come first serve." Dooku ignored the comment, focusing instead on Captain Rogers. "Is it done?" the Elder Force user asked once more, the pair locking eyes for a few seconds, Steve slowly inclining his head down. "Yes, it's over." The Count inhaled sharply and exhaled dramatically, his posture appearing to loosen upon hearing this. "Good. Very good." "Oh? Is that praise I hear from the Count?" Anakin dryly said with a deadpan expression, holding his hand up to his ear. "Come now, Anakin, haven't you learned that you must control your insolence around the Count?" Obi-Wan quipped, the pair sharing matching grins. "What do you want, Count Dooku?" Luminara calmly asked, preventing any further mocking banter. "Now." Dooku gazed at all of them, his eyes lingering on the Avengers for a time. "I believe now is the time to rest and recover. Take stock of what we shall do next. Do you intend on continuing the war?" Captain America sharply said, halting Dooku in his tracks. There was a permeating tension radiating in the air as all awaited the response from the former Jedi Master. Some may wish for it to resume. Others wish the opposite. "And your stance is what exactly?" Thor challenged. "Leave the politics aside. What is it that you want?" Again Dooku said nothing, instead turning away with a flourish of his cape and walked away from them all, stopping as he stood in front of his ship. He turned his head back and held a calm expression that was difficult to discern. "I would like to know that myself now," he airily said. "Perhaps I shall discover it now or perhaps later. But in due time, you shall receive my answer. Until then." And with that, Dooku departed from the area. "What in the fuck kind of an answer was that supposed to be?" Jessica Jones irritably said. "What? Does that jackass actually think he's Saruman? He has his look." Sam dryly said. "That boy sure likes to play the part." Robbie Reyes dryly remarked. Suddenly, they were all interrupted again, only this time over the comm channels. "Generals." The voice of Thrawn was heard by all. I take it victory has been achieved, yes. Yes. Ultron is defeated for good this time. Steve replied. While they couldn't see his reaction, one could perhaps imagine the look of relief present on his features. Has his fleet stopped firing? Anakin added on. More like we are making sure that they no longer have the capacity to do so ever again. This time, they were answered by the baritone voice of Plo-kun. At least it's good to double tap. Clint said with approval. So, what else is going on up there? Tony inquired. You wouldn't happen to call and tell us a well done, no? Expect ships falling down from the sky. Shuri suggested. We can handle that. Quicksilver confidently said. We can. Katie asked. Yeah, we can. The speedster said with no doubt in his mind. It has to do with an earlier conversation. Thrawn spoke again. Over on his end, Thrawn stood with Plo-kun and Mace Windu on the bridge of the flagship of the Republic fleet, and they all had their gaze on a set of ships. But these were not the ships of Ultron, oh no. These were fresh, pristine, and deadly. Dozens of ships began coming out of hyperspace, ships that no one recognized save for two blue-skinned, red-eyed individuals. I take it these are friends of yours. The Keldor Jedi casually said to the Chiss. Not friends. Associates. Thrawn corrects him. They're hailing us. A clone pilot spoke up. Patch them through. Windu ordered. There was the warble of static from the comms until a clear and authoritative voice spoke through it. Attention unidentified fleet, you are in Chiss space. Identify yourselves or else we will consider you all hostile. Was the sharp and precise order. Thrawn made his way to the comms and opened up a channel. This is Mithra Nuruado. Alani, is that you? There was a pause and then came a disbelieving huff. This is Admiral Alani. Good to hear from you again, Mithra Nuruado. Likewise. I, along with everyone else in the fleet, would like to know why all these ships are here unannounced. That may take a bit of time to explain, but just know it was one that involved the destruction of a galactic threat to all life. Thrawn plainly answered. And I do not mean that as hyperbole. Should we interfere? Windu quietly asked Plo-kun with the Keldor shrugging slightly. Only when needed. Kun answered. Let us place our faith in Thrawn for now. These are his people, after all. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 112, Victory, for now. Victory. After a long, grueling multi-pronged assault, news begins to spread of the defeat of the AI menace known to the galaxy as Ultron. The galaxy begins to see the armies of the genocidal being collapsing and falling apart, victory being achieved on multiple fronts across the stars. As many begin to celebrate the insurmountable achievement, in parts uncharted, a meeting between a new cosmic player is underway, one that will undoubtedly play a crucial part to come in the stage of the galaxy. As this report was sent over to the rest of the known galaxy, a meeting was taking place. The makeshift representatives of the Galactic Republic with their Avengers allies stood before a contingent of blue-skinned and red-eyed humanoids. Rather than stay on the battlefield where Ultron was defeated, their gathering place was taken to a ship, a Chiss ship specifically. This was suggested by Thrawn as a means of brokering a peaceful discussion, especially for the Chiss. He knew that the Republic was here in force, and despite this being the home turf of the Ascendancy, the fleet that had come to greet them wasn't exactly prepared for such a strike force. And that's discarding the Jedi and Avengers they had present with them. Right now, a tactful and calm meeting was needed, and secretly, Thrawn hoped that this was the chance that he had been waiting for. For the Chiss to enter the galactic stage and tell the galaxy what they know. Perhaps these Avengers and Ultron will be the push needed for the Chiss to see that they can't stay isolated in their corner of the galaxy anymore. We are here in this neutral ship as you requested for this discussion. Now talk. Spoke the head of the Chiss contingent, being Admiral Alani. First and foremost, we come here not to bring you any harm but to eliminate a threat to all life. Obi-Wan Kenobi was the first to speak. Which we did. Tony Stark immediately butted in. You're welcome, by the way. Tony. Steve said in exasperation, rubbing the bridge of his nose. What? You know it's true. Guys, come on, back me up here. Stark said, turning to the other Avengers who had their own mixed reactions of annoyance and amusement. The Chiss regarded the billionaire in bewilderment when the Jedi took back control to steer the conversation back into the more serious matter at hand. Master Kenobi speaks the truth. Luminara diplomatically said. Our purpose was one of good intentions. A being by the name of Ultron was fleeing from our systems after a prolonged battle against us. He existed for the sole purpose of exterminating all sentient life and replacing it with his own. Anakin chimed in. Aralani and the people beside her spoke to themselves for the briefest of moments before the admiral of the bunch spoke up. We haven't received any reports about this issue. Primarily due to us not wanting Ultron to find his way towards the ascendancy. Thrawn now stepped in. I and the others stationed back in the known galaxy agreed we didn't want to risk him causing havoc in our territory. The Jedi and Avengers eyed Thrawn for a moment, questions of their own in mind for him, but opted to keep that to themselves for now. I understand your misgivings with how things are conducted in the ascendancy, Thrawn. Aralani stated. But this is a rather serious matter that we should have been notified of. I understand, but our precaution took precedence. And how would that be possible, Mitra Nuruado? Spoke one of the Chiss beside Aralani. Despite the assistance of the AI aligned with the Republic, chances of the message being intercepted could have been high. AI. Another Chiss spoke up. You mean more like this Ultron you speak of? Those are ours. Scott and Peter said in unison, both cringing upon realizing they sounded like kids in a school classroom. They're good guys. The former lamely added on, his head hanging in slight embarrassment with hope flicking his temple. Ignore the peanut gallery, Tony said. You're part of it. Barton deadpanned. Just know that the Tinkin asshole is dead and you guys are safe. Tony went on. Win-win. He's not wrong. Thor said with an aha nod that made some of the Avengers palm their faces. Guys, can we just... Nat left the statement unfinished, gesturing to the meeting at hand. Right, sorry. Tony said. You don't sound sorry. Were the collective thoughts of the Avengers, Jedi, and clones. Look, Steve now stepped forward, standing between both parties. I know you all have a lot of questions and frankly, so do we with what we're learning here. But now isn't the time for these lengthy discussions. We just came out of our last battle with Ultron, but we know it's not over. There is much that needs to be done in the rest of the galaxy. Now T'Challa spoke up. The cleanup, recovery, many lives to save who have been kept within the foundaries of Ultron. A better time can be chosen where our governments can meet and discuss further matters. Plo Koon stated. But at this time, we cannot do so. Too sudden and in a time of uncertainty. Our responsibilities are needed elsewhere. The Chiss contingent were silent in this matter, regarding the large ensemble of individuals until they came to a conclusion. When would be the best time to meet again? Scene cut. Time passes for the galaxy at large. The worlds that were hit in the final battle against Ultron were rebuilding. Relief efforts were at an all-time high, though it was mitigated by how much was needed. A complicated endeavor with people requesting countless aid in both healing and clean UPS. This can be considered the easy part of the aftermath. The rest, however, wasn't. Only a week had passed since Ultron's defeat, yet the previous conflicts remained at the forefront of the minds of many. Tensions were still high, all due to the war between the Republic and the Cis having never ended. People wondered when the ceasefire would conclude, either restarting the fighting between both sides again or officially ending things once and for all. Yet, despite all that, the cleanup and relief efforts were the top priorities of the people of the galaxy. A distraction and a rather legitimate one to keep their minds off the war between the Republic and Cis and focus on simply helping each other. Ultron's campaign had devastated many worlds, worst of all, turning some into dead worlds. Planets such as Geonosis, Kamino, and Cato Neimoidia were rendered lifeless and barren, crippling Republic and Separatist morale, economies, and armies, which led to a disaster on varying levels. For the clones, there was a clear and present feeling of loss and dejection with only small amounts of closure. Kamino was their home world, the only planet they were able to call home, and it was taken from them. The only consolation they had was Ultron's demise, the being responsible for the annihilation of their home world being destroyed not long after. Then there was the Separatist Alliance and the ramifications of Cato Neimoidia's destruction. This was not only the home world of many of their high-ranking members within the Separatist Council, but they also held sway within the galactic economy for both sides. It's a mess, Hope Van Dyne remarked, looking at the news reports that kept on coming in from all corners of the galaxy. That's one way to put it, Scott muttered, glancing at images and still frames of people carrying bodies away, pulling out some from rubble, helping those who were injured, and so on and so forth. And this is still days later after the one fight came to an end. Oh man. Katie Chen held a sad frown, seeing the destruction left behind on Mandalore. This is just... I mean, how'd you guys deal with all this before? One step at a time, Clint assured her, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's never easy, but you gotta do what you can with the power that you have. Feels like we need a lot of power then, Shang-Chi muttered. There was an audible belch being heard, some turning to see Jessica Jones lounging on one of the couches in the HQ of the Avengers on Coruscant. She pulled a large bottle away from her mouth, wiping her lip and giving the armored Avenger a particular look. Mind telling us why we all have to be here, Stark? She rudely asked. We all got our own shit to do, yeah no. It's standard practice, Hennessy. Tony responded. Avengers meeting after every insane battle is our procedure. I doubt us all being here is mandatory. It's been days already and not everyone is trained for whatever shit is going on now. You don't have to be trained for this sort of thing, Ms. Jones, Steve respectfully said. You, don't ever call me that, soldier boy, Jessica said with a scrunched up face. I know you come from a fancier time, but I ain't one of those dames and belles from the 40s. Yeah, that's clear as day, Luke Cage dryly said. And fancier times? He came from the worst war in human history, how is that fancy? Meh. Jessica waved off, downing her bottle before pulling out another from seemingly nowhere. Where do you keep all those bottles? Iron Fist asked in slight bewilderment before glancing towards the mystics in the room. I mean, did you guys teach her some pocket dimension spell where she keeps all of them? No, Mordo plainly said. But she was insistent at one point, Strange said with half-lidded eyes. Jessica said nothing, flipping the sorcerers off as she drank from her bottle. It was then that someone cleared their throat, gaining the team's attention. Hector Ayala felt a bit awkward in being the one to speak right now, but he did so all the same. So like, what's gonna happen now? What do ya mean, heck? Clint asked his fellow father. Well, White Tiger rubbed the back of his head in thought. I mean, not to sound, forget it, I don't why I bothered. Nah, come on, you can't do that, Jennifer said, shaking her head. What's on your mind, Hector? He was quiet for a moment, mulling it over before sighing. Just gotta ask, what's next for us? The team and all. We are still sticking together, right? He got looks of bemusement. Of course we are, Captain Rogers stated. Do you think we're just ending the team like that after this? Hector shook his head. No, it's just I've been wondering about all this, he gestured in a vague manner to the HQ. And how, well, let's be real here, the 12 or 13 rather, you guys did a lot, so is going home on your mind? The heroes who have been here the longest all held contemplative looks when asked this, and it was clear that this was something they had been thinking about. I mean, Scott scrunched his face up. It would feel weird if we just up and left. We've made a lot of friends and connections here, Hope tacked on. Some in more ways than others, Natasha said, shooting a glance at the Avengers who were now in more intimate relations with the residents of the galaxy. And one in progress, Tony tacked on, a shit-eating grin that deserved to be punched by his best friend. Instead, Rhodey settled for an annoyed groan and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Oh, so you and Lumi are finally moving forward, huh? Sam remarked with a grin of his own, getting War Machine to flip him off. Several of the Avengers who were aware of what Sam and Tony were referring to smirked or chuckled silently in amusement when Thor stepped forward. I do believe that despite our defeat of Ultron, our work here is not yet completed, the Thunderer declared. I myself intend on traversing this galaxy with Jane, Selvig, and Darcy for our own purposes. I am still seeking further leads on the Infinity Stones. Perhaps answers or trails can be found in the stars here. There's also the Sith Lord that is in power at this time. T'Challa brought up. But I believe we all have a fair idea of who it is. Without any prompt, the rest of the team who knew who Panther was referring to spoke aloud in unison. Palpatine/it's Palpatine, right, / that wrinkled prune chancellor. Were the hodgepodge response. Tony snorted. Yeah, I think that was a given. Who's he again? Luke asked. The Chancellor. Tap, if you would. Natasha said, the AI producing a hollow image of the elderly-looking politician. This old bastard. A repeat of what happened with S.H.I.E.L.D., if you would. Wilson remarked, making a few frown. So this old geezer is in charge of the Republic? Jones asked for clarity. And it's a lot like what happened 3 years ago. Oh man. Robbie Reyes grunted, looking away from the visage of Palpatine. Not even in front of the real thing, and the spirit is ready to lash out. He's doused in sin. And reading his mind is difficult. Wanda stated, narrowing her eyes at the image. With our experience, it's likely that whatever the situation was that started the war before our arrival, he must have played a hand in it. Steve said, crossing his arms, bearing an intense gaze. This guy needs to be taken care of. It's not just him. Vision said. Lest we forget, there is still the matter of removing the chips implanted within the clone army. So long as they remain within their heads, they pose a threat to us, the Jedi and Republic, to whoever takes control of them. Just one problem after the other. Hector murmured. I've been looking them over. Stephen Strange now stepped forward. With the technology here, there is a likely means of removing the chips from their minds without any damage. A proper scan and we should be able to get them out. Shuri chimed in. I've reviewed your findings. We just need to scan one clone, and if they're all the same, whatever procedure is best can be implemented across the whole army. Who knows about these chips anyway? Katie inquired, feeling herself squirm and subconsciously reaching up to touch the side of her head. She and Sean hadn't interacted much with the clone troopers, only a small amount of time during their first visit to Tython. But afterward, during the campaign against Ultron, the pair bore witness to the fearless and selfless bravery the clones all held, and to think these men had the chance of being mind-controlled wasn't something that sat well with them. Jessica Jones was in the same boat, a feeling of revulsion and anger welling up within her at the thought of the troopers losing their free will so suddenly. What else can we do? The detective suddenly asked. Who even knows about this? Only a few Jedi and senators. Pietro answered. People we trust. Rhodey added. And the clones themselves? Jones tensely inquired. Not yet. Steve responded. But we'll rectify that soon enough. Hope assured. Yeah, but we still gotta worry about the Chancellor first. Scott reminded everyone. So long as that old coot's in power, I mean, if he really is this Sith Lord that the Jedi have been looking for and we know about, I bet he's trying to figure out how to restart the war. This guy needs to be deposed. Sam said. But we must do so tactfully. T'Challa cautioned. Him being so suddenly removed from power in a time of unrest and uncertainty may lead to unintended consequences. How? Danny questioned. We're removing a dictator from power. But leaving a vacuum in return. Rhodey pointed out. Why not just get a new chancellor then? Hector suggested. These guys are all politicians, yeah? Should be easy. It's a bit more complicated than that. Celeste Morn now spoke. He's the figurehead of the Republic, and if he is suddenly ousted as the one who is the cause of the war a lot of bad shit will follow. Bucky Barnes surmised with a grim tone. Happens all the time in politics. Anything that's done, good or bad, there's always an avalanche of bullshit that follows. But wouldn't it be better if we get this bastard out? Katie asked. Again, the blowback is the problem. T'Challa stated. Bast knows the fallout of the Republic and the rest of the galaxy will be. And I've read up on some of the history of this galaxy with Ahsoka and Barriss. Peter put in his own 2 cents. When stuff like this happens, even the best intentions always lead to some crap storm that no one can predict. It is an unfortunate cycle. Vision mused. So what do we do then? Cage asked in a collective sense. The Avengers all fell silent in this matter as they mulled it over for a few seconds until Steve spoke again. We can't leave this place, he said resolutely. Frankly, with everything we've done here, I don't see how we can just up and leave, go back to Earth and only come along for emergencies. The Avengers now have a duty and responsibility to Earth and this galaxy. Lovers aside, Matt said, face inscrutable, yet his lip twitched upwards after hearing some of the reactions. The Avengers have created a substantial impact and presence in this galaxy. To up and leave would be wildly irresponsible. All right, then I guess it's time. Tony spoke up, walking to stand in the middle of the gathering of heroes. Friday, tap, if you would. The room darkened somewhat and a moment later, a hollow display of a ship, a Venator appeared. Only it was not a Venator but an altered version of it. The ship was heavily modified, taking on the characteristics of the helicarriers that were once used by S.H.I.E.L.D. and several other ships used by the Republic fleet. I give you the Avengers Astro Carrier, Tony said, grinning proudly at his work, a good number of the Avengers marveling at what they were looking at. A work in progress, but I figure the Republic is willing to loan us a Venator for us to get started on it. Whoa, Mr. Stark, Scott and I talked about making something like this, Peter said in awe. Well, guess that means all of us geniuses have something to work on together, Tony remarked. With everything we've talked about in keeping a presence in this galaxy, it's only fair that the Avengers travel in style. So this is what you wanted another Infinity Gate for? Carl Mordo mused aloud. We're gonna be dividing up time on Earth and in this galaxy, Iron Man said. Just one isn't enough. We're gonna need multiple. We have been working on replicating the gates, Wong stated with intrigue. There's still the matter of what we shall be doing, Doctor Strange stated. There are many potential recruits to be had in this galaxy, and our own precautions to be made, Wong sagely said. Precautions? Shuri inquired. Remember what our order represents. The librarian of Camartage spoke in a teacher-like manner. We sorcerers safeguard Earth, if not the universe, from otherworldly and interdimensional threats such as Dormammu. Spreading our knowledge both strengthens the protection we have in our universe yet also threatens it as new avenues of entry may now be made available for them. In that, we must maintain vigilance as our order is likely to swell in size quite soon, Celeste solemnly said. Looks like we're just piling things on, huh? Sam tiredly said. We're Avengers, aren't we? Strange wryly said. We just roll with the punches. Ugh. Was the audible groan that came from Jessica Jones, the detective downing a good chunk of her drink. You should, yeah, know what, it's a lost cause, Luke said, throwing his arms up. Oi, the hell is that supposed to mean? Jessica indignantly slurred. Ma'am, Steve stoically said, and it caused a full-body cringe from the detective. Oh God, no. She writhed in place. Why did you have to say that? I feel like shit now. Sometimes I'm amazed she's an Avenger, Wong blandly said. Have you forgotten who's on the team? Hector silently said to the sorcerer, eyeing Strange and Stark. Good point. Okay, with that out of the way, we can focus on the important, immediate matter, Iron Man declared, gaining everyone's attention as he clapped his hands together, rubbing them excitedly. Steve raised an expectant brow, sharing a look with Thor before turning back to Tony. And what would that be? Rogers asked with a hint of wariness. Everything is fine for the moment, relatively speaking. Think it's finally time to properly do something we all need right now. Which is? Rhodey said. Tony's smile was telling. What else? Revels, of course. Scene cut. Elsewhere, in the capital city of Sereno, a meeting of the dark side was underway. Within Dooku's personal stronghold was a secret chamber that he had ordered be built to conduct his meetings with his master by unseen eyes. With Ultron defeated, our plans may continue. Dooku was silent as Darth Sidious spoke. We must start looking for alternatives in the grand plan of Darth Bane if we are to topple the Jedi and Republic. I agree, Master, but we cannot achieve such success with the Avengers still ever present. Even with their means of attaining a link between their home world, I fear their presence shall not be lessened. Their influence and reputation within the galaxy have become too noticeable. My own people are openly regarding them as the heroes that brought down Ultron, not the Jedi nor the Separatists. This is a sentiment shared across the Sith. The secret Sith Lord and Chancellor of the Republic was silent in this matter, a look of heavy contemplation beneath his hooded face. Not to mention the production of additional clones is forever beyond our grasp. The means of Order 66 has greatly lessened to a degree where they'll no longer be effective as we originally intended. The clones are likely no longer a viable option. Palpatine stated. Even with the biochips within their minds, it is as you said, within the grander scope, it will only result in a short-term solution. Then what should we do, Master? Dooku stressed out. I fear our options are dash. We take stock of what we have at our disposal and build upon it. Sidious interjected. I see that I have been short-sighted but no longer. We must look for new means of attaining the grand plan. Dooku frowned at this. But Master, the time it would take dash. Once more, he was interrupted. Time is of irrelevance. These Avengers came in and disrupted everything we have worked for in only a year's time. They may seem powerful but they do not realize what they have done. Master. Continue your training and research, my apprentice. Sidious ordered. I shall do my own in due time. Currently, the reprieve is the opportunity we shall use to restructure our plans and begin to aim for more radical means of dispensing the revenge of the Sith. Dooku couldn't get another word in as the transmission was disconnected, leaving the aged Force user to stew in his own thoughts. A deep, rather angry frown made its way onto his face, rising from his kneeling position. His fists were clenched tightly, frustration radiating from his very being. He turned to leave, getting to the door when he stopped. Tyrannus stood there for a few moments, his eyes narrowed. Tilting his head slightly to look behind him, the former Jedi Master felt something unusual. The Force, it was in motion around him and there was a presence. This feeling, why did it feel so familiar? That meeting could have gone better. Dooku whipped around, swiftly holding up his arm with lightsaber activated in hand. The man looked about wildly, trying to locate the source of the voice in a room that was hollow and empty. There were no pillars, structures, or possible means of hiding yourself in this room, yet someone was in here with him. He could feel it, just not pinpoint it. His eyes saw nothing and no one, so he racked his brain to what the answers might possibly be. Was it a Force illusion? A cloaking means, perhaps? He took a step forward, making a slow turn with his lightsaber remaining aloft, pointing to all corners of the room. Where are you? Dooku said in a deadly voice. Show yourself. Come now, there is no need for hostilities. There was a teasing nature in the voice and, again, why did it sound so familiar? That voice, it was, no, it couldn't be. Could it? Shaking his head, Dooku refocused on trying to get a precise location of this presence, holding up his other hand that began to dance with Sith lightning. If you wish to trifle with me, know that you trifle with the Dark Lord of the Sith. The Count darkly said. This game you play shall end only in your demise. There was a small chuckle that came in response. If you insist, Master. Hear the voice all but next to him, the Count whirled his lightsaber to strike the intruder. However, it came to an abrupt halt with what came into his vision. Dooku could only stare at the apparition and without realizing what he had done, his lightsaber fell from his hand. It deactivated as it fell upon the ground, an audible thud being heard around the room as the spirit before him gave him a warm smile. I am glad to see you are in good health, Master. The Count's throat was dry, the man trying to form any kind of response until at last, the name that had brought him so much heartache in the past came forth. Qui-Gon. The Force spirit of his old student now had a wider, broad smile, one Dooku had dearly missed after the many years of his death. It's good to see you again, Master. I wish it were under better circumstances, but regardless of the time, seeing you is always a gift. It has been some time, hasn't it? Dooku's mouth slightly opened, a tightening in his chest as he stared at the old face of his former student. Qui-Gon, the old master said once again, as if testing to see if what was before him wasn't an illusion. Sensing this, Qui-Gon Jinn smiled and nodded. It is I, master. This is no apparition, or rather, no trick of the eye. How? The Count blurted out, unable to stop himself. An ancient practice of the Jedi Order. Qui-Gon revealed. One that is known only by those that you can count upon your hand. This was once well known, but over the centuries, such knowledge can be lost. Though it's rather difficult as one to manifest without a proper anchor, like some Sith tend to do with artifacts and locations. However, with recent fluctuations of the Force courtesy of Ultron, I'm able to come out easier than before. Dooku continued to stare before he threw his head back and began laughing heartily. He didn't know where this was coming from, but the why? Quite simple. You've achieved immortality. Dooku whispered in reverent disbelief. After all that I have learned of the Sith, all that they pursued in knowledge and eternal life, to know that it has always been the Jedi way dash. All is immortal in the Force, Master. Qui-Gon remarked. You yourself once sought the lost knowledge and found the oldest iteration of the Jedi Creed, remember? Dooku paused for a moment, going back to his time in the Jedi Order when he had Qui-Gon as his Padawan and recalled an ancient text that dictated the earliest known version of the Jedi Code. Without thinking, he began to verbalize it. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no fear, there is power. I am the heart of the Force. I am the revealing fire of light. I am the mystery of darkness. In balance with chaos and harmony. Immortal in the Force. Qui-Gon smiled at this, with Dooku slowly looking back at him. Why have you come to me? Because there is much to discuss, my master. Jin said straight away. Much to catch up on. And I wished to see you again. It has been so long. There was a feeling of contradictions that came over the elder Count, his shoulders sagging. A weight had been lifted from his heart at the sight of his former pupil, yet that same weight was replaced by another feeling. A far more tumultuous one that was a reflection of his life this past decade. It has, my old Padawan. Came the haggard response from Dooku, a somber and tired expression visible for Qui-Gon to see. Far too long. Scene cut. On Coruscant, a lot of activity was underway. Different parts of the planet were either working on repairs still left over from Ultron's assault, whilst others were having festivities. Despite the trials and tribulations of Ultron's campaign against the galaxy and the looming issue of the unresolved war with the Republic and Sis, a great many citizens all wished to at least commemorate and celebrate the victory that had been achieved over the Medai. They wanted some semblance of joy and jubilation, and after all they had endured, this was a victory party that was well deserved. In one place, however, a long-awaited celebration was finally occurring for an assembled group of individuals. To say that it was small would be calling water dry. The HQ to the Avengers in the city world of Coruscant was packed to the brim with people. The entirety of the Avengers was in attendance, along with many people whom they've grown to love and care for. For starters, the Jedi whom they had associated with and had several intimate relationships were present, as were well over 36 clone troopers, be they the captains, arcs, commandos or other clones that chose to come. Then were some senators, primarily Cham, Chuchi, and Padme. Mon Mothma and Bail had their own invitations, but they politely declined, citing they had work to do themselves. The Guardians of the Galaxy were also all in attendance, the ragtag bunch of assholes never wanting to miss a party. Even some Mandalorians were brought along, making for quite the gathering within the Avengers HQ. Tony. Rhodey muttered, gazing out at the packed party, almost blown away. You definitely overdid it this time. Long overdue, Rhodes. Stark said to his best friend, a proud smirk on his face, placing a hand on the colonel's shoulder. Long overdue. Rather than make any snappy or quippy remarks, Rhodey smirked, patting Tony's back in appreciation. Won't be hearing a no from me, man. James released a long sigh. Jesus, didn't realize how much we needed this. The whole HQ was crowded with everyone mingling, interacting, drinking, laughing and just having a good time. Over on one end of the large room was a billiards table, and it was surrounded by clones, Jedi and Avengers, all of whom were betting against Plo Koon. said Keldor Jedi Master just finished trouncing Luke Cage, the man gaping at how thoroughly he'd been beaten. What in the how did he? That's cheating. The hero of Harlem argued against the loss. It's gotta be that Force crap. No. Wolf dryly commented. It's not. Obi-Wan Kenobi tacked on. It's all natural. Somehow. ARC Trooper Comet stated, his brow twitching. No one has beaten him. He's been undefeated since the Avengers introduced this game. Fives grumbled. Though his expression didn't show it, there was a rare sense of smugness radiating from PLO as many others made grumpy noises as credits were forked over to the pile that predicted his victory. That being Ahsoka's pile. You're the best, PLO. She cheerfully said. Now, remember humility and modesty is the way of a Jedi. Tholm grumpily said. Oh, come off it, Master. Voss interjected with a deadpan. We're all being raked over the coals here. Within the center area of the HQ, Padme stood with Anakin, Rex, Delia, Clint, his wife Laura and Natasha. They're certainly lively. Padme noted. Is it true that Master PLO has never lost a match at that game? Never. Anakin and Rex grumbled in tandem and even Natasha released a withering sigh. That guy is way too talented. Romanoff remarked, shaking her head a moment later. Delia hummed at this, regarding the pool table as the next game was set before turning to her general and the senator from Naboo. She took a moment to make sure there weren't any Jedi nearby, leaning in with a curious look. Hey General, Blue said, smirking at the snort Anakin gave off at being called that by her. I know I might be overstepping here but, she eyed Padme. Are you and the senator? Padme's eyes widened whilst Anakin had a surprised look but it became thoughtful a moment later. Delia. Rex said with a slight frown. Wait, Rex, you knew. Nat said in surprise, making the clone captain's girlfriend look at him with a similar reaction. I told him a while back. Anakin revealed to them. Had him over for dinner and told him about me and Patty. It was quite the surprise for me. The clone commented in a huff of bemusement. Then again, it wasn't the biggest surprise to me knowing how you are, General. Rex, come on, no need for that formality. Skywalker said with a grin. We're friends here having a good time. The clone captain looked a bit awkward at that, making Blue let out a slight squeal, throwing her arms around him. By the Force, you are so adorable when you look like that, Rex. The Zeltron teased, peppering the side of the captain's face with kisses, much to his embarrassment. The others all chortled at the captain's predicament whilst Laura gazed at Anakin. I'm curious, what's with all the secrecy? She inquired. You're all acting a bit strange mentioning you being married and all. Is that a problem or something? Bit of both with how the Jedi is. Anakin answered in a dry manner. As they were when Padme and I got married, they weren't exactly keen or giddy on the idea of attachments, especially with what I have with my wife. So we've kept it a secret. Seems like an open one. Clint's wife remarked. Only to you guys. Skywalker countered. Before you came along, Barton, the other Avengers up here figured it out on their own. Nat shrugged in agreement. But now, a few people I trust know as well. The Jedi said, shooting a small smile at the captain of the 501st, who was still being smothered with affection from Delia. Keeping your marriage close to the chest, huh? Clint mused aloud. I can relate to that. Anakin gave him a bemused look. Wait, so how did you two get married? Laura questioned with Padme holding a strained smile. It was a bit rushed with only 3P0 and R2 as our guests. Amidala stated. The war had begun and we knew that in the brief reprieve, as everyone was getting ready for war, that time was the only chance we would have to make it official. Laura hummed in thought on the matter, several thoughts crossing her mind. Well, since you mentioned it, she slowly said, considering each word. With how things are right now, have either of you ever considered doing a proper wedding? That got surprised expressions from the married couple of Anakin and Padme, directing their gaze at Laura. A proper wedding. Anakin and Padme said in unison. Yeah, doing it right this time. Clint chimed in, catching on to what his wife was suggesting. Have guests, witnesses, Proper party, the whole shtick. Figured you guys earned it if anything else. Padme had a thoughtful expression on her face, turning to her husband who appeared to be considering the idea. Well, she patiently said, making Anakin rub his chin in thought. I never honestly thought about it but dash. Go for it, said a new female voice, all of them turning to see Celeste Morn approaching them. Sorry for eavesdropping, overheard your little conversation but like I said, go for it. The Jedi sorceress stated. Since you guys found Tython, it's only a matter of time before you uncover some of the older rituals and ceremonies of the Jedi. And marriage for those within the Order and out of the Order are among them. That certainly garnered quite the reaction from Padme and Anakin. Well, there ya have it. Nat stated. Even with how stiff they are, looks like your own Order cherished marriages at one point. All the while, Pietro and Chuchi stood outside on one of the balconies of the HQ, the former having his arms wrapped around the latter. The Pantoran senator had a glow to her, one shared by her lover and with good reason. Last night was, yeah, that's all that needs to be said. Ro was just happy to be back in the arms of the love of her life after Ultron's defeat, something the speedster was all too willing to oblige with. That happiness was spilled over into Chuchi's bedroom, quite constantly in fact, or wherever they allowed it to go. They had become intensely handsy with each other every moment they had spent together after beating Ultron. Not that they weren't already, but after, you get the idea. Right now, they just wanted to be alone, again. They were enjoying the party but now they wanted a moment to themselves, or rather, it was Pietro who dragged her away to do so. Chuchi was confused by this action but went along with him all the same. And since it led to this quiet and tender moment, the Pantoran senator was all the more for it. She heard Pietro hum, making her tilt her head to gaze up at him. Something on your mind? Chuchi asked, and she saw a mischievous smirk appear. A lot, really. He was now grinning with his eyes burning with desire. All of which involves new ways of making you scream my name. Pietro Maximov. Ro appeared affronted, yet her eyes held the same love and lust her boyfriend possessed. She turned in his arms to snuggle up against him. You truly are a reprobate. It appears that I must discipline you. Oh, so you have some new tricks of your own. He waggled his brows and she bit her bottom lip. You're insatiable, she whispered. Right back at ya, he murmured, pulling her in for a deep kiss which she gladly reciprocated. The senator had been feeling this endless fire of desire, lust, and love for a while now, and it was reaching new heights after Ultron's defeat. She seriously couldn't fathom just how deeply she loved him, and it was a feeling the speedster returned. As they pulled away, Chuchi giggled incessantly, leaning her forehead against his, feeling all hot and bothered, her face burning with a darker hue on her cheeks. Her Sokovian lover only roguishly smiled at her behavior before slowly, his smile lessened, being replaced with a more serious expression. Ro, Pietro spoke softly, yet the intensity in his eyes made Chuchi look at him in slight concern. Pietro. She said his name in return. Is everything dash? It's fine, everything is fine. He quickly interjected, sensing the question. Trust me. Then why? Her follow-up remained unfinished, yet he knew what she asked for all the same. Just a lot has been on my mind, he stated, his eyes briefly flickering over to Coruscant's city skyline before back onto Chuchi. And what the future has in store for us. Ro's expression shifted into a contemplative and inquisitive frown. And what type of future are you looking at? She innocently asked. One that's gonna be hard, Pietro said with a tired sigh, his girlfriend furrowing her brows at his words. Having been in a relationship with him for over a year now, Ro had come to learn much of his life story. Now, Pietro wasn't a man who would be considered a pessimist, far from it. He always held a cocksure attitude that bordered on arrogance but nothing overbearing. But the life he had growing up gave him a harder, grimmer undertone, one shared with his sister, being orphans in a warring state. He held a belief of optimism but was hardened by realism. But, Pietro turned to her, his eyes being filled with love, something that always made her knees weak. I know that I want to be with you every step of the way. Even when we're apart. So with that said, Quicksilver pulled something out from his back pocket and held it up. I think I've shown you enough Earth movies to know what I mean when I do this. He said, slowly going down to one knee as what he was doing hit Chuchi like a ship coming out of hyperspace. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped, watching her boyfriend pop the box open, and in it was a brilliant sapphire ring. Chuchi, Pietro spoke with complete love and adoration for the woman in front of him. I don't know if it was fate or luck that brought us together. But what I do know is I thank whatever God or cosmic power is out there every day now because I have you in my life. So, will you? Yes. Chuchi cut him off, yelling in adulation and joy at the top of her lungs. Yes. 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 She pounced on him and he instantly scooped her up, the Pantoran laughing with pure love and happiness, kissing him with all her heart and soul. They pulled away, breathless, and their eyes locked onto each other. Yes, I will marry you, Pietro Maximov. She softly said, a wide grin appearing on the speedster's face, the man laughing spinning her around, the blue-skinned senator joining in his laughter. They pulled away for a moment for him to slide the ring on properly before she jumped into his arms again. They were then interrupted by several individuals who came out to join them on the balcony, one of whom being Pietro's twin sister. Hey, is everything okay out? Wanda stopped mid-sentence, seeing the ring box in her brother's hand, and she gaped. Katie Chen failed to notice this, looking at the couple in slight concern. What was that scream about? Chuchi let go of Quicksilver with the biggest smile she could ever muster. She was all but bouncing on her feet. Pietro's grin had yet to fade, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Rose's shoulders. She said yes. He proudly said. To what? Keely inquired. Chuchi held out her hand, letting others to see. What? Katie along with Hope Van Dyne and Scott shouted. No way. Peter Parker exclaimed. Pietro, my guy. Sam proclaimed, stepping forward to high-five the speedster. What's the ring mean? Jedi Master Luminara inquired. It's an Earth custom. Pietro just asked Chuchi to marry him. Hope elaborated. Oh, congratulations. Unduli happily said. Well, I'll be damned. Keely said with a wide grin. Looks like you're getting hitched, Speedy. The balcony became a festive place and soon it spread to the rest of the party. Pietro basically announced to everyone and all the partygoers went about giving congratulations of their own for the newly engaged couple. This all came to a sudden end at the sound of thunder cracking from the skies above and the landing of Thor on the landing pad of the base, hauling with him a large barrel. Good tidings, my friends. Thor boisterously greeted. Hey, Thor, nice timing. Rhodey stated. Yeah, Pietro there just asked his girl to marry him. Wilson said, thumbing over to the engaged couple. Thor's expression brightened upon hearing this, throwing up Mjolnir in his hand. Ho there, Pietro. His voice boomed over the commotion. To your union in the stars. Where even were you? Steve asked. Thor tapped the casket by his side. Getting something to make this celebration better. Cap took a moment to register the casket before realization dawned on the man. Is that Dash? Indeed it is. Thor proudly stated. Not meant for mortal men. So you're planning on making some Jedi and clones hammered then? Sam dryly said. What is that, Sam? Danny, Wilson's girlfriend, asked, coming up from behind, wrapping her arms around her lover's waist and resting her head on his shoulder. Shit that will get you plastered and have a hangover that lasts 2 weeks. He answered, taking a cup as Thor plopped on drop of the ale into his drink. That's oddly specific. Echo from nearby comments. 'Cause we've seen it happen. Rhodey said. Yeah, this party's about to get, well, I don't wanna say worse but Dash. Just don't spread it around too much, Thor. Rogers Riley said, being handed a full cup from the Thunder God who only smirked mischievously. Is Jane here? Yeah, she's over there. Sam said, pointing over to a table loaded with food, the physicist giving Thor an expectant look, holding up her hand in a come here fashion. My lady calls to me. Thor said. Excuse me, I must make haste. There he goes. Rhodey idly said. You sure we should just let him spread that around? By this point, getting piss-drunk is likely the best way to relax. Sam dryly said, chuckling at the flick he got to his forehead from Danny. Piss-drunk? From what? They turned, seeing Peter Quill, Gamera, Rocket, and Cosmo nearby. Something Thor brought with him. Steve answered. Ale aged for thousands of years, not meant for mortal men, as he likes to call it. Really? Star-Lord said in intrigue, causing Gamera to sigh aloud. Peter, seriously? She said in slight admonishment. What? Come on, don't tell me you're not curious. Quill defensively said. I know I am. Rocket said, already moving to get some of that ale. Steve stared in bemusement at the anthropomorphic raccoon when he heard a small growl from below. The good captain shifted his gaze down to a Labrador in a cosmonaut outfit, looking up at him with a slight growl. Captain America. Came the voice of the dog, making Rogers blink. Great enemy of the Soviet way of life. Steve stared at Cosmo the cosmonaut for a few seconds of silence. It took him a few seconds to register the dog spoke, and the accent was one of Russian origin. Is that a talking Soviet dog? Cap questioned to make sure he wasn't hearing or seeing things. I am Cosmo, the Labrador proudly proclaimed. Pride of the Soviet Union. Yeah, she's like that. Quill remarked. Huh. I really have seen everything now. Steve blandly said, getting down on one knee to look Cosmo in the eyes. So, I'm the enemy of the Soviet way of life, huh? Gamera and Peter picked up on the amused tone the captain conveyed, one missed by the dog who barked. You represent the corruption of capitalist pigs everywhere. Cosmo stated with a growl, one that only caused Steve to laugh. Well, Cosmo, I don't know if you knew this, but in case they never told you, I was missing after the end of the war for decades. Can't exactly rally against a symbol who isn't there. You are still enemy of Great Mother Russia. The cosmonaut proclaimed. Am I? Steve asked, clearly entertained by all this. And are you aware that the Soviet Union is no more? Preposterous. Cosmo huffed, turning away now. Great Soviet Union is indomitable and unbreakable. Sad to tell you it's gone. Steve said, reaching out and scratching Cosmo's head. What are you? Please scratch behind ear. She whined in joy, her back leg kicking non-stop in pure enjoyment. That was quick. Gamera quipped, a bemused smile at the scene. It's Captain America. Quill emphasized. He's just that awesome. Whatever you say, Peter. Gamera airily said, patting her boyfriend's cheek. Come on, if that casket gets everyone drunk right away, let's make sure our team doesn't get completely wasted. As the party went on, one individual stood out from the crowd, in a literal sense. He stood apart, simply observing the party rather than participating in it. It wasn't that he didn't want to be there. No, he rather enjoyed this gathering. Gave him more time to study and learn about the people he would be working with for the foreseeable future. Getting to know people professionally was one thing, but on a more looser, personal matter, he can get to the heart of who they actually were. It was quite the sight, really, to be in the presence of such a diverse array of. So this is where you've been skulking about. Thrawn's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Wanda Maximoff, the Avenger, coming over to stand next to him. What? Don't feel like mingling? Oh no, I have. Thrawn replied calmly. I am just taking a moment for myself. She playfully squinted her eyes at the chiss, leaning close to him with Thrawn raising a brow at her behavior in return. I don't have to read your mind to be sure, do I? She jokingly said, making his lip twitch upwards. No, ma'am, I can promise you I did indeed mingle as you so asked. She kept her playful expression of suspicion as she pulled away. All right, I'll believe you. For now. For now. Thrawn parried. What must I do to assuage this accusation? Wanda hummed to herself, crossing her arms and shrugging her shoulders. Well, I guess you're technically doing it now, talking with me, no? Thrawn found himself smirking slightly at this. So it would seem. The pair fell into a comfortable silence, just watching the party in their little corner until Wanda broke the silence. So then, she said conversationally. Looks like the plans you made and our tactics are turning heads. Thrawn glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Word is you'll be getting a promotion quite soon. Rather than deny it, Thrawn bobbed his head to the side for a moment, taking a sip of his beverage. Admiral Palion told me not too long ago. He admitted. It appears I've impressed enough people for a promotion, far sooner than most would expect. Bet that's gonna ruffle more than a few feathers. Wanda noted. Likely, but it was something that could have been avoided, so to speak, if one Avenger hadn't, how did she phrase it? Catch me in a storm of thoughts. Thrawn lightly inquired. If my thoughts hadn't been as loud as you say they were and you not literally dragging me into a meeting, well, suffice to say, my ascension would have taken far longer perhaps. Ascension? What, you wanted to grow? Military life is all I've ever known. The Chiss truthfully said, something Wanda detected. And this might seem arrogant, but I have seen too many times, incompetency leading large groups and throwing away lives and resources all for the sake of vanity and ego than unfortunate circumstances and overwhelming odds. I wish to make sure that these types of scenarios are dwindled to the barest of minimum, and to do so, I need to rise up the ranks of the Republic Army. Wanda gazed upon him with an inscrutable look. Is this coming from a place of empathy? Ambition? Duty? He answered resolutely. It is one born from a place of duty. The Scarlet Witch regarded the man, her intrigue with him growing. Not many people have this type of mindset. She noted. But is there more to what you want? Ms. Maximoff, after your revelation of the ability to read minds, I have come to the decision that withholding information from you to be a detriment. The red-eyed man smoothly said, seeing the woman puff her cheeks momentarily. You don't need to be so formal, Thrawn. Just call me Wanda. Thrawn simply inclined his head in her direction, getting a flat look from her, yet she saw a tinge of amusement in his eyes and she scoffed good-naturedly in response. So, a promotion, eh? She casually said. I bet that's gonna ruffle a lot of feathers for a newcomer to get such attention so suddenly. I expect stiff resistance. Thrawn noted. No matter what the structure or circumstance, there are those who could never quite accept rapid rises in ranks. Wanda only hummed again, gazing at the stoic-faced Chiss whose eyes held deep contemplation. Tell me, Wanda, he spoke up, making her tilt her head at him. I understand that now that you've reconnected with Earth, there is a likelihood of your team returning to your home. Well, yes, of course. Wanda bluntly said. But it's not like we're just up and abandoning the galaxy. We've done too much here to just up and leave it. I have Marin and Ileana to worry about, Natasha has Mara, and there's also Grogu. And that's just the kids. Thrawn was silent all this time, simply letting her rant till she appeared to get everything out of her system. But still. Wanda swayed from side to side. It'll be good to go home. Wanna come with? That question caught the Chiss a bit off guard by this sudden offer, making him fully turn to her. What brought this on? Wanda shrugged. I remember our first meeting. You talked about learning from different places about art, culture, and all that. Earth has all of that and more. You could say it's a planet that has the diversity of the galaxy on it. Even more than Coruscant, I bet. Truly. Thrawn murmured, now more interested. More than you know. Music, art, all of it. And Wanda reached for something in her coat and pulled out a book. Thrawn blinked at seeing such a thing. Books were certainly a rarity, if not an item of a bygone era in this galaxy of immeasurable time and date. To see one in front of him was certainly a surprise. The book was held out for him, Thrawn reading the title aloud. The Art of War. He said aloud, clearly being drawn in by this title. By Sun Tzu? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Close enough. Wanda said with a smile. I think you would really find this book to your liking, Thrawny. It's right up your alley. Thrawn now looked at the Scarlet Witch inquisitively. You got this for me? Yeah. Wanda confirmed. You seem like the type. He quirked a brow at that. I have a type. Kind of easy to deduce. I know a fellow book reader when I see one. She cheerfully said. Or at least someone who likes reading like I do. And you'll find a lot of that on Earth. Given the time of reprieve, Thrawn thinks it might be time to explore more of what Earth has to offer. And if he had the chance to actually go see it in person, he couldn't deny the intrigue he held in the home world of the Avengers. What kind of planet must it be to produce such beings of extraordinary skills, powers, and abilities? Perhaps I will take you up on this offer. Thrawn remarked, inclining her head at her, the Scarlet Witch giving him a friendly smile. I shall hold you to it. Over on the other side of the room. You know, Skywalker, you should really consider getting yourself an upgrade. Bucky Barnes said, holding up his metal arm. With a brief clench of his fist, the segmented lines on his arms expanded and from the gaps glowed the same ethereal energy that comes from the magic of masters of the mystic arts. Can do so much more with it after Celeste and the rest of the guys touched up on it with their magic. Anakin looked at the metallic arm, clearly impressed by it, watching the arm fold back to its usual self. Scott and Peter tried something like that a while back when they first came here. Anakin revealed. Oh? And what did they do? The Jedi Knight let out a sheepish yet amused sigh at the memory. They we ended up with a hand cannon that blew up a wall in the Jedi Temple. Bucky raised a brow at that. Just a wall? He expectantly asked. Okay, like a dozen. Anakin exasperatedly revealed, making Bucky snort. Yeah, laugh it up. But have you considered doing it properly? Bucky asked. Wong and Shuri I bet would hook you up with something special. Hell, maybe build in a lightsaber in your arm. I already got two. Anakin pointed out, patting his belt where two sabers hung. You can hide one in the arm. Danny Rand abruptly chimed in. Ever thought about that? Both men gave the martial artist a bewildered look. Where'd you even come from? All the while, tucked in a corner, with a clear view of the one conversation, Rocket was eyeing the veteran and Jedi. More specifically, he was eyeing their robotic appendages. I'm gonna get one of their arms, one way or another. What's your fixation with robotic limbs? Western asked with a what the hell face. Rocket glances slightly at his fellow Guardian. You wouldn't understand. Try me. It's a long story. We've got time. That I'm not willing to share. How's about I hammer you with that ale drink? You're on. Not far from the pair, a young Padawan was conversing with two sorcerers. So how exactly does sorcery work? Barris asked the present sorcerers. It is one born from knowledge, understanding, and being able to open your mind to perspective and knowledge. Wong said in a lecture-like tone. Akin to your Jedi ways. There are of course differences, but your foundation serves enough of a basis for you to expand on and learn. Celeste is more than enough proof of that. Once the Ancient One gave the rundown on the fundamentals, grasping at the higher understanding of how sorcery functioned began to snap into place. Celeste added on, showing a little flourish with a wave of her hands, something that enraptured the Miri Allen. Is it possible for me to learn? Barris tentatively asked. Sure, why not? Celeste said with a bright smile. Our old master believes most Jedi have the aptitude to learn at a greater pace than most, and we're gonna be having our own academy here, if you wanna call it that, soon enough. You can be one of our first students. The party went on with talks, laughs and interactions from the hodgepodge of people all assembled in this one location. One Jedi Master, in particular, was idly drifting about the place, lost in his own thoughts until... My dear Obi-Wan. The Jedi Master seized up, easily recognizing that voice and slowly turning to see the Duchess of Mandalore, holding a beaming yet tired smile. Satin. He evenly said, coughing awkwardly. Her expression fell yet mischief danced in her eyes, the Mandalorian placing her hands on her hips. That's all? That's the greeting I get. Obi-Wan felt himself stammering slightly. It's just, with what, the last time we dash. Ah yes, the typical Jedi response. Satin said, throwing her hands up in exasperation, though it was clear to most that this was an act. Unfortunately, Kenobi wasn't catching on as the memories of their last time spent together came rushing back. He grunted slightly, looking away, and feeling heat building up to his face, though he managed to control himself well enough to prevent his face from getting a new color. However, this didn't go unnoticed by Satin, who smiled coyly, walking up to the Jedi Master and placing her hand under his chin, making him look back at her. "Oh? What's this I see? My fearless Jedi acting shy and reserved? That's not the Obi-Wan that I know and love. Damn this woman," were Obi-Wan's thoughts, fists clenched tightly. "Satin I dash." He was silenced with a kiss, making the man's mind shut down for a brief few seconds until Satin ended with a satisfied smile. "Worry not, my love, I made sure to corner you away from the prying eyes of the Jedi. Though I believe that most would forgive such actions tonight," she said in a sultry voice. "You truly love doing this to me, don't you?" Kenobi said with half-lidded eyes with a half-hearted glare. "Almost as much as you love your snark and me loving you," Satin cooed, running a hand through his beard. "Come, I wish to go for a walk in this building and I do believe my heroic Jedi Knight needs to accompany his lady love." "Satin," Obi-Wan said with a strain in his voice. She tutored him, placing a finger on his lips. "You know that last time I came here, my life was in danger. You wouldn't want a repeat of last time, no." She left little to no time for him to argue against this as she took his arm into hers and guided him out of the main area of the party to a more private setting. They clearly had a lot of catching up to do. This was all picked up on by Matt Murdock, the man smirking to himself as he could sense the mixture of emotions radiating from Obi-Wan with his temperature, heart rate, and breathing. Truly, it was entertaining to hear and sense such a Jedi with renowned calm, collection coolness be reduced to such a state. "Having a good time, old friend?" Matt's smirk turned into a smile as he recognized who it was that was nearby. "Chirrut," the lawyer greeted. "Baze. And you are?" The Avenger turned to the female Zabrak with them. "Shuji. We've met." "Sarda. I believe that applies to almost all of us here," Murdoch stated, gesturing to the group in general. "Good point. It's good seeing you again, Matt," Chirrut said with a knowing smirk, one shared by his blind brother in arms, making Baze roll his eyes at the pair. "Yes, you're looking quite well," Matt retorted with a professional demeanor, now causing Baze to groan, hiding his mirthful smirk. "New robes?" "Yes, how can you tell? I like the brown shading. I was hoping you would see that." "Criff me, you weren't kidding, Malbus," Shuji snorted. "Here I thought they'd have some dignity. I don't know when or why they started doing this, but they love doing it around me," Baze dryly said. "So he annoys you too, huh?" The quartet turned to see a redhead Mandalorian looking particularly uncomfortable. "Why is that, you might ask? Normally, she would be in her armor, what she felt most comfortable wearing. You can thank her sister for coercing her into her present attire." "Bo," Matt said with a pleasant smile. The Mandalorian's jaw clenched and her cheeks heated up, yet she came up to the blind lawyer all the same. "Matt. You look lovely," Daredevil said, making Bo narrow her eyes. "Are you really blind or dash?" No, I can hear it, smell it, feel the fabric through the air," Matt quickly said. "Very smooth, comfortable, no." Bo-Katan felt extremely out of place wearing something as fancy as this nonsense her sister garbs herself in. Yet being complimented by Murdoch, she hated and loved the feeling it gave her. "Freshly tailored. I can only imagine how it appears on you." She really didn't want to say what she was about to say right now. "You can feel it directly, if you wish." Wisely, Chirrut nudged his fellow guardians to leave the pair be. While these guardians shuffled away, another was conversing with a certain Thunderer about weaponry. "How does using a hammer work?" Westjern asked, looking down at Mjolnir, which Thor was holding up for him to examine. "Looks a bit uncomfortable with the size." "Practice," Thor stated, making a small swing. "It took me centuries to master Mjolnir and I still have yet to learn all its secrets. My father told me that they will be revealed to me in time, battle, and when I attain greater knowledge." Wes opened his mouth to ask what that would entail when a booming laugh was heard, one Jern had grown accustomed to hearing. "Let us drink more of this poisonous swill that shall intoxicate us further," Drax happily exclaimed, his arms wrapped around Dax, Fen, Wrecker Kraglin, and HK. "Ha ha, yeah," the genetically altered clone boisterously said, a large tanker in hand with the rest of the Bad Batch watching on with neutral but expectant expressions. Hopeful suggestion, perhaps this can cause a great series of violent scraps to occur. It would not be the same without one. Someone shut HK off. Peter Quill's voice was heard over the commotion. Thor looked indignant upon hearing this. Poisonous swill. How dare you consider this glorious ale as such? Thor. Tony and Steve said at the same time. Come on. They gestured to the party and saw that at least half the partygoers were well and good to be considered hammered and plastered. Most of the clones, some of the Avengers and a few Jedi were starting to feel the effects. Clearly, many mistakes will be made this night. The hangovers in the morning will attest to that. I don't feel anything. Spider-Man abruptly came down from above, hanging upside down from a webline and holding a cup upside down. What the Parker? Tony gawked at him and was now looking around at everyone, jabbing a thumb at the webhead. Who gave Peter beer? Relax Tony, he'll be fine. Steve assured, having Tony turn to the super soldier, jaw-dropping and pointing at him. You. Stark reared back, not believing what he just heard. Stephen Rogers. Kids earned it. Rogers assured. Besides, he's not most mortal men, as Thor put it. Oh my god, so that's Steve's dark side. Tony shook his head, an overdramatic look of anguish and heartbreak appearing. Underaged alcoholism. Steve just rolled his eyes as Tony prattled on. Is this like a war thing? War ages you immediately? Peter is still only just a teenager. This isn't like the olden times, Capsicle. Tony placed a hand on Roger's shoulder, a pained and remorseful expression now on display. I can't believe I have to be the responsible one here. Oh brother. Scott and Hope watched on as Peter took another swig, now chatting up Iron Fist and Shang-Chi. Wonder what kind of drunk Peter is. Ant-Man said. Depressed, I think. Hope dryly said. Or hyper-loving. I know that's how you are. You know you love it. Hope made no moves to object to that statement. Scott was a happy, huggy drunk. Can be a bit on the depressed side, but he always showers her with affection. The pair saw him begin to swing around and both chimed in. Don't drink and swing, they said in a parental manner. As the party went on, some more people got drunk, others were magically cured whenever one of the sorcerers saw they were going overboard, only to get hammered again. Doesn't he have the best smile? Katie said, slightly tipsy now, pointing at Kit Fisto, the Nautolan Jedi Master, having said smile, amused by the archer's current state. He really does. Shang-Chi drunkenly said. Right. Tony tacked on. Slap that on a cereal brand and it'll sell like hotcakes. Separate funding for the Jedi Order does sound like a good idea. Bail Organa offered. You would be less reliant upon the Senate. And a cereal brand deal is the way to go. Katie giggled. I just might consider it. Kit quipped. And in the midst of these funny interactions were more, spicier intentions. One of which being a certain Jade Giantess who had a target locked on, a target that appeared out of place without his brothers around him. She sauntered over to him, making sure that she presented herself in a manner that would make most men drool at the sight of her. But she knew she had a challenge in this particular man, which she all the more accepted. Once getting close enough, the clone commander of the 212th noticed her presence and opened his mouth to greet her when he took stock of what she was wearing and more specifically, how she wore. It was a white dress with one shoulder strap up with the other loosely hanging, the dress going up to her calves with splits on the side that showed off her legs and a window to her ample bosom with her hair down yet still wild and free that added to her dangerous sex appeal. Cody was a trained soldier of war, raised from birth to hold unbridled and unrivaled discipline. And it was what allowed him to recompose himself as She-Hulk casually leaned on the wall next to him. So Cody, her voice came out in a husky tone, something that was the first step in chipping away at the man's stonewall defense. He cleared his throat and internally, Shulka smiled. Step 1, complete. She mentally congratulated herself, impressed by the man's aptitude to remain focused on her face. Ms. Walters. He greeted. Now, Jen chided playfully, lightly tapping his arm and tootaying. I'm far too young to be called Miss, Commander. Remember what I said last time? Yes, yes, of course. Cody coughed into his hand. Jennifer. Jen works too, Cody. She-Hulk teased, keeping her saucy smile in place. That didn't seem to affect him that much, so it was time to see what else she could do to make the man break. I hope you've been enjoying yourself tonight. It's different than what I am normally accustomed to, Cody admitted, adjusting the collar around his neck. Far too relaxed for my taste, though. Your men seem to be enjoying themselves, Walters pointed out, gesturing over to several locations. The ARC troopers were either getting more drunk or still trying in vain to beat Plo-kun, who performed yet another physics-defying hit on the white ball that spun around and knocked in his assigned stripes into their holes, before the last one being the dread 8 ball. Once that went in, the clones, Jedi and Avengers who were around the table all threw their arms up in defeat and agony. Least they're keeping their warrior spirit intact, Cody sarcastically said, watching Boyle being laughed at by a slightly drunk waxer for his spectacular loss. I still don't understand how someone like him can get that good. Walters spoke in genuine astonishment. Cody saw her expression and snorted. How long did it take for him to beat you? 5 turns. Jen gritted out, eye twitching. 5. He let you go first, didn't he? Walters huffed, blowing hair out of her face, hearing the clone commander chuckle to himself. She smirked to herself, remembering the purpose of her approaching the high-ranking clone officer. Now Cody. The clone seized up slightly as he felt her fingers brush up against his neck. As this seduction mission was ongoing, it was observed by a clone captain with his Zeltron girlfriend. Oh geez. Captain Red was torn between pity and amusement at the sight of the stalwart Cody in a position he had never been in before. One he was all too familiar with due to the woman draped around him at this very moment, her head resting upon his shoulder and cheek. Cody, he is not prepared for someone like her. No he's not. Delilah drawled out, slightly inebriated. She is coming after him with a purpose. Really? Rex dryly said. What, you've seen this before? She let out another hum, this one more sensual, making the clone shiver due to her leaning against him when she did so. Of course, she giggled slightly, turning to pepper his cheek with small kisses. After all, I recognize the technique. How else would I have captured the heart of the man who captured mine? Rex shifted about, not pulling away from her but squirming all the same. Don't you think it's a bit too soon to go and say stuff like that? Maybe to some but not to me. She whispered into his ear, loving the way he shuddered against her. You Zeltron really are insatiable. Hearing that last word seemingly activated something within Delia, and this was aided by the alcohol in her system. She had been constantly gazing at her lover during the duration of the party, and a burning sensation had been growing, accelerated by liquor. Blue bit her lip repeatedly, constantly snuggled and nuzzled up against the captain in more ways than he was used to. Despite being in a relationship with her, Rex wasn't fully used to such a thing, and he wasn't accustomed to such public displays of affection. And Delia knew that. She respected that. Yes, she had her fun with the way she teased him and all, but she was also respectful in knowing when to push his boundaries and when to leave things as is. However, as soon as a good drink and Zeltron pheromones enter the stage and start mixing together, putting on a sensual and lustful smirk, she promptly wrapped her hands around his arm and began pulling him away. Delia, Rex said in confusion. Come on, she said, slightly needy in tone. We need to go now. What? Why? What's wrong? He asked in slight concern. I need to get you somewhere alone, otherwise, I'll need to charge everyone for the show. Blue hurriedly said, now picking up the pace, missing the bug-eyed look of her lover, the captain realizing just what she was insinuating. Delia! He cried out in vain as she found an empty guest room and quickly pulled Rex in and shoved him inside, dashing in a moment later, slamming and locking the door shut. In the midst of all this, Blue and Rex failed to notice Steve Rogers and Aayla Secura standing not far down the corridor, having witnessed all this. Oh my, the Twi'lek Jedi murmured. She's determined. Captain America gruffly chuckled sympathetically. Poor Rex. I'm torn between feeling sorry and happy for him all at once. I always heard that Zeltron were quite intense with their desires, Ayla quietly said. But to actually see it in person is quite the sight. Wisely, Steve took Ayla's hands into his and pulled her away for their privacy. He mentally sent out a small prayer for Rex, hoping the novice would make it through the night. God knows he needed it. Steve and Ayla walked around the HQ base, momentarily about to head back to the party when Ayla abruptly took the lead and led them to Steve's personal quarters. He was curious as to what she wanted, remaining silent as they were now in his bedroom, standing in the middle with the two gazing at one another. Steve squinted slightly, a raised brow that queried as to why she had brought them here, and Ayla responded by silently placing her arms around his shoulders, looking deeply into his eyes. I just wanted to talk to you, Ayla quietly said. Feels like I just wanted to know a few things. Her lover said nothing, simply waiting for her to go on. Ultron's beaten but the war isn't over, she muttered. And I am unsure of what will happen next. Steve gave her an understanding gaze, gently rubbing her hips, feeling goosebumps forming as he did so. Are you nervous about something? Steve softly asked, with Ayla making a face. It's just what Ultron said. That we're not ready for what's coming next. Rogers now frowned at that. You're worried. Of course I am, Sakura frustratingly said. There's so much on my mind. I wish to be glad that Ultron has been disposed of at long last, but now I dread what other unseen threats are coming for us. The start of the war was at least predictable looking back at it. Senate corruption and the negligence of the Jedi caused the war that you all stumbled into. Since then, it's one revelation and sudden development after the other. Some good with you and your team, but others bad to worse. You think something else might be coming. I don't want to say think, Ayla shook slightly. I know it. And I hate that. Steve didn't respond for a few moments, his heart aching at the sight of his lover in such a state. Gently, he placed a hand under her chin, making her look up at him, and he gently leaned down to place a chaste but loving kiss upon her lips. They stayed that way for a few seconds, Steve pulling away, Ayla leaning forward wishing not to part from him. Ayla, he murmured. I understand how you feel. It's frightening, not knowing what can come to threaten everything we love and care for. He leaned his forehead on hers and inhaled deeply, reaching up to place a hand on her cheek, one she affectionately leaned into. But this is why we have each other. Steve's blue eyes bore into hers, conveying nothing but love and faith. We have our friends and loved ones. We have them to stand strong and reason to be strong. Selfless compassion, right? The Jedi way. Ayla let out a small humph, moving her head up and down, enjoying the warmth of her lover's hand. Not entirely like that, but... She let out a sigh. I don't even know why I needed to do this. We're supposed to be celebrating, yet here I am, bringing the mood down. You're not, Steve assured. I'm always here to talk with you, you know that. I know, she murmured. And so am I. Steve smiled broadly at that and pulled away. Come on, I bet some of the others are wondering where we wandered off to. Hearing this, a gleam came to the eyes of the Jedi Knight. Placing her hand on his chest, Steve raised a brow when he felt a force-enhanced shove make him stumble back. The back of his legs hit the foot of his bed and he fell on it. He looked up at Ayla, about to ask just what was that for when he noticed the look in her eyes. Wordlessly, she reached for a strap from the back of her garments and in an instant, her clothes fell away, leaving her standing in front of her love in her natural state. I think they can survive a bit longer without us being there, Ayla said in the most sensual voice Steve had ever heard from her before she pounced on him. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 113, The Galaxy Keeps on Turning. Black. When one wears such a color, it holds several correlations. Staring into the abyss of the unknown. An association with dark and evil forces. Yet at the same time, a kind of indomitable power, status, and a sense of professional formality. But today, the color black was to be worn for mourning. Together, the Avengers were garbed in suits and dresses of black, all carrying solemn and somber expressions as they walked together to their destination. And they were not the only ones. The Jedi were here in force, as were large swaths of the clone army, senators, and noticeable new faces within the Gar, being the new recruits to the army. A few dozen Mandalorians were here, as were the entirety of the Guardians of the Galaxy save for one raging bald acolyte. The people of the warrior culture were garbed in ceremonial clothing and armor. The Jedi had their hoods drawn over their heads, and the senators wore clothing that reflected the collective mood on Coruscant. And it wasn't just limited to the city planet. Across the galaxy, millions to billions of individuals were gathered en masse, all either tuning in via holo transmission or having something of their own for this occasion. This occasion being the memorial service to the fallen during the Age of Ultron, from his initial onslaught to his defeat. The clones all stood at attention, be it in uniform or armor. None wore their helmets at this time, postures straight, arms to their sides and heads held high. They held an air of stoicism that was belied by glossy and haggard eyes. Most funerals happened days earlier across the known galaxy, given some wanted to work through traditions or get them out of the way. Others, however, wanted to wait for enough of the dead to be collected for proper rites. There was also the simple matter of collecting and finding the bodies of the dead, accounting for those that were missing and such. It was to be a long, arduous, and undoubtedly heartbreaking process. Yet that was on the back burner in the here and now. So many had gathered in attendance for this mass funeral and memorial service, honoring all of the fallen across the galaxy. There were platforms, levels, balconies, ships, everything and everywhere that people would stand upon to witness the procession. They all watched in silence, be it in the presence of the thousands upon thousands of coffins all lined up within a transport ship, or watched from holovids and transmissions. Multiple large convoy ships were hastily constructed for the express purpose of this memorial service. They would serve as the final resting places of the fallen, those who were unable to get proper burials, and would all be jettisoned into the sun of Coruscant. The names of the deceased were displayed for all to see. The clones, in particular, felt their hearts clenching up at the millions upon millions of their brothers that perished. Most would only be identified by having a CT number as the only means of identifying and even giving them a nod of their own existence. Yet that changed when they started listing the personally chosen or given names to all the clones with their CT numbers, even their unit and battalion/legion/corps. Many who were in attendance that were nearby clones offered their sympathies and condolences. The loss of life was staggering, yet it was these brave men, this gargantuan band of brothers, that had likely suffered more than any other group of people in the galaxy. Of the once 2 billion clones that were in the Grand Army of the Republic, 700 to 800 million were either killed, converted, or both within the final push against Ultron. Most of those being in the now dead world of Kamino. The Neimoidians suffered greatly as well with the loss of their world, yet luckily for them, they were spread out enough across the galaxy where their species wasn't in any imminent threat of extinction. Only the Genosians could surpass the loss of the clones, their species being all but extinct after Ultron decimated their home world. The Jedi filled their temples to the brim with attendees. Whereas the living were indeed present, it felt like those who joined the Force were there as well. The temple's great assembly room, the largest room in the entire structure, held the majority of those in attendance. At the center were multiple pyres set up where the bodies of the fallen Jedi had all been placed, be they perishing from battle or the converted who were also taken back home. Slowly, the pyres were all set ablaze, and several dozen Jedi sat around these burning bodies, concentrating on the Force to allow for the disbursement of smoke from the temple. The Jedi were all in complete silence, listening to the crackling of the fire, hoods drawn over their heads, eyes reflecting the raging blaze that slowly consumed their fallen brothers and sisters. There was a feeling of somber remorse, yet content that they were able to at least lay their brethren to rest, and that those who had been converted were freed from the shackles of Ultron. They all felt the Force, surrounding the assemblage of Jedi as if it were a slow-moving twister, gently taking the spirits of each individual Jedi, guiding them into the uniting force. On Mandalore and many other planets within their system, the dead lay on a litany of tables. Those who were warriors were given the pyre, whereas the non-fighters merely had a cloth draped over their bodies. Each clan did their own ceremonial burials, yet all were united in the ways of the Mandalore once the clan rites had been done. These warriors fought for their clans. Fought for their homes. Fought for their warrior way of life, and above all else, fought for the people of Mandalore. Times will be hard for recovery. To rebuild. The amount of time for things to relatively return to normal will be impossible to predict. It'll be costly. Financially, spiritually, emotionally. But they would endure. Like all times of strife, the Mandalorians would not buckle but rise to the challenge, reforged and remade as Beskar, stronger than before. Yet not all was as somber and sorrowful as some would expect. A large number of those who had been converted by Ultron's machinations had actually survived. Surprising as it was, the massive Trojan virus disconnected them and they more or less are alive. There are some, shockingly, that are not dead but are all comatose and being put into stasis and carbonite for study on the effects of Ultron's conversion and how to undo them if that is possible. A fraction of them only needed surgery, depending on the amount of cybernetics needing to be removed or salvaged. Untold amounts of therapy, both mental and physical, will be needed in the future for them to get back on the right track. It was all a complicated endeavor, one that would undoubtedly take a great deal of time, but those who were with them would be there every step of the way. A movement of the Ithorian people had sprung up in Massey, those who were closely connected to the Force offering their services to virtually everyone. The Jedi did the same as did many Republic, Separatist, Mandalorian, and Ravager worlds. The war between the Republic and Sis may not officially be over, but right now, war was the last thing on a majority of the galaxy's mind. The funeral/memorial processions went on, ending with something that made the hearts of the clones burn brightly. Unveiling in front of both the Senate building and the Jedi Temple was something no clone would have expected. It was a statue of 99 standing by a clone, the deformed clone's old smile recreated to near perfection, a hand on the back of the regular clone in the same encouraging fashion every trooper was familiar with. The dam had broken by that point, many clones either openly sobbing or silently allowing tears to streak down their faces. Many had even openly cheered for the reveal, the sacrifice and noble heroism of 99's last, defiant moments against Ultron still fresh on their minds. It had been a long day. What now? Captain Rex of the 501st tilted his head in the direction of Wulfa, the commander of the 104th. These two were seated in a room with a large table, being a part of a gathering of the many clone captains and commanders of the GAR. Mind being specific? Rex asked. Ultron's dead and gone. But what now? Wulfa quietly said. Once again, be more specific. Rex emphasized. The artificial-eyed clone grunted, crossing his arms with a haggard sigh coming out. Kamino is a dead planet. No more clones will be produced. Even then, Cham Syndola's conscription bill is still in effect as new recruits are coming in droves. There was a beat of silence. Is that really a bad thing? Commander Bly of the 327th asked aloud. Again, another moment of silence. Maybe? Not really? Who knows, Keeley remarked, running a hand over his shaved head. Sure, the influx after the fight was alarming, but I think the people are just wanting to distract themselves. Is that really it? Gree murmured. In part, but clearly more to that. A number of clones already volunteered to properly oversee and teach the recruits. Will take a long time for them to be up to snuff with the clones, given they weren't bred for that sort of thing. The clone captain of the 71st Legion stated. That's been dominating my legion for some time now after General D's death. I've been called upon as well. Commander Cody spoke up. General Kenobi is joining me. We're to instruct a fresh batch of new troopers within the coming weeks. Even General Kenobi is joining. Captain Rex said in surprise. He won't be the only one. Wulfa now spoke again. General PLO and I will be doing the same. My general told me that General Syndola and Senator Amidala pointed out that Jedi are usually the ones leading the armies. Therefore, training with Jedi generals are needed so that they can get accustomed to them. And General Kenobi stated it's the best way to filter which of these new recruits would work with which corps or legion. Cody tacked on. Would have thought they'd just go back to whatever things they typically do as Jedi. Commander Bakara mused aloud. You and every other person out there, said Commander Pons. Unlikely. Bly stated. General Sakura told me the Jedi are gonna be splitting their time doing a whole bunch of things. Like what? In case you forgot, they recently rediscovered their home world. The commander of the 327th held up his hand, listing everything off with his fingers. Rediscovered lost knowledge, reconnecting with that knowledge, spreading themselves out across the galaxy while still maintaining their duties to the Order, the Republic, and to us. General Ayala made sure to drill it into my head that they weren't about to abandon us so suddenly. Besides, let's not forget that officially, the war is still on. There was a pause at the mention of the war, many frowns and looks of conflict and uncertainty on that matter. Any word from the Seppies? Commander Gree of the 41st Legion asked on behalf of the collective. Wolfe shook his head. Mostly word of mouth. Nothing definite, but they're worse than us right now. Them getting hurt the most given they hardly had a proper military with like 75 to 90% was composed of clankers. I doubt it was that high of a number. Bakara grunted. I know, but sometimes I thought it was that amount. There haven't been any moves made between any of the factions. Commander Thayer of the Coruscant Guard now spoke. But I have heard meetings are being established and planned between the leadership of both sides. Other parties are supposedly involved. Commander Thorne added. I heard from Senators Organa and Mothma directly that the Coruscant Guard is to be on standby when these meetings take place. With the amount of tension now, not surprising they're brought in for M. Silence filled the space as the clones took some drinks to collect their thoughts. What else is there? Pons casually asked with a wry look. I doubt that's all there is to discuss. I think the problem is we have too much to discuss that we don't know where to continue. Cody murmured, getting mirthless chuckles from his brothers. Anything else, brothers? He was met with no response, the commanders and captains all taking a moment to themselves when. What's this I hear about more recruits to those mystic guys? Bakara said, the stray thought crossing his mind. What now? Bly said in surprise. Right, Echo told me about this. Rex spoke up. I'm surprised you don't know about this, Bly. Lucky has actually been selected to be able to use that magic stuff they use. It would seem he has the potential to do so. That's news to me. He's not the only one. Cody now said. Waxer is also on the list. As is Booster. Wolfe tacked on. Commander Gree coughed into his hand, looking a bit out of place. Actually, brothers, he saw all eyes on him, a look of clear surprise evident for him to see. Yeah, me too. I was actually notified by my general and commander. The latter is also going because she has been informed that she too possesses the potential to use their power. They're gathering and looking for more potential recruits before they, I don't know, start their first lesson? Take us to this camp or whatever place where they're holed up. I'm waiting on Commander Effie's word. So when will y'all get deployed for training? Gree made an iffy hand gesture. Soonish. I'd say in a matter of days. Get affairs in order with what happened taken care of instead of throwing us right to it. Quite the courtesy sorcerers are giving you lot. Wolfe commented. They know we still have our responsibilities to attend to. Gree said in complete seriousness. Despite us getting the chance to learn and all, they know our duties remain with the Republic first. This is just our way of being able to give even more to it. Rex hummed to himself, the thought of his duty to the Republic replaying in his mind. That thought remained well after the meeting he had with his brothers concluded, the man walking alone down the corridor towards the hangar bay where the 501st was stationed on Coruscant. He had been absorbed in his thoughts so intently, he failed to sense the person running up behind him. Said person pounced on him and at first, his instincts screamed to kick in when they were immediately placated by a girlish giggle followed by a loving kiss on his cheek. There you are, handsome. Delia cheerfully and lovingly said, making him turn to her. Deli MMPH. He was silenced by her lips upon his, a deep and lustful kiss that conveyed an intense passion and love that nearly overwhelmed the clone captain. The Zeltron pulled back, face slightly flushed, giggling all the while at the expression of her lover as she snuggled up against him. Forgive the continued insubordination, she teased, making small circles on his chest with her finger. I just can't get enough of my captain, oh captain. Rex was flustered, his cheeks heating up while Delia angled herself to pepper his chin and cheeks with more kisses. This has been practically every single interaction of theirs ever since that night. Whenever they were alone, Delia was all over the clone captain, completely shameless in her intentions and wants, showering the man with more lust, love, and affection than he knew what to do with. And what blew his mind was how quickly she was able to snap back into professionalism, or at least her version of it, whenever they were with the rest of the Legion. She was still openly affectionate to him, and it didn't help that General Skywalker and Commander Tenno encouraged it, but she was able to conduct herself in a manner that makes the 501st proud. What does all this mean? Rex was being abused in the most loving way possible, with her increasing her output after that party night. And, by the Force, he'd be an idiot to deny the euphoria he felt that night. Delia made him work for it, and before long, they were both a panting, sweaty heap on the bed, his lover lying atop him with nothing in between them. Got a lot on your mind, don't ya, Rex? Her voice broke him out of his thoughts, making him look down at the look of concern she now had. Is everything all right? Blue rolled her eyes, internally berating herself for that question. As well as it can be. Rex stared at her and released a sigh, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer. A lot. She gave him a strained smile. Isn't that for everyone? Rex snorted, shrugging his shoulders. Just got out of a meeting with most of the captains and commanders of the army. Had a lot to discuss and all. I can imagine. Delia softly said, reaching up to delicately trace her hand over his cheek. Oh Rex, you may not show it, but you carry so much on your shoulders. Do I? He rhetorically asked. More than you realize. Blue muttered, leaning forward. But you need not burden yourself with these thoughts. I'm here. You can always talk to me. Rex furrowed his brows, contemplating her words. Just, a lot of stuff we had to talk about. His Zeltron lover said nothing, patiently waiting for him to further elaborate. Everything, the state of the galaxy, our brothers. Rex looked away, expression now more grim and somber. Kamino, our home, our place now in the galaxy. Delia made a face that conveyed empathy and sadness, pulling Rex in for a loving hug. Oh Rex, she whispered, hoping to soothe this pain he had, gently rubbing the back of his head. The clone captain said nothing, simply closing his eyes and allowing himself to relax into her embrace, feeling a lingering kiss on his cheek, one that conveyed love and kindness. They stayed there, in each other's arms for a number of moments until Delia hummed. What? Rex said, not pulling back. Just. She muttered. MMM. Rex parroted, eliciting a small laugh from her. Yes, MMM, she repeated playfully. And what does this MMM entail? He questioned with a small smirk. Many things, or maybe nothing at all. Delia teased, making her lover snort. Come on, what is it? Rex egged on. Delia pulled away yet kept her arms around him, displaying a thoughtful expression. Well. Her head bobbed from side to side. I'll be honest with you, Rex, I've really come to love you in the time we have spent together. Damn this woman. Were Rex's immediate thoughts, feeling that primal sensation from that night begin to rise. She noticed his expression and smiled coyly but went on. Some might call it a quick get-together or even a fling, knowing my people's reputation, Delia huffed at that. But Danny and I vowed that the good men we would one day find would be the only men we would ever dedicate our lives to. She found her man and I know I've found mine. Rex was now thrown by such a declaration, one that was far more intense and passionate than he anticipated. Delia, he stammered out. Force help him, this woman just did things to him physically and emotionally. So, I know that losing Kamino hurt, Delia softly said, placing a hand over his chest. And, truthfully, I never really had a place of my own to call home. She bit her lip, now showing a rare display of uncertainty and nervousness, intriguing the clone captain. Maybe, you and I, if you want. Rex inclined his head forward, waiting for the rest of her sentence. I know it can come across as sudden or forward, but, she tilted her head back to look him directly in the eyes. Do you want to, perhaps, find a home in this galaxy with me? A place to call our own. A home for ourselves. This was the last thing Rex had expected to hear, and his expression showed the surprise he held. Delia saw this and felt herself get embarrassed, immediately retracting her offer in a stammering mess. I'm sorry Rex, that was too dash. He interrupted her, taking her hands into his. Delia, the captain quietly said, silencing her, her expression conveying nervousness and hesitation. There was a beat, the clone apparently contemplating to himself before nodding. Why are you so certain to do such a thing with me? It's because I love you. The words flowed freely out of her mouth, surprising Rex, and it appeared that she herself was stunned by her own statement. More so with just how easily that came out. CT-7567's eyes widened, mouth opening and closing for a few moments. You dash. Yes, Delia interrupted, now an excited and joyful gleam in her eyes, a beaming smile directed at her lover, slightly bouncing in his arms. Yes, I love you, Captain Rex. The clone captain felt a swell in his chest at her admission of this, at first not responding verbally, yet a smile slowly began to form on his face. He opened his mouth to respond when a new voice chimed in. Oh oops, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Asked a polite, male voice, causing the couple to turn to see a new man standing in front of them. He was a dark-haired, spectacled human with a faint sign of a beard on his face. He wore a uniform of the Galactic Republic's Science Department. However, some details from what Rex noticed didn't connect with any groups he had any knowledge of. The newcomer saw the position the two were in and blushed in embarrassment. Oh my apologies. He immediately said. I didn't realize you, yes, I'm sorry. It's okay, Rex quickly said, missing the humorous manner in which Blue puffed her cheeks out. Can we help you? The man straightened out his posture, offering a benevolent smile as he offered his hand to the clone. Dr. Penn Pershing, at your service. Captain Rex. He accepted the doctor's hand. Of the 501 St. Pershing asked in recognition. Rex frowned thoughtfully. You know me. The doctor chuckled slightly. Hard not to. Your legion has been the most featured on the news feed of the HoloNet. Your Jedi General and Commander are quite famous across the galaxy, as are you. Oh, you hear that, Rex, you're famous. Delia coyly said, reaching up to peck his cheek, making the clone blush. Pershing found himself smiling at the display. And who might you be, ma'am? Delia blew. She graciously said, giving him a wide smile while keeping her arms wrapped around Rex. I'm new to the 501st, kinda, and this handsome captain's girlfriend. Oh, congratulations. Pershing earnestly said. Thank you. Delia cheerfully said, with Rex murmuring the same in a low voice. Don't mind him, he's a bit shy when it comes to these things. I can tell. The doctor kindly and sympathetically said, giving the clone an amused smile. Rex grunted, coughing into his hand to recompose himself. What can we do for you, Dr. Pershing? He asked, demeanor more cordial now. Pershing's pleasant appearance became somber as he looked at the captain. First, I'd like to say, I don't know if you've gotten this enough, but you and your brethren have my sympathies for your present plight. I saw what happened to Kamino. Truly, my sincerest condolences. Rex's eyes glanced down at the ground, a worried look appearing on Delia's face as she gently grasped his hand. You wouldn't be the first, nor the last. He softly said. As I shouldn't be. Penn solemnly said. You and the rest of the clone army has done a great service to the galaxy that can never be repaid. To have lost your home world. I can never offer enough of my apologies. It was truly a tragedy. Rex clenched his fists tightly yet managed to nod in appreciation at the doctor's sentiments. Well, thank you. Delia spoke on behalf of her lover. Was that all or dash? I was actually looking for the Kaminoan Nala Se. He revealed, causing Rex to look back up at him in surprise. I've been working with her on some important matters, but I believe if anyone should have a right to know, it would be you and the rest of your brothers. Rex now held a more inquisitive expression, one mirrored by Blue, both holding faces that silently asked him to explain what he meant. Is there a particular reason for finding her? It's a bit of a long story. Pershing stated. You see, I've been studying the cloning processes for quite some time. Practically since the start of the war. I was scouted by the Republic due to my medical expertise and own knowledge of rather experimental practices. Experimental? Delia parroted. I had actually had my own theories and ideas in regards to the usage of cloning, in particular, the medical field. That made Rex give the man a more piercing look. What? Delia responded in bewilderment. How? I thought Kamino was the only place that had proper cloning. A common misconception. Proper, yes, if not the best, but the galaxy isn't just the Kaminoan process. Many others exist, though not to the refinement of the Kaminoans. It's astonishing what they were able to accomplish. Then again, their environment forced them to progress in such a manner in order to survive. Rex and Delia stared at the man, certainly not expecting to have such a conversation at this moment. I willingly joined the Republic when they told me what they were looking from me. Best to expand my field of knowledge. Broaden my horizons and possibly discover details one field was ignorant or unknowingly overlooking from another. And it will help me accomplish my goal with the clones. And just what are you trying to accomplish with me and my brothers? Rex warily said. Pershing had a small grin at being asked the question, appearing to have hoped that Rex would inquire about such a thing. Quite simple, really. Pen Pershing stated. I wish to find the proper means of stabilizing your aging process and allowing you all to live full lives. Scene cut. At the Senate building, one of countless meetings took place within its very walls. Senators, ministers, governors, and delegates conversing with each other on a litany of topics. Nothing new in a general sense, with them discussing issues of sectors and planets they represent. One such room held a few of the more outspoken individuals from the many sectors of the galaxy that vehemently opposed the war and the hopes of a renewed conflict between the Separatists and Republic. You know you don't have to be here, Chuchi. You are engaged now, you can be with Mr. Maximov. Take some time away from all this to enjoy yourself. Thank you, Mothma, but I still have to uphold my own duty. That would not stop me from working. My duties to my people and the Republic remain. Chuchi waves her off. Commendable. Mon Mothma said, though it is clear she would rather see the young senator anywhere but here. She was of the mind that if one has the opportunity to be with loved ones for a special occasion, the chance should be taken. Though do try not to push yourself too much. The life of a politician in the Republic is seldom one of ease, specifically to those who actually uphold their responsibilities. Over on the other side of the room, two other senators were sharing a reunion, embracing each other as old friends do. I'm so glad you made it, Mina. Padme Amidala happily said. For you, my dear, I would gladly cross the stars to see. The senator of Onderon kindly said. It has been quite some time since Mina Bontari stood within the Senate building. Several years, in fact, when various systems began leaving the Republic to eventually form the CIS. To be here now was both nostalgic as it was alien to her. Perhaps with this, we can pave the way for a proper peace across the galaxy. Padme remarked. One can only hope. Bontari softly agreed. Over at the bar within the room, the representative of Relith was seated, the senator of Alderaan standing next to him. Cham Syndola had a cup of liquor in his hands, downing its contents in one fell swoop, hearing Bail Organa release a strained chortle. Pace yourself, my friend. The Twi'lek ignored the advice, wiping some of the alcohol from his chin. This is such a mess. Bail hummed at that, patting Cham's back. It is indeed. With the war against Ultron over, I can only imagine the fallout to come. Syndola scoffed at this, shaking his head with a bitter grimace. I'm already hearing stirrings from other senators about renewing the conflict between the Republic and CIS. Then they are truly foolish, if not suicidal. Spoke a fierce voice, one that belonged to Satin Kryze, the representative of the Mandalorian systems. The galaxy had just ended a conflict that saw systems decimated by Ultron. To restart the war would be asinine, as it is a death sentence. Every system across the galaxy would be crippled. Which is why we must do what we can now to try to mend the bridges between both sides before the chance for resuming the war rears its head. Mon Mothma spoke up, and now, the entire collection of senators turned their attention on her. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I know we all have our duties to our people. This is part of it. A cis senator with blue skin pointed out, the representative from Kashyyyk warbling in agreement. The hole needing to be filled in the aftermath of Ultron is wide and deep. The material to make it happen will be impossible. Cham Riley said. Material. Another senator repeated in confusion. Just what is needed to patch up the damage done to make sure more doesn't occur. Sindola elaborated. Let's not kid ourselves when we ask ourselves these questions. How long is the fuse for war? How short will it be before we go right back into it? Do you truly believe that war will start so soon? Satin asked with a heavy frown. Cham scoffed. People are fickle like that, cries. We may have our respite but old grievances are still prevalent. Sindola's words hold truth to them. Senator Karras, a male grand, spoke up. It may not be of ideals anymore. It won't be of the particular rights the war had more or less been based on in the views of the many. It'll soon become a war for the rights of ownership of the vast absence of those who have perished. Many vacuums are now in place. Bonteri wore a disgruntled look, sking irritably at the conclusion she came to. Once again, it comes down to greed. Profiteering on the war will be very tempting for a great many out there. It'll blind them to the wants of peace and rest. Onakondafar, the Rhodian senator, stated with a shake of his head. Such foolishness will only lead to more loss of life. Techno-union, banking clans, and trade federation are the biggest opposition to this. Mon Mothma brought up. At this, many eyes glance over to the CIS representatives in the room. Yet it's mostly from one point of view, for argument's sake. I wouldn't count so much on that last one. Bale said, shaking his head. The Trade Federation is in shambles after what Ultron did to Cato Neimoidia. Barely hanging on by threads. The banking clans are still stable, for the unforeseeable future, yet people from each side are feeling urged to deregulate the banks to rebuild. If that were to happen, we'd face worse issues in the foreseeable future. Not much is heard from the Techno-Union as of late. And it would be disingenuous to just count those amongst the separatists. Padme reminded everyone. All three of those organizations have their hands in the pockets of both our governments. They profited from the war from both sides. They did. Mina murmured a sense of scorn in her at the thought of them. They may be the Separatist Council, but after Ultron's appearance at the Parliament, he led many to uncover the deep-rooted corruption these three profiteering scumbags possessed. A means to show our hypocrisy and cause civil unrest amongst our ranks. It was a rare sight to see the senator of Onderon, a normally calm and composed individual, display such anger and contempt to anyone. We must deal with the dissenters and aggressors within our ranks. Chuchi firmly said. I know they are likely to stay quiet, but it would only be a matter of time until they begin to stir and advocate for a renewed offensive. Outside of the obvious, we must be careful on who would be targeted with our self-imposed witch hunts. We don't want to ruin what remaining connections we have for a united relationship with our respective parties. What of your people, Satin? Padme inquired, making the Duchess of Mandalore give a simple shrug in response. Mandalore Spar only asks I relay to you all that the Mandalorians will be focusing on our own systems. I believe in helping where we can, and our allies with the Ravagers and Guardians agree with Spar also concurring, but right now, we must rebuild and prepare for anything else that may occur. As you said, Senator Karras, there are many power vacuums across the galaxy in my system and allies are no different. There is still Death Watch to contend with and many criminal organizations that may seek to seize power. Mon Mothma shook her head in dismay. What will it really take for them to finally cease? When all the rest of us are dead? Cham bitterly said. That is quite the dreaded thought. Chuchi chided the Twi'lek with a frown. Does not make it any less true. Sindola retorted, expression becoming remorseful. Apologies, everyone. It's just dash. We understand. Bale said, placing a comforting hand on Cham's shoulder. There is much that weighs upon us all. We must stand firm. Mothma declared with a soft voice, yet it conveyed strength. We have our duties and responsibilities to the people of the galaxy. If we falter in any way, then we know what is to come. We can only do our part. Padme stated. The Jedi, Mandalorians, the Avengers, all of us. Let us pray that our resolve doesn't falter. Those in the room all murmured in agreement as the meeting went on. Scene cut. 2 days later. With the recent conflict over with, many individuals were given promotions for their efforts. One such individual was currently receiving such a promotion. Mithra Nuruado stood at attention, arms behind his back, head held high and face indiscernible. In front of him were several Jedi along with Chancellor Palpatine and Senator Cham Syndulla, the latter being the one holding a special medal that he was now pinning to the chest of the Chiss. Mithra Nuruado, the Twi'lek senator, spoke in complete seriousness and respect. In light of your recent efforts and means in which you have assisted the Grand Army of the Republic coupled with your stratagem utilized in combating Ultron, we the Galactic Republic recognize your exceptional talent and skills, hereby granting you the rank of Captain. I thank you for this honor, General Syndulla. Thrawn earnestly said, seeing the tiny smirk on Cham as he finished attaching the medal indicating the Chiss' new rank. Stepping back, the pair saluted each other, as did several other clones of the 501st who were brought along to witness this promotion. Palpatine stepped forth, an elderly smile in place as he moved to shake Thrawn's hand. You may have been here for a short time, Captain Thrawn, but you have already displayed an aptitude for tactics and military prowess many would envy. He said in a kind fashion. I thank you for joining the Republic in its time of need and will continue to look forward to more of your accomplishments and endeavors. I only seek to make my new rank proud and the Republic for allowing me the chance to prove it. Palpatine chuckled. A modest one, at that. Force knows we need more of your kind in the army. The Jedi could use some alleviation with how modest they usually are. The Chiss merely gives a curt, respectful nod. Stepping back, Anakin now walked forward, offering his hand which Thrawn immediately accepted. Captain already, huh? Skywalker wryly said. Barely had the time to order you around, properly. I can only imagine the disappointment. Thrawn airily said. But you still are a general, Master Skywalker. You outrank me. Yeah, Anakin waved off. Congratulations on your new position. Obi-Wan Kenobi chimed in from the side, with Captain Rogers, Rhodey, Sam, Ahsoka and Rex all giving him their own compliments. I thank you all. Thrawn graciously said. Frankly, due to all of you vouching for my plans, I wouldn't have gained such an advancement in the ranks as quickly as I did. Be sure to do so to Wanda. Steve pointed out. She was the one who quite literally dragged you into doing so. Yes, Thrawn held a fond glint in his eyes. She was rather adamant with how she did so. Dragging you in telepathically? Yes, I believe that's as adamant as you can get. Obi-Wan sarcastically commented, making the group chuckle. Ahsoka then stepped forward with a small smile. Still, congrats Thrawn. You earned it after showing that plan. I do believe I have you to thank as much as I have Ms. Maximoff. Thrawn respectfully said. Had I not met you despite the circumstances and not survived the ordeal, I likely would never have gained such an opportunity. I thank you for that, Ahsoka Tano. The Togrutan Padawan made a face, something along the lines of you and shook her head. You don't need to call me that, Thrawn. She kindly said. It's ceremonial and all but Ahsoka is good enough. As you say, Commander. She rolled her eyes good-naturedly at that. Captain. Rex said. Captain. Thrawn said in return, the two grasping forearms as warriors and soldiers would. I must offer my own congratulations. Cham Syndulla now stepped forward, joining in the conversation, shaking hands with the Chiss. And I offer you my own gratitude, General. Thrawn spoke with the utmost respect to the Twi'lek. You played just as great a role in the tactics used to defeat Ultron as anyone else. Yes, but you were a great contributor in seeing things where others couldn't. Regardless, I hope to continue working with you in the future, General. So he gets the general treatment and I don't. Anakin whispered in a faux-affronted manner. Obi-Wan simply looked to the ceiling with a withering sigh at his former protege's endless immaturity whilst Rex snorted to himself. I have heard other matters that I'm curious about. Cham said with a thoughtful frown. You met with this ascendancy, you called it. The Chiss Ascendancy. Thrawn confirmed. It was the governing body I was once a part of. You were in their military, were you not? Rex asked with the Chiss nodding. I had my rank at the Ascendancy, yes. What was it, if I may ask? Obi-Wan said. Force Commander. Thrawn revealed. The equivalent would be, coincidentally, Captain. A few rungs above it if you wish to specify it further. Quite coincidental. Kenobi remarked, rubbing his beard. What will you do then? Sam inquired. You're back in contact with the Chiss, they are your people. Thrawn picked up on Wilson's underlying questions. I intend to stay here. Frankly, I believe I can learn more here. I hold deep loyalty for my people, but I am not a blind fool. The Chiss have only observed the greater galaxy for centuries, learning what they can. It is one thing to observe, but it is another to learn, and my people have been isolated for far too long. It is time they joined the wider galaxy. Would they join the Republic? Anakin asked straight away, and Thrawn pondered on this. No. He answered after a few moments. The Ascendancy is one that values the independence that they have. We have been this way for thousands of years. So the Separatists are also out of the question. Rhodey confirmed rather than asked, getting a nod out of Thrawn. To be honest, I wish to stay in the Republic because I believe I can utilize the best of my abilities here. Thrawn admitted, looking at the Avengers specifically. The last words of Ultron have been weighing heavily on my mind, and my own past experiences only add to these concerns. I fear that there are still far greater threats and dangers coming to this galaxy. One would want to refute such a claim, but they knew better. There was always something bigger on the horizon, knowing their luck. No matter who wins or loses, trouble always comes around. Steve said with a tired sigh. An Earth proverb? The Chiss asked. Something Windu's twin once said. Rogers elaborated. And yeah, you're right. Things aren't over. There is still this unfinished war with the Separatists. Obi-Wan said. If it could even be called that at this time. And the Sith that we gotta find. Anakin added on. Off to the side, having walked away from the group, Palpatine stood in the shadows, keeping himself hidden from view. His eyes narrowed at Skywalker's mention of the Sith, slowly slinking away while his mind was whirling with thoughts on this matter. Ugh, Ahsoka groaned dramatically, head hanging low. I really hate how right you guys are. What's this? Anakin jokingly said in disbelief. Where's that usual optimism, Snips? Worn down by you. She deadpanned. He does seem to have that ability. Thrawn noted. He does, yeah. Captain Rex commented. Not funny. Anakin pouts. Why are you three ganging up on me on that? Opportunity presented itself. One would take proper action to exploit. Thrawn plainly answered. Well done. Obi-Wan said with approval. You are learning our ways fast, Captain. Anakin made a face before giving Kenobi a sly look. Should I call Satin up? Maybe she can get you under control. The Jedi Master gaped, not believing his old Padawan would stoop to such a level. Anakin. I have my ammunition now, Master. Skywalker snarked with a shit-eating grin. Thrawn blinks a little before glancing towards the others nearby. Is it always going to be like this? He asks. Yes. The rest of the group responded in unison. Scene cut. How bad's the damage? An assembly of individuals encircled a large hollow table with various things on display. This assembly was composed of Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, Kraglin, Shuji, Chirrut, Western, Spar, Satin, Bo-Katan, Fen Shissa, Tabidala and Dax Ordo. Almost every system we all have a presence in was hit. Shuji said, pointing to the sector of the galactic map that encompassed the territories under the protection of the Mandalorians and Guardians/Ravagers. Our Ravager clan and the Mandalorians were stretched thin. We managed to weather the storm, but we still took some serious losses. Dax Ordo said with a disgruntled look. How bad are we talking? Bo-Katan inquired. Several million, across the board. Spar grimly revealed, making some falter. It could have been worse. Rocket commented. How could it have been worse? Satin asked in disbelief. Could have been hit like last time. The anthropomorphic raccoon reminded her. That platinum douchebag hit the whole galaxy at his coming out party. Numbers were YAAI worse, remember? Fen bristled at the memory. Our defenses were down as we didn't expect his arrival. No one did. Bo murmured. Rocket pointed at her. Exactly. This time we were prepared. Even then, we'd sustain losses. It is a war. Gamera softly said. We can't pretend we won't lose life. We should be grateful to be alive. Chirrut said, grasping his walking/combat stick tightly. Of the many lives lost, I thank the Force we are still here. Our people need us. We still have a duty to uphold them. He's right on that matter. Spar said. But things won't get any easier for us. That's one way of putting it. Westjern now spoke up, putting his hand on the hollow table. Clean up and rebuilding ain't gonna be the only thing we gotta handle. Rival groups will try and find a way to take advantage of our losses. As he said this, multiple images of criminal organizations and other clandestine groups popped up. Knowing the Black Suns, I bet you all my credits they're gonna pounce on this chance to recoup what they've lost. Jern said in a dark tone. Not just them, Shuji said, crossing her arms. The Hutt Cardinals always jump at these types of opportunities. I bet you they're salivating right now with what they see in front of them. They wouldn't dare. Satin fiercely said. They are no better from what I was told about my friends in the Republic. What did they say? Quill curiously asked. The Hutts reached out to the Republic after the defeat of Ultron, or at least Jabba the Hutt did. The Duchess explained. Ultron came to them early on before the start of the war, strong-arming them into staying silent as he operated within their space. He had kidnapped and killed a number of high-ranking individuals within the Hutt clans to keep them silent. That certainly surprised the group. Someone bullying the Hutts. Spar remarked with a shake of his head, the memories of how they operated on his mind from Jango Fett. Never thought I'd hear about it. But that stranglehold is gone now. Gamera pointed out. Yeah, at some point, they'll be back to weaseling themselves out and backstabbing each other and whoever they can for power. Shuji tacked on. Are we gonna do anything about them then? Kraglin asked. I mean, they are weak. We may not be, but we're still recovering. Fen reminded. To risk such an attack would only expose us even more. And I wouldn't chalk them up as our biggest concern just yet. Bo-Katan said. We still have Death Watch and that triumvirate they're working with. The Mandalorians made similar faces, making the younger Kryze sister and the Guardians all look at them. What? Peter asked. That's the thing. Tabidala spoke first. Death Watch and the triumvirate have been oddly quiet. Hardly any chatter. Didn't they take losses just like everyone else? Kraglin asked. Wouldn't they be mourning like the rest of the galaxy? Well, yeah, but not the kind of quiet I like. Dax muttered. It's not just them. Spar said, crossing his arms with a troubled look. Some high-profile individuals have also dropped off the map. And I mean in the most abrupt way possible. Who? Cad Bane, Crossbones, and Taskmaster. The Mandalore listed off. Hey, Usage mentioned them. Peter spoke up. She told me and Mant that they just went dark. How would she know that? She's got her own contacts throughout the galaxy. Quill explained. Leftovers from her connections with the Separatists. So what are we gonna do about them? Kraglin asked. They're going underground right now. Ain't that a concern? Not gonna lie and pretend it's not. Spar remarked. They'll be wanting to rebuild their strength and numbers. Fen said with a nod. Does Chloe know anything? Bo-Katan asked the Guardians. Several of them scoffed and made annoyed faces. He knows something, but he's keeping his mouth shut. Rocket answered. Not wanting to ruin his reputation with his clientele. That's stupid. Dax bluntly said. Honor among thieves. Kinda. Even if he won't rat out anything about M, he did give us something else. Rocket said with an expression of uncertainty. And that would be? He's been hearing odd chatter. Recently, various groups have been wiped out in droves. Everyone who didn't hear about this looked at each other before back at the raccoon. Yeah, he did bring that up last time we talked. Peter commented, crossing his arms in thought. Told us that a few clients of his just stopped reaching out to him until he met a survivor. Told him they were slain. Slain. Satin repeated the word, somewhat disturbed by it. Slain by who? Bo asked intently. We don't know if this is a small band of fighters or some new upstart group. Kraglin remarked. Whatever the case is, they're spilling more gallons of blood than Wes has done in a fraction of the time he did with the Black Suns. Rocket Riley said. Force me. Fen muttered, thrown off by this recent development. Did they say who's doing it? Or how many people? That's the thing, they don't know. Gamera muttered. Whoever it is, they do it fast and precise before the people they're targeting have a chance to retaliate. Who's been hit? Pike Syndicate, some Hut gangs, other groups with less than stellar reputations. Shuji listed off. Is that a bad thing? Tabai couldn't help but ask. Maybe, maybe not. Gamera said, crossing her arms. Whoever this new party is, their actions may seem noble, but who's to say we are not on their list? Chirrut remarked. The Force is in an unusual state. There is much fluctuation and the path to the future is unclear. Best we can do right now is focus on rebuilding and helping our people. Spar declared. I concur, Mandalore. Satin said. The burials of our fallen are still fresh. Our people need respite and focus to recover. I'll see what else I can find out about anything else that may worry us. Shuji spoke up. Wes and I will head out with Cosmo and HK. We'll come with. Dax said, gesturing to himself and Tabai. Better to be safe than sorry. The Zabrak Guardian nodded in appreciation and the meeting was adjourned. Everyone dispersed, be it in pairs, trios, or by themselves to go about their business. The Kryze sisters had a small conversation with Spar and Fen before separating from them both, heading off in their own direction. I'm not used to these types of meetings. Bo said with a tired sigh. Satin looked at her sister in bemusement. Were you not a high-ranking official in Death Watch? Didn't you join in on such conversations? I did, but it was more for combat and strategy. Kitten answered. Fighting is easy. Politics, does this count as politics? Satin offered a small shrug. It is simply doing our duty to our people and allies. So politics then. At least it's in the Mandalorian way. The way you like it. Barely. Bo retorted good-naturedly. This is more your wheelhouse, sister. As it is yours. The Duchess countered. You're a leader for our people as much as I am in the Mandalore. There's more to leading than just combat. I'd rather it not be. Bo-Katan sighs. I'm not cut out for it. That's what I'm here for. Satin turned to her sister, taking her hand into hers. We're a team, my dear Bo. One I am glad to have after everything you and I have been through. Bo made a face, feeling a strange feeling as she looked down at her hand in the grasp of Satin's. Not too long ago, she would have pulled her hand away rather rudely, but now? Still feels weird, honestly, the red-haired Mandalorian muttered. I mean, don't you hate me? Satin's head reared back at the question. Didn't you ever once hate me? Bo pressed on. I joined Death Watch 'cause I didn't agree with how you acted as the leader of our people. The same Death Watch that's been trying to kill you for years now. Don't you hold any resentment towards me? Any at all? Bo, where is this coming from? Satin worriedly asked, moving closer to her sister. Is everything all right? It's fine, I'm fine, she brushed off. It's just, you know. Satin had a flat look on her face. In fact, my dear sister, I do not know. Would you kindly explain? Bo took a step back, taking her hand away from her sibling and looked down at the ground, clenching her fists several times. Just, a lot has been on my mind. She slowly said. A lot that I've been thinking about. Satin said nothing, instead silently waiting for her sister to further elaborate. Bo briefly glanced up and saw her sister's face and grunted. When I was still held prisoner by the Republic, they kept questioning me, but not in the way you would think. Satin had a now troubled and worried look, one that Bo saw. They didn't torture me like that, least not physically. Cotton dryly said. Murdoch sure was creative about it. Murdoch? Matt Murdoch. Satin said in surprise. I thought he and you were dash. Don't. Bo interrupted her with a fierce look that was belied by the bright red color her face suddenly gained. Satin was greatly bemused by her sister's behavior when slowly, the pieces started to form. She began recalling the way Bo acted around the man, spoke of him, anything to do with the blind Avenger turned her sister into, well, she didn't know how to properly describe it. But it was amusing all the same. A coy smile wormed its way onto Satin's face, the elder sibling placing a delicate hand on her sister's shoulder rather dramatically, making sure she felt each finger clamping down on her. Ah, it appears we are getting to the heart of the matter. Satin teased, her smile growing at the rigid posture her sister adopted. So it would seem that a certain Avenger has triggered a change in my beloved sister. He was responsible for this change I see in my dear Bo-Katan. The redhead said nothing save for a murderous glare directed at Satin that did nothing to intimidate her. And Satin's tone was now sing-song. If I do recall, before the final battle against Ultron, did I not spy with my little eye that while I was with my beloved, my sweet, noble, brave sister dash? You're really pushing it. Bo interjected, yet Satin went on. Went off to a separate, isolated room with a Mr. Murdoch. Am I incorrect in this assessment? You don't get to question my love life. Bo defensively said, realizing what she just said, seeing the way Satin's eyes lit up and promptly clamped her mouth shut. The teasing smile never left Satin's face. Love life? Oh yes, I most certainly do now. So absentee, from what I recall. No time for it, you said back then. Though from what I've noticed, you're catching up and making up for lost time. What, like you and that Jedi? Cotton fired back with no effect. My dear Obi-Wan is the man whom I love with all my heart, even if he wouldn't return such affection. Would he? Where were you while I was with Matt? Bo hated asking this as it all but confirmed her sister's suspicions. Satin held a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, I am finally beginning to break him down, bit by bit. Satin's sing-song voice returned, before abruptly pulling her sister into a tight hug. Satin! Bo exclaimed in surprise. Oh, isn't this wonderful, Bo? Satin happily said, having hugged her sister around her arms so she couldn't escape no matter how much she tried. To be able to be young and speak of love. Bo made a retching sound. Ancestors, kill me now. Mr. Murdoch would be most displeased. I'll kill you, I'll do it. Pre would be singing my praises. Don't let go of that love, my dear sister. It will make your heart strong. Fine, let me die instead. Scene cut. Several days later. Once more, a gathering of the Jedi was called for. They were a common occurrence, as is the way the Jedi conduct their business and dealings, and at the onset of the war, that only increased. But lately, it feels like there was a large meeting of Jedi, be it several times a week to almost every single day. Anakin Skywalker stood with Ahsoka Tano in a large meeting chamber that was crowded by their Jedi brothers and sisters. Obi-Wan, Windu, Plo, Yoda, Ayla, Luminara, Barriss, Mundi, Shaakti, Trasaa, Tholm, Voss, Kakrua, Anyakuro, and many more were in attendance. The entire council, with many Jedi of high esteem and reputation, were all present for the matter of addressing a great many deal of topics and discussions. Ultron had been defeated once and for all. Yet his presence, his influence will undoubtedly have lasting effects. There was chatter from all in attendance, Anakin and Ahsoka being unusually silent as the Master and Padawan stood together. Soon enough, a loud, force-enhanced tapping from the cane of the Grand Master of the Order was heard. The chatter died down after several seconds, all Jedi turning their attention to their Grand Master, being flanked by several Jedi Council members. Thank you all, I do, for coming once more. Yoda slowly spoke, making sure to give the assembled Jedi a kind smile. Much to discuss, we have, yes. Much to consider, to talk, to meditate on. The Force, in motion it is. Uncertain the future is. The shroud that is the dark side remains. On the precipice of change, all of us are. There was a beat of silence as the Grand Master regarded the assembled Jedi. Your thoughts, concerns, ideas, knowledge, all this, voice now, if you wish. Yoda encouraged. Many appeared uncertain, or rather, they simply were unsure if they even had anything to talk about or discuss. Anakin, being the straightforward Jedi that he was, didn't hesitate. Master Yoda, he spoke softly yet firmly. I know this might come across as a vague or broad question, but what are we to do as the Order? What do you mean, Skywalker? Yoda politely asked. Skywalker threw his hands up slightly, keeping them there as he mulled over his words. Ultron is defeated, but there is still the Sith we have to find and the Separatists we still need to deal with. Not saying we should go back to war with them, but what if they make that choice for us? There were murmurs and comments of agreement from the Jedi, all now considering his words and the possibilities around them. Senators from both sides are still conducting meetings. Mace Windu revealed. If the Force wills and hopefully, the desire is the same, a peace can be brokered between the two. Do you think they would be willing to rejoin the Republic? A random Jedi asked. Unlikely. Thol now spoke up. Animosity and resentment still persist. Yeah, got a few contacts in the Sith telling me the same thing. Quinlan added on to his old master's statement. Most aren't really in the mood to continue the war, but don't count out those with an itchy trigger finger. Duchess Satin and Mandalore Spar have told us that they will be focusing on rebuilding what they have lost. Obi-Wan spoke up. At least we don't have to worry about Mandalorian intervention. We would still need to help them out. Only if they ask. Obi-Wan said with a small, amused humph. They are a prideful sort. Return to how we were, prior to the war. But still, be on guard. Yoda advised. Tension and hostilities, not so easily discarded. To be ready for battle, we must. I dread to think that we just might have to be. Trasaa said. Perhaps we can assist in brokering the peace. Luminara Unduli voiced her idea. I understand that there are those in the Separatists that do not view us so positively, but are we not peacekeepers still? Or at the very least we should try to work towards it. We did play our part in the ceasefire. Sha'akti mused, her Padawan Maris brooded by her side. Should we not contribute? Should they ask, we can step in to help. Plo Koon said. But we must not impose on such a matter. I have seen some of the views the galaxy has towards our order. The Separatists themselves are the culmination of our own failures. We need to be tactful and know when to put our foot forward. There are still many critics of the Jedi Order. Aayla said, recalling earlier interactions she had with those critical of the Order and the war. They say that we have lost our way in participating in this war. This is not the first war we have been a part of. Master Kekru stated. But it is one where most of the blame has been placed solely upon us. Kit Fisto solemnly said. Then perhaps that is something we must focus on. Obi-Wan mused aloud. To begin to rehabilitate the way the galaxy perceives the Jedi Order. Plo Koon and many others nodded in agreement, the Keldor Jedi adding to this statement. I have been studying the history of our order in the time that I have, ever since we refound our home world. The Jedi of old were those who seldom tied themselves down to one place. They journeyed across the galaxy, letting the Force guide their actions as did their own wills, helping and assisting those they could because they were able to. We haven't exactly been doing that as often as we should. Quinlan Vos dryly said. There's a lot that we don't do anymore that the Jedi of old used to. Anyakuro now spoke, some shifting a bit from her voice. Her reputation within the Order was mixed, to say the least, with how several Jedi reacted to her. Then continue, we must. Yoda spoke up, silencing the assembled Jedi again. From before, continue our endeavors. Rediscover, reconnect, relearn and unlearn. The path of the Jedi, restructure it we must. The way of our order, question it, I have. Too long, blinded by light, I now see we have. The Sith, right under us they have been. 1,000 years, they survived, unseen by us all. They continue to plot and plan, this war, being their result. Or perhaps, more that we have not seen, yet to be revealed. Several Jedi frowned at this. Everyone, Kit Fisto appeared conflicted. Has anyone here felt a shadow in the Force? Is it not the dark side? Asked a random Jedi. It is, yes, it is that, but not the one I believe that is associated with the Sith we are seeking. The Nautolan Jedi slowly said. This is a different kind of darkness. I am not sure of it, but I did sense something not too long ago. A rumbling breath was heard from Plo Koon, the Keldor, conveying a troubled demeanor. I too have sensed this. As have I. Windu chimed in. Same here. Tholm said, Voss and Saa nodding alongside him. Perhaps there is more to the dark side than we have been led to believe. Kuro ominously said, causing many Jedi to move about uncomfortably. Barisifi appeared hesitant at first, yet stepped forward all the same. Masters, she respectfully said. What of those who are to be educated in the ways of the mystic arts? What do you mean, my Padawan? Luminara asked in concern. It's just. Barris tried to form a coherent question. I feel, is it not selfish to be doing such a thing? To be going off to learn something while we are having this discussion? No, Yoda immediately said. Knowledge, never to be ignored. New perspectives, new practices, new ways of looking at the Force and at the universe, must always be observed. Yeah, Barris. Ahsoka encouraged with a bright smile. We've all seen how amazing Celeste and Doctor Strange can be. One of our boys is already learning. You gotta learn. It is an opportunity you shouldn't pass, my Padawan. Unduli kindly said, a supportive hand on her student's back. A great deal to be done, yes, yes, Yoda said, regaining everyone's attention. The Jedi, the Republic, our allies and friends, united we must be. Ultron's age, past it has. The coming of the darkness, be it the Sith or that which we cannot foresee, be prepared we must be. Strengthen ourselves in the Force, in our knowledge. Tython, our home, learn from it all we can. Ossus, Jedha, planets long neglected, we must journey back to. Show the galaxy that the Jedi will stand with everyone, regardless of where they themselves stand. Obi-Wan resolutely said, getting many comments and nods of agreement. It's gonna be hard. Anakin remarked. But, the best results aren't meant to come from the easy way, is it? Finally starting to learn, Obi-Wan couldn't help but say with Anakin only smirking. You know how stubborn some of us are. Good, Yoda approvingly said. Very good. Go with the Force, we must. Trust in each other, we must. The Force be with you all. Together, stronger we are. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 114, An Evil Keeps on Plotting. For over 1,000 years, the Dark Lords of the Sith lay away in the shadows of the galaxy. After the end of the new Sith Wars from a millennia ago, the Sith underwent a drastic transformation for the benefit of their continued survival. This transformation resulted in the complete and utter eradication of every single Sith, all save for two. And it is in these two would the foundation of the new Sith Order survives to this day. The rule of two. One master and one apprentice. One who holds power and one who craves it. Others who follow this are considered acolytes. Once the apprentice falls, an acolyte takes their place. The same applies once the master falls and the apprentice ascends. And it is in this ritualistic cycle of the master being killed by the apprentice would the Sith live on and grow stronger and stronger with every subsequent successor. The culmination of the knowledge of the dark side passed down from Sith master to apprentice. This was the rule that Darth Bane enacted 1,000 years ago. Bane understood that the dark side of the Force was not meant to be wielded by many to be diluted and weakened, but to be concentrated and focused in select individuals where the venom would be at its most potent and powerful. And for 1,000 years, the Order of the Sith Lords grew in power, right under the noses of their ancient enemy, the Jedi. In this millennium, their connections expanded, their wealth exploded, their influence nearly endless. All of which resulted in the current Dark Lord of the Sith, who now held the seat of power in the very heart of the enemies of the Sith. Chancellor Sheev Palpatine, otherwise known as Darth Sidious, the one and only Dark Lord of the Sith. At least, that's what he knows to be true. He would be the grand architect to the downfall of the Jedi, the Republic, and any and all who would choose to oppose him. Yes, he had Dooku as his current apprentice, but he always saw him as temporary. Maul was one that Sidious actually had at one point, truly saw him as his apprentice, the only one he trained from start to finish. But he was lost to him over a decade ago. He had long since focused on another, hoping and knowing that he would one day be his prized apprentice. Yet recent times are clearly disrupting things. A sinking feeling welled up within Sidious, having him realize Dooku was attempting to get rid of him. That was a fact, given how the apprentice craves the role of master. Yet the means of it was complicated, to sum it up best. He could tell Tyrannus was moving to subvert his power, but Sidious knew that this attempt of overthrowing him would end only in his foolish apprentice's death. Then came his desired apprentice, Anakin Skywalker. At the thought of the Jedi Knight, Sidious sunk in his seat, glowering with him barely restraining the dark side from radiating off of him. The Chosen One was not how he once was. Not being how he was desired and intended to be. There had been changes in the boy, ones far too grave in the eyes of the Dark Lord for him to ignore. Ever since he first met the boy, Palpatine immediately recognized him as the Chosen One. The one his old master feared and he whom Sidious had longed to discover for himself. And he wasn't disappointed. The power the Chosen One held was everything Palpatine dreamed of and more. And more importantly, unlike the stunted way the Jedi conveyed themselves the Chosen One had his emotions. And above all else, the boy possessed ambitions, desires, and best of all attachments. All of which he could exploit. With the years since the boy came into the Jedi Order, Palpatine was slowly molding him. Influencing him to gain a good root within his foundations for the eventual day young Skywalker becomes a proper Sith. He lay into the boy's wants and dreams, fueled his frustrations and criticism of the Order. Feeding the Chosen One's ego was as easy as swaying the hearts and minds of the fickle politicians of the Senate. The war started and Sidious could just revel in how smoothly everything was going. Anakin Skywalker was at the forefront of the propaganda of the Republic, garnering the nickname of the hero with no fear. Whilst the opinion of the Jedi grew sour, the rest only saw Skywalker in a golden light. On top of that, he got a Padawan, yet another attachment that could be exploited. All was going according to plan, and then the Avengers came along. And with their arrival, they pried out the root and stem, ruining those years of planning. They were a curiosity at first, he couldn't deny that. A group of powerful, skilled individuals that existed outside of the Force. Sidious would be a fool to deny his intrigue. And the powers they possessed, not even the Sith Lords of old could fathom such abilities. Or perhaps they did. Much of their knowledge has been lost after all. Regardless, Sidious was quick to realize that these Avengers wouldn't be a passing oddity. They soon gained a foothold in the galactic stage, garnering friends across the galaxy, be it Jedi, clones or senators. Their influence soon began to spread like wildfire. They operated with impunity and unpredictability, sending out waves that were beyond his control, no matter how hard he tried. Worst of all was their influence on Skywalker. It was minuscule at first, but now, their hold over him was too much for Sidious to ignore. The boy had changed into a man. Well, Sidious recognized that this was a Skywalker unencumbered by his restraints and frustrations. Where once was a Jedi constantly having to grit his teeth at the way the Jedi Order functioned, now was a more wizened warrior who saw an alternative path, not tied down to Sith nor Jedi. Where once he saw cocksure arrogance, a more mellowed out and wiser Anakin now stood. Sure, his old tendencies of being brash and hot-headed were still there, but there was a temperance to him that he did not have. It became far more pronounced after an apparent trip he took to Tatooine with his Padawan, secret wife, and the Avenger known as Spider-Man. When he came back, Palpatine took note of this in a veiled, grandfatherly manner, stating that Anakin looked far more relaxed. The Chosen One held a content smile and stated that there was a lot that he recently got off his chest and that Peter Parker was a great help in doing so. Since then, Palpatine could count on his hands the number of times Anakin came to him to talk about anything. The boy chose a new company to trust in, and from his kin deduce, it was a trust reciprocated. He had already deduced this earlier, but it was a no less bitter pill to swallow. Skywalker was now becoming a lost cause. He needs to find new avenues for the plans to come. Standing up from his seat, Palpatine made his way to a ship that was secretly stationed in the Senate building. The pathway he took was one that was isolated and discreet, and he sensed no one in the vicinity, allowing him to get to his private ship without any worries. After some time in relative silence, he arrived upon the lone spire in the industrial, abandoned districts of Coruscant. Walking out of his ship, Sidious walked through the decrepit and weathered tower, arriving at a doorway that he opened with his application of the Force. Entering inside, Sidious stood in a chamber that held a plethora of artifacts. Items of great importance with ties to the dark side. Each was collected by him during his early years, and then some before he was approached by Darth Plagueis to become his eventual apprentice, with a rare few going all the way back to the earliest Sith empires. They were added on as time went on, especially when slaying his former master and taking his place in the rule of two. Predominantly, the light in the room came from the Sith holocrons. Others were from the blue flames he made from his Sith lightning. Each helped shed the dark as he began his next course of action. He gathered several Sith artifacts and holocrons, quickly lighting a bowl with Sith lightning for more blue fire, and moved all of this to a particular structure in the chamber. In front of him was a mural of an ancient Force gateway that had been torn out from whence it came, brought here to Coruscant. The Sith took a moment to regard this stone slab, tracing his fingers over the patterns and carvings. This was something he and many other Force users only heard and read stories of. Something which he desired to find access to, which he believed could greatly accelerate his plans for galactic conquest. And through his endeavors, he finally found one and brought it here. This slab had been meticulously carved out from the tomb he found on Zyast, a sacred world to the Sith. He hoped that accessing this slab that was the gateway to the fabled world between worlds would have him mend and fix the grand plan of the Sith. From its descriptions, it was said to be a vergence of time and space, and as the Force transcends and is bound to it, so is this gateway. With everything prepared, he began his chant in the old Sith dialect. After what felt like hours, even if it was a matter of minutes, he got results. With the ritual completed, Sidious expected things to go one way. What he got was something else entirely. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong, he thought with alarm. The moment the ritual ended, his senses swiftly picked up on the dark side of the Force. The amount of it was deep, growing and extremely spread out. It was far more than he could ever imagine. Whatever he intended of opening the gateway was swiftly tossed aside as Sidious became far more focused on the recent discovery. He stood sharply, turning away from the stone slab to glance at all the holocrons before facing the gateway again. What was that just now? The dark side, it shouldn't be this potent. Darth Bane stated that the dark side operated at its best with limited users. Concentrated and focused. Then why is it did the dark side moved without his knowing about it? Practitioners and false Sith Lords and Dark Jedi were not uncommon, but this was not that. No, the way the dark side moved, it moved akin to true Sith Lords would in their usage of the Force. How was this happening? Sidious racked his brain in thought. Was it because of lingering remnants of Ultron's actions? It could be, given how he greatly scarred the Force with his converted army. It is perhaps time he needs to investigate things. Perhaps it was time for him to finally act. Scene cut. Why have you called upon me, specifically, woman? Come now, is that any way to talk to a friend? A crackling hum was felt in the air. I am not here for games, witch. Speak plainly and honestly and none of your drivel. I have a name, you know. You can use it. She said, and a witch? I don't have any of your space magic. And tone down on the Shakespeare talk, you sound like a high school theater kid. There was a crackling of electricity that coursed from the hands of the man being mocked when a deep voice prevented him from speaking again. Galvin. The sinister voice slowly said. Must you allow yourself to be goaded by such blatant taunting? The Sith in question bristled, glaring daggers at the woman. She speaks in taunts and riddles. I have no idea who this Shakespeare is and the purpose in making such comparisons when I do not even comprehend them. Oh please, Max Dash. That's not my name. The woman waved him off dismissively. Right, Electro Dash. The Sith Lord known as Darth Galvin rounded on the woman, eyes now sparkling with electricity. That is not my name either. Then use mine as well. The woman snaps, something flowing out of her back and poised to attack. Octavius. The other Sith Lord said, now glowering at her. Enough. Your meaningless jests lead us nowhere. Galvin will only further make a fool out of himself and his patience may lead to your death. Slithery, mechanical limbs moved back from the means of attack before going to the ground to hoist Olivia Octavius up higher from the ground. I swear, my Max was much easier to work with than him. I am not this Max you speak of. Galvin snapped angrily. Well, you sound like him. Look like him. And you both are composed of living lightning. Don't blame me for such very close resemblance and connections. I am not living lightning. Galvin retorted, conjuring said power from the tips of his fingers. My means of Sith lightning is just the most advanced in the galaxy. Then I hope you are ready for an upgrade. Olivia Octavius remarked, going over to several screens she had constructed for herself. The other Sith Lord eyed the woman with an intense gaze. What is it that you hope to accomplish with Galvin? Like I said, this guy and my Max are so similar that it's hardly funny. The means of your abilities are so identical that I can practically replicate what I augmented with him and be nearly successful with Galvi here. Galvi fumes a little and is ready to snap when the other Sith holds up his hand to quell his action. Cease your rage, Galvin. You only besmirch yourself further. I do not understand how this woman has gotten under your skin, but enough of your meaningless bluster. The Sith Lord ignored the glare Galvin directed at him and focused on Octavius. What are you intending to do to him, Octavius? Olivia punched in some numbers, getting a few possible results, shaking her head as she tried for another formula. You told me that out of everyone in this order of yours, his control of lightning is beyond anything anyone has ever seen in recorded history. To the point that he can become one with Sith lightning. Or at least has tried to. His drawback, however, is having a hard time reverting back to his normal form on occasion instead of being entirely lost. Or he ends up with multiple burns. What I have is a means to make it far more stable and easier for him to handle. A hum emanates from the other Sith. Are you certain what you promise will come to pass? Olivia turned to the Sith, raising a brow as she adjusted her goggles slightly down. Do you doubt my capabilities now, Malgus? Darth Malgus eyed her with obvious skepticism. On occasion. The one Sith said honestly. Much of what you brought to us can be very alien to us, making us question them often. At least it makes good conversation pieces. Octavius states before clapping her hands. Now, shall we get started? What is it you intend to do with me? Galvin cautiously asked. Were you not paying attention to what I was saying? Or is it that you're a bit scatterbrained? I was trying not to kill you. Galvin freely admitted. Are all of you Sith like this? Yes. Malgus shook his head. Galvin. His voice was sharp and deadly, one that brokered no argument. You are to follow her instructions and let her work lest you taste my lightsaber. Now silence. That last word was empowered by the Force, and even Olivia, void as she was from it, shuddered at its power. Slowly and begrudgingly, Galvin places himself on the table, allowing Octavius to strap him down. The Sith Lord glares at Octavius as she was working the nearby console, inputting her theories and formulas until reaching the desired result. Smiling in a sinister fashion, her 4 additional arms began moving about, activating many other devices and consoles as the room whirred to life. Galvin's eyes shifted away from her to the arms and the rest of these devices, with Malgus observing in silence. One of the arms lowered itself next to the Sith Lord's arm, holding a needle that was jabbed into the bicep. Galvin winced, lightning crackling momentarily. Carabast. What did you inject me with? Penicillin. Or what equivalent to it in this galaxy? Octavius then withdraws another vial. This is what I need to give you now. And what would that be? Galvin warily asked. Octavius' eyes were shadowed, yet her smile was easy to see. The next step in power. Her mechanical arms brought her an injection gun, taking the vial and popped it into the ammo slot. Hovering over the Sith Lord, Galvin stared at her unflinchingly as she lowered the injection gun, placing it upon his chest. After a tense moment of silence, she pulled the trigger and the contents in the vial were swiftly injected into Sith's body. The effect was near instant. Galvin lurched forward, flinging his head back, convulsing violently. Lightning began crackling around the Sith's body, soon starting to viciously fire out in all directions. During this time, Malgus slowly rose from where he sat, intently staring at what was happening. "I'd step back if I were you," Octavius advised. "I'll manage." "Okay." Famous last words. As she said this, a lightning bolt came at Malgus and he raised his hand, appearing to absorb and deflect the stray bolt. "Okay then, nothing to worry about." Flipping a switch, the mechanized arm produced more of the same contents she made and injected them into Galvin. Org. The Sith Lord writhed upon the bed, thrashing about violently. From above came 4 metallic spheres that began attracting the wild electricity that was exploding off Galvin. Visible energy waves began coming from these 4 spheres, creating a dance of lightning that began swirling around Galvin. This went on for several minutes, Olivia Octavius intensely at work, watching the process and having her additional arms continually maintain the equipment. She was calm and collected, no doubt having quite the knowledge and experience of what she previously went through. After some time, Darth Galvin jerked violently against his bindings and his body gained an intense glow. An instant later, his body exploded. Malgus threw up his arms, using the force to shield him. His body skids back considerably as he fights back the push Galvin's body was emanating. The Sith Lord adjusted his footing and now stood strong against the seemingly endless tide of electricity. He grits his hidden teeth to stand his ground further. His eyes glanced over at Octavius, the mad scientist wearing a smug, satisfied smile, standing between 2 of the metallic spheres that absorbed any lightning sent her way. Soon enough, the lightning began to settle, with it being pulled back to Galvin's body. Upon doing so, there was a bright flash of light that momentarily blinded Malgus. And then, silence. Malgus' vision slowly returned to normal. Octavius' grin threatened to split her face, her 4 tendrils swiftly moving to undo the bindings, yet it was unneeded. Galvin had sat up, his body crackling as he did so and his hands and chest phased through the straps. The other Sith Lord saw this and his eyes widened. "Galvin," Malgus says, drawing the one Sith's attention. "How do you feel?" "I feel. I don't. Stronger, stable." His voice came out as static. He held up his hand and watched as it shifted to literal lightning before solidifying back to his original state. He couldn't quite comprehend what he just saw and without realizing it, made his body shift several more times until sensing that he was doing this to himself. "More free," Galvin airily said. The living Sith lightning shifts his body more and more, laughing each time. In the midst of this, Octavius walks out and wears a smug look. "Now what do you say? It appears your value is more than we assumed," Galvin slowly said. "You upheld your end of the bargain." "That's better." Olivia then scoffed. "Jesus, that was the most convoluted thank you I've ever gotten. Shouldn't have expected any less from you nihilists." "Entropy is the way of the universe," Malgus said, gazing intently at her with his sickly yellow Sith eyes piercing her soul. "It is how all life eventually turns into. As is our way, as is our deity." "Right," Octavius said with a shudder. "You guys just do what you have to and let me do my own thing and we're still square. Your idioms and phrases are pointless here," Galvin said, eyes crackling with lightning. "To you, yes, but to me, it keeps my head on straight," Octavius retorted. "God, it's my damned luck that I end up with a death cult." Once more, the supervillain of another dimension thought back to her situation and how she wound up here. It was by pure happenstance really. Getting hit by a wayward starfighter in the middle of an interdimensional glitch storm was the last thing Octavius expected, but a possibility she should have considered in hindsight. Messing with the fabric of not just one but multiple realities can lead to unforeseen variables of the most mundane to the most insane, and she feels like an interdimensional starfighter slamming into her was a good in-between. She found herself in the presence of people calling themselves Sith Lords, those who follow what they call the true interpretation of the Force, their religion, one might say, and was quickly brought into their services for her own survival. Ironic considering these psychos were all about entropy and death. And she nearly died then and there had it not been for that bald, pale, red-eyed bastard that wasn't Malgus. The sun is basically the only entity keeping her stable in the present reality. He is literally her anchor in staying alive. he all but claimed to be hers, leaving other members of the cult to not lay a hand on her. But if she were to stay here and aid these nihilistic lunatics, she required compensation. Payment for her services in assisting this group was as follows: knowledge and revenge. Knowledge was simple enough. Olivia sought to breach through the limitations of what she knew back in her reality's Earth. Her planet never went beyond their atmosphere, never interacting with things beyond their comprehension, thus confining her of the full scope of the vast mysteries of the universe. Thus, with her working for the Order of the Sith, she had access to so much knowledge to sate her scientific mind. As for revenge, she wanted payback on Peter Parker, otherwise known as Spider-Man. Because of him and his variants, she got displaced in the present reality. Many of her new compatriots questioned why she had quite the fixation on Spider-Man, only having the son allude to such answers given he has a bigger idea and understanding. She was soon left to her own devices as Malgus and Galvin left the mad scientist to her work. Now what to work on now? Olivia mutters, scrolling through her console. Oh right. Need to get back to that. She had quite the fun little project with the new addition to their group, the cyborg General Grievous. With the inclusion of her scientific mind, Olivia enhanced and modified Grievous' body. So far, it's merely schematics and blueprints, but soon enough he'll get his upgrades in the coming days. In fact, she's able to make many enhancements to just about everyone who willingly volunteered. Their suits, their weapons, and even themselves, like her latest success with this universe's Electro. Over commented that such things happened with the Republic once the Avengers earned their trust. Yet Octavius was going beyond the limitations of the inhumane approaches. At least she's had some collaborative help with Darth Momin, given his artistic flair. One of her data pads let out a small notification beep and she had one of her arms grab onto it and bring it to her face. Oh, she drawled out in intrigue. They've reached their next targets, eh? Let's see who they bring back this time. Scene cut. Upon a jungle world, the ambient sound that came from the variety of life within, above, and below the trees filled the air. But of this jungle were several abnormalities. Some might say that it blended in with the scenery, but others were able to discern their true nature. Multiple decrepit and aging pyramids could be spotted on the jungle planet of Yavin 4, pyramids that have stood the test of time. And they were the destination for a group of recently arrived travelers to this jungle world, trudging through the greenery of this place. I have heard many rumors of its existence but never had it confirmed. Is this truly the place? Spoke a masked man with glowing red eyes. The lead guide of this group looked back at the masked man, continuing his stride. Do you doubt me? One can never be too sure, Over. Time consumes all, even that which deems itself immortal. Unless you cheat it, Momin. Spoke a female voice. How are we to know that anything will even be in there? A red-skinned, male Shagrian asked, his voice coming out in a small growl. I wouldn't be surprised if their tombs have been raided by a more unsavory lot. A falsehood. Spoke a hollow, dark voice, one that belonged to the embodiment of the dark side of the Force. I have seen that many tended to be a false tomb, meant to throw raiders and scavengers away from the legitimate ones. Yes, an aggravating practice but a necessary one. Over states with a droll in his voice. But you need not worry. What we are walking towards is indeed the genuine article. Took a while to narrow down the few standing and hidden away on this planet from the prying eyes of the galaxy. The large group of Darksiders stepped out from the thick density of the jungle world and now stood before one of the many pyramids that they had been trekking towards. Kraok-Kuum. A crack of thunder was heard, a large lightning bolt streaking down from above, both darkening the skies and casting its sole light upon the explorers below. Behold! Beryl Over said in reverence. The tombs of Naga Sato and Exarchon. There was a silent hum of anticipation as the rain began to fall upon them. It seems our visit was to be expected. Momin idly said. Let us not be rude guests. Gethzarian said with a sinister smile. They journeyed into the pyramid, walking by countless disabled traps and skeletons of long-dead warriors who once served the Sith Order. Eventually, they arrived within a hollow chamber with many arches and elevated viewing platforms, stands some might say, and at the center was a sole pillar. Surrounding the pillar was a literal wall of light, a light that had not dimmed in over 4,000 years. Ah, Exarchon. Bojin spoke in recognition. His story and legacy is well documented and known. Perfect. Over said in a low voice, a manic gleam slowly manifesting in his eyes. Then it is at long last, time. Withdrawing the satchel by his side, Beryl placed it down and opened it up. In it were a plethora of artifacts. Exarchon's lightsaber wrapped in cloth, his 2 amulet-converted gauntlets, his dark holocron and the remains of Vodosios staff. Momin regarded the last item curiously. Is that not a Jedi artifact? I sense the touch of the Jedi upon this staff. Exarchon was one who corrupted that which was once touched by the light into that of the dark. Over explained. It is how so many Jedi Padawans and apprentices rose up against their masters during his war with the Jedi and Republic. The staff of his former Jedi master, Beryl traced his fingertips over the wooden pieces that seemingly remained intact over the millennia. The cloth wrappings were barely being held together, faring worse than the stick itself. Will be the perfect final piece to bring him back. My lords, a soft, menacing female voice spoke up and everyone turned to a red-skinned Devaronian standing next to a male Nagai. Nil, Maladai. The red-skinned Shigrayan addressed them. Have you found something? Maladai, the female Devaronian bowed her head in confirmation whilst Nil, the Nagai, walked forward and kneeled to the ground. Right here, my lords. Darth Nil said after a moment of silence. It is right here. The sun made a tutaying sound, gesturing for the 2 Sith Lords to stand aside. He concentrated on where Nil had kneeled and held out his hand. Particles soon formed into minerals and other matter, a dark shroud surrounding his arm that soon shot out, burrowing itself into the ground. Slowly, with a bit of extra power considering how deep this dark tendril went into the ground, the sun pulled out a large and ornately decorated coffin. Behold! The sun slowly moved the coffin over and set it down next to the pillar in the chamber. The resting place of Naga Sato. Resting within the foundations of Exarchon's own final resting place. Poetic and artistic, is it not? Momin regaled with a fond tone. The many generations of Sith Lords built upon each other. Their selfish desires benefit our means after so many millennia. I'm not complaining. Beryl stated. Makes our job easier. Wireloke, if you would. The male Shigrayan wordlessly reached for a bag he carried himself, pulling out a number of items. Over gestured for Maladai and Nil to go to their positions with Wireloke joining them once the time came. Momin turned to the additional dark side users that they had brought with them and waved his hand down. Together, a dozen practitioners of the dark side split evenly amongst themselves, going to their respective areas, surrounding the artifacts and resting places of the ancient Sith Lords. From the sun, he used his power to carve up a litany of symbols on the stone floor, creating a massive circle with 6 circles dotting the circle. 3 circles were already occupied by Wireloke, Nil, and Maladai. From Gethzarian, a pillar of green fire erupted from her hand. She took hold of the pillar of fire, the green flames dissipating to reveal an old, ornate sword covered with Sith writing etched along the blade and guard. Green sparks danced along the surface before they were quenched when laid down on the carved-up ritual circle. Next were a litany of jewels and ornate pieces of accessories that levitated towards the sword, such as a headpiece and shoulder pauldron. Each had Sith writing etched onto the metal. Gethzarian paused for a moment, sensing something off about several of the artifacts of Naga Sato. Not all are his. She noted in her multi-layered voice. Would these work? I doubt most would be enough. The sword and headpiece are his. Over states. The rest we had to figure out as we went in reforging and replicating, due to how damaged we originally found them. Are you certain that these shall be enough? Momin queried. Absolutely. With the catalysts in place, the sun spoke. We shall begin. Momin, Gethzarian, and Over moved to occupy the 3 empty circles on the ground. The entire room somehow darkened more than it already was. A pressure that would be suffocating to most descended upon the chamber, and it was relished by those standing in the intricately carved circle of archaic and dark side symbols. The 6 circles occupied by the Sith Lords had the lines around them begin to glow a blood-red color. They had closed their eyes now and began chanting in the ancient Sith language. The dozen dark side practitioners were on their knees now, bowed forward, and their arms held up, and they joined in the chanting. The sun soon levitated into the air and began sending out his power, shaping them into tendrils that jabbed themselves into the dozen dark siders inside the ritualistic circle. As soon as he did this, Gethzarian threw her hands forward. The green magic she utilized immediately materialized all around her arms. She directed them to the dozen sacrifices, her power seeping into the bodies, and they all began convulsing violently. Their bones cracked, their muscles popped, their eyes and ears bled, and quite literally, their bodies began to open up, so to speak. And they slowly moved together. They continually drew closer and closer together until the openings began to connect and fuse together. Darth Maladi and Darth Nil ceased their chanting and held out their hands, firing off Sith lightning whilst changing what they were saying originally. The lightning, celestial power, and Night Sister energy all coalesced as the 12 became two, their bodies now infused with power, capable of sustaining what was about to happen to them. Momin. Over said, and the artisan Sith Lord nodded. Placing his hand upon the ground, particles, similar to that of how the sun manipulated power, began swirling around his hand. Beneath the mask, Momin grinned at the sight, slowly standing back up with his arm outstretched and hand facing the ground. A red pillar of energy appeared, similar to that of his own artificial doorway to his original time period, was mixed in with the green Itcher Gethzarian utilized. With his other hand, he grasped hold of it and held it before him before bringing his hands together, the red energy disappearing between them. After a moment, Momin spread his hands out and an explosion of the red and green energy came from this action, turning into rain, and it began striking at various points of the temple. Be they in the walls, the ceilings, the ground, beneath it, and more importantly, on the many skeletons littering the area, all throughout the temple. Slowly, the bones began to move and many parts of the temple shifted and moved, with cracks forming in the walls, ceilings, pillars, floors, and all of the architecture. During this process, a nice cold wind, billowing tales of the past, blew throughout the temple. The relics and artifacts brought to this place began to resonate with the ritual, and they began to glow and levitate. Soon enough, the desired results began. The 6 Sith Lords and Celestial sensed it. From the ancient temple on Yavin 4, an old spirit stirred. For years, he wandered through the vast corridors of his temple in complete and total darkness. An endless search of finding a way out. He often forgets and is reminded countless times his temple doesn't have an easy escape, as the only way to leave was blocked off so many millennia ago. For a brief period of time, for what would be later known as the Great Galactic War, this spirit was freed from the ethereal chains of the temple. With the war waging around the temple, the spirit interacted with those who approached the place. He sought them out in hopes to free him. However, all he could do was watch as a weakened entity before being dragged back into his eternal prison of his temple-like tomb. From there, the spirit went into a stupor state, succumbing to his fate while doing much to regain his lost power. Thus for several millennia, the spirit went into an on and off hibernation. Sleeping and awakening to continually search for a way out and regaining strength. An endless loop while being lost in the abyss. Suddenly, a figurative portal practically ripped open in the darkness. The light pouring from it drew the spirit like a moth to a flame. Elsewhere in the temple, a corpse lay ever dormant within its sarcophagus. The spirit that was once tethered to it has long since entered chaos millennia ago. One can thank the person's final apprentice. How, for years, he taught him everything he had in his arsenal. A means of hoping he can bring back the golden age of the Sith. Freeden Nad indeed brought back quite an age of the Sith, but he sought to get rid of the previous one in the process, if one were to look at it that way. For years since his birth, a man of the ancient Sith species sought to break his people's stagnation, due to them being isolated. He believed change was necessary in order for them to survive and expand. He was successful in breaking their state, but at quite an ending cost. The great shift of this occurring began with a duel to the death with his rival in order to become a new Lord of the Sith. To fulfill the true path of the Sith as was dictated by their people. But in the end, he was betrayed and sent into self-exile, forced to live out the rest of his centuries upon an isolated world until his time would come. Yet like all Sith of the past, he was betrayed. Even after passing on from his mortal coils. And he was cast into chaos for his troubles, as all Sith do in the end. But now? After thousands of years. From the throne room of the temple, the chair cracked open and an inky black substance oozed out of the openings. They slithered about as they were drawn to the chamber of the ritual, making a beeline for the one set of artifacts. They swirled around them, multiple parts quickly seeping into them. The one who stood in front of the pillar of light reached forward. First came the gauntlets, securing themselves squarely upon the body. Then the being grasped at the specially designed lightsaber, the veins of its arms appearing. Next, the shattered remains of the stick that belonged to Vodosios Bez rose up. They indeed mended back together. From the cracks came a darkened light that soon faded into dust that shifted to the lightsaber, wrapping itself around it to form two wooden bands on either side of the blade. Momin! The sun shouted. The Dark Lord ceased what he was doing and quickly called forth his doorway, and then came a burst of red light. From the light, as it dimmed, the body that was offered before the pillar began to take on a new shape that was a hooded, humanoid form. The blackness soon changed to give more features of a man with braided black hair, several ornaments and artifacts on his body. On his forehead was an ancient Sith symbol that wasn't painted or tattooed but branded like a hot iron. The hair shifted from a bone white to a jet black, and dust dropped from the man to form the rest of his clothing, primarily his cape. After a moment, a raspy gasp came from the man, eyes shooting open and wildly looking about in his surroundings. Him finally registering so much after millennia in the darkness sent his mind into a sensory overload. The feeling of sight, touch, smell, hearing, and taste along with his deep connection to the Force topped with his resurrection hit him like a ship coming out of hyperspace. He almost collapsed in the process, but quickly found his footing to maintain upright. There was a beat of silence, the ritual still ongoing save for one who stepped out of the circle he was in and now stood before the newly resurrected Dark Lord. "Do you know?" Beryl speaks out slowly, catching the attention of the man. "Do you remember who you are?" There was a deranged look to the man before his mental faculties returned to him. I am Exar Kun." The revived Sith pants out, composing himself. "How long?" "A long time." Registering the response, the identified Exar Kun soon notices something off. Instead of being an empowered spirit of the Force tethered to his temple, he felt things he hasn't felt in an extremely long time. He first looked at his empty gauntlet hand, flexing his fingers a few times before turning to his hand holding his lightsaber. "Am I alive?" "You are." As this happened, from a ripped tear into the realm of chaos, a figure was being drawn out. The other set of artifacts helped lure them through. They set themselves upon the other vessel, acting as the anchor for the spirit that was pulled in from the realm of the damned Sith Lords. A red spirit shot out, entering into the sacrifice, and the body lurched back. It vibrated for a time, its body convulsing to change into the shape that reflected the spirit. The skin became a darkened red hue, tendrils formed from the cheeks, small ridges were seen on the forehead, and the jawline became more angular with a small goatee even forming. Soon, the body filled into the artifacts to the letter, and the figure gained additional lavish clothing that complemented the headpiece, shoulders, and ornate sword. This newcomer had a similar reaction to Exar Kun, but he recovered far quicker than him. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was in an unfamiliar, familiar place. "What?" The Sith Lord breathed in heavily, looking around him at the other Sith. I've returned from chaos?" "That should be impossible." "Nothing is impossible, my Lord Sato," Gethzarian says in reverence. Naga Sato looks over to see the present Sith and the Dark Celestial and recognizes him nearly instantly. "You," Sato muttered in wide-eyed disbelief, focusing on the sun. "You were a myth. Worshipped by my people." "By the Sith of old, yes." The sun spoke in a tone that conveyed a measure of respect. "When the dark side was at its most potent and raw. And you're not the only ones, Lord Sato, Lord Kun." Momin spoke up. The two newly revived Sith Lords turned to the artisan when their eyes caught a sea of red surrounding the ritual circle. Around them was a literal army of red-skinned humanoids with glowing green veins and eyes, sharp bone spurs protruding over their bodies in various locations, the elbows being the main variant. Other facial features included a pair of tendrils that hung from their cheekbones, and cartilaginous eyebrow stalks that covered the eyes. They also had simian mouths, small noses and ears, and a slightly receding chin with 3 digits on each of their hands and feet. My Master, Sato and XR said at the same time, and both Sith Lords turned to each other, realizing who they were staring at. You. Stop. The Sun instantly came in before either could do what he knew was likely to happen. We brought you both back for a very specific reason. To enact the will of the true Sith. The way that was prophesied by your people. Both ancient Sith turned to Bojin, eyes wide and sharp. Truly. Naga Sato stepped forward, almost not believing what he heard. Is it? Is it time? More or less. We have been gathering our strength for many millennia, Lord Sato. Over spoke up. We intended on it far sooner, Darth Wirelok said. But, circumstances beyond our control has led us to now. Which suits us all the better. Darth Nil said with a malicious grin. The galaxy is in a wounded state, chaos just ready to be unleashed. Momin stated with gleeful undertones. Think of the art we can weave together. Marker Ragnos once spoke of this. Exarchon murmured, hand subconsciously reaching up to the Sith brand on his forehead. Then prepare yourselves. The Sun declared. For there is one final planet we must venture to. And that would be? Naga Sato queried. The Sun's red eyes gave the ancient Sith Lord a piercing look with a devilish smile. Why, you should know it, Lord Sato. It's time for you to return to your home planet, Korriban. Scene cut. Within a meditation room of his flagship, Maul floated in the air. His focus was vast and deep in order to get a proper reading of the present goings of the galaxy. So much has happened in such a short amount of time. So much death. So much disorder. He would have reveled in it during his younger, more naive years. But he was a changed man now. What was once a narrow view that could be equated to a petty revenge quest transformed into a grander perspective that allowed him to see the full picture. The plan for the universe. Now all this death was part of it, but it was unbalanced. Chaotic. No rhyme or reason or focus. Some would. That Ultron AI was truly a threat that needed to be taken care of, and for once, those insect Avengers had proven their worth. The machine would have been a genuine issue in his quest to find the Soul Stone, somewhere hidden in this galaxy. In order to acquire his one prize, he needs to balance things out as Frieden Nad described it. As to how, now that was the mystery. What's this? A darkness shifting in the galaxy? It was familiar to Maul but also different. Older, far more potent, and in many aspects, more powerful than what he was raised on. What could this be? He didn't have time to further investigate this as the doorway to the room opened, having a pair of feet clank on the floor soon after. Their owner was easily known for the red-skinned Zabrak, as he knew their stride. Yes, Balin. The Zabrak slowly turned his head to the older Force user. My lord, Skull said in complete respect. Maul regarded Dark Jedi, they are here and awaiting your presence. The Zabrak recalled what it was he needed to do today and nodded at Balin. Thank you. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me there. Balin simply bowed and exited the room. Looking back out of the nearby window, Maul hums to himself and regarding the feeling he registered from the present cosmos. What was that just now? It was extremely powerful, yet there was a clear attempt at keeping it hidden. Interesting. Very interesting. But he would address that later. Right now, duty calls. Turning to leave, Maul exited the room he was meditating in to walk down a corridor to enter a room filled with 4 individuals. One was Balin Skull, patiently awaiting his master, and the other 3 were Cad Bane, Brock Rumlow, and Taskmaster. My friends. Maul cordially greeted. Thank you for coming. Please, get comfortable, you have traveled a long way. You caught our interest. The Duro's bounty hunter groused out, fiddling with a toothpick in his mouth. Paying up front for an audience, for starters. The Avengers. Crossbones bluntly said, crossing his arms whilst giving the Zabrak a skewed look. You got some issues with them. Maul released a humorless chuckle, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Oh yes, very personal issues, Rumlow. More so than any of you. I don't have a problem with them. Bane remarked. Ah, but they have interfered with you in the past. Maul refuted. And I also know that you, Cad Bane, are a man who likes to take in all angles for all opportunities. The Guardians of the Galaxy and their Ravager clan and Mandalorian allies are no less. No, they aren't a nuisance, are they? Cad Bane narrowed his eyes at the mention of all these groups, the toothpick he had between his thumb and index being flicked away. Eyes soon focus on Taskmaster, who shrugs with a chuckle. I merely like the challenge. Of that, I thank you. Maul said earnestly. Makes speaking with you far simpler. So what, we're your recruits now? Crossbones asked, not hostile yet the man remained guarded. That is for you to decide. Maul said conversationally. See, what I am looking at are 3 men who will soon be hitting limitations. Limitations that will result in your demises sooner rather than later. And before you say anything, do not lie to yourselves. Balin Skull spoke up, sensing a growing feeling of resentment in those words. You are men who are capable of many things alone and you have accomplished much. But remember when the 3 of you fought the Guardians and their allies, you all were forced to retreat, barely making it out with your lives. There was a grudging sentiment of hating how right the aged Dark Jedi was. So I take it you're giving us an offer? Bane stated rather than asked. Naturally. Maul said, his tone akin to a businessman knowing a deal was about to be made. What I want is your cooperation in the coming plans of this galaxy. And what do we get in return? Taskmaster asked. Maul developed a sinister smile, opening his mouth to respond. That went well, didn't it? Maul casually asked Balin Skull, the bearded man merely nodding in agreement. Simple men really. Balin commented. Once shown what they can gain and achieve, it shouldn't come as a surprise that they are quick to pounce on the chance. Lest you forget their pride. The Zabrak countered. I have seen many foolish men and women who seemed reasonable get done in by their own pride. A common enemy is one thing but personal vendettas and individualism can be hard to break. Pride is what led Pre Vizsla to join our cause. Balin noted. Yes, but he was far easier to convince. Maul said, almost sounding bored at the thought. Give a Mandalorian of his kind a target and rousing speech of honor and battle and they'll salivate at the chance. Xizor is one to watch, however. Do you not trust him? He is one who is intelligent and understands what has been given to him. But he is also a bitter, vengeful man having lost so much of his empire recently. Some had even splintered off already, vying for their own power. Skull shook his head in disappointment. A foolhardy effort. He's merely desperate to reclaim what he believed was his. Honoring old promises of his forefathers, not realizing they'll lead to his own ruin. Balin merely hummed at that statement, the pair entering into their next destination. It was a meeting room of a different kind, one that held many scrolls, books, tomes, parchment, datapads and more, all in regard to information. I had no idea my home world contained such secrets. Much can be lost and forgotten to time. And what of Umbara? How many of these temples you speak of still stand? More than you realize. I see you are busy. Maul spoke up. From a circular table from the center of the room looked up Frieden Nad, Dichi of Umbara and Mirage Sintel, Queen of Zygeria. The feline-like humanoid instantly gained a more sultry, welcoming smile upon spotting the Zabrak, dropping whatever she was reading and moving over to Maul. My lord, she purred. I did not expect you to visit us so soon. Maul smirked, taking one of her hands into his. It is rude to ignore guests, your majesty. Especially ones of great importance. Mirage almost felt like giggling, instead opting to release another purr of satisfaction. Sickening as that is, I take it you are here to discuss something, with us Lord Maul? Dichi inquired. Yes, moreover to you, Lord Nad. The ancient revived Sith Lord gave him a hard stare. What would you wish to speak of? The flat look he received did little to faze the resurrected Sith. If we are to play this game what you seek will take time, Maul. Frieden Nad interrupted. The Soul Stone was a myth, a story told by the Jedi of old, only told in tongue before being lost or forgotten. Whatever written texts there are can be counted upon the hands of a Trandos Han. In my time, I could only find the most archaic and obscure references to such a thing. And yet, it is there. And I have told you all that I know. Maul shook his head. Lest you forget, Nad, all that based in myth and story has a foundation of truth. What you seek is real and not a fanciful story to be told. What, because your master supposedly held one in his hand? He will do more than just hold one, Frieden Nad. Maul said, now conveying a more dangerous tone, exuding a pressure that came over all in the room. Balin grimaced whilst Dichi almost passed out and Mirage pressed herself against Maul as a means of keeping her balance. Frieden weathered it better than all of them, yet he still flinched at the power. My lord. Balin tries to speak out. My lord. After getting the call, Maul calms down to focus back on his control. Apologies, he smoothly said. That was unbecoming of me. Fret not, my lord. The Zygarian queen cooed. I found it rather exhilarating. Dichi rolled his eyes in disgust at her behavior. But I am not here just for the soul stone, Nad. I come to you with something else in mind. Frieden raised a brow at that. And what would that be? From his pocket, Maul produced a small, dome-like device that grew after he applied the dark side and additional power to it. Curious, the former Jedi turned Sith approached the Zabrak to gaze upon that which rested in his hand, and after a moment, his eyes widened. Orbalisk. Frieden muttered in slight surprise. Where did you dash? Joris Seabaeth had it with him when his ship left this galaxy. Maul answered. He has his own tale to tell of how he got his hands on these creatures, but they made their way into the hands of my master and brother, who experimented on them and eventually allowed me to attain a higher power. You mean to use them yourself? Oh Force, no, not again. I'm fine as I am. No, this is for someone else. And you tell me this, Nad-eyed the Zabrak. Why? Maul gave him a thoughtful frown. Call me a sentimental man, despite what I had endured. I believe someone who crafted the knowledge of how to use them has the right to witness the evolution of their work. Now his curiosity was piqued and hooked in, Maul turning to leave and those in the room following him. They walked down the same corridor Maul and Balin had been using, reaching the end to enter into a far more spacious room. One meant for combat and training. One that was in use at this very moment. Maul and his company saw Savage Appress, shirtless and breathing heavily whilst wielding his double-sided lightsaber against Blackout, a young girl a few years younger than Savage, and several others with their own weapons. After a moment, it was a flurry of movement and action as Savage moved like a focused beast, systematically defeating his opponents, taking them down either one or two at a time. There were several moments where his defenses were breached and he received an injury, yet the taller Zabrak remained strong and he soon stood in the center with his foes down. Maul grinned widely, throwing his arms up. Well done, my brother. He praised aloud, getting his younger sibling's attention. Brother. Savage said in surprise. Master. The young girl was helped by Balin Skull, the man patting her shoulder. You need to stop favoring your right, Shin. Skull said with a humored smile, making his apprentice look down in slight shame. I see your training is going well. Maul commented. Shinhei bows alongside Blackout in a press. He is progressing at a rapid pace, my lord. Blackout spoke in respect. It took him far fewer movements and time to best us this time around. I can see that. Maul said in approval. And I believe that development is one that calls for a proper reward. Savage does his best to suppress a visible reaction. He was about to go down to one knee as a means of thanks, but Maul tutored him and made him remain standing. This reward is one that is a double-edged sword. Maul sternly said, making a press frown. He soon was shown the lone orbalisk that his older brother carried and he raised an inquisitive brow. What is this, brother? This is called an orbalisk. Maul answered. A creature of the dark side, one heavily modified and experimented on by a brother beyond the confines of this galaxy. When I arrived in the services of my master, this was given to me, rapidly accelerating my growth in skill and power. They clawed and ate at my body, but never enough to kill me. No, they fed on that pain, and in return, what meager power I thought I had, I believed to have mastered, evolved and exploded in such power that what was once the pinnacle of ultimate power was now nothing more than a footnote to be glossed over. Savage hung on to every word his brother said, eyes focused on the dome-like insectoid resting on Maul's palm. Once this is placed upon you, brother, it cannot be removed unless you garnered the adequate strength to pry it off yourself. In that, you will constantly be growing in power, pain will always be prevalent yet the reward. Maul inclined his head and suddenly, everything in the room, including the people, were all lifted up off the ground with such ease that it caught them all off guard. They were lowered just as quickly, stumbles and near trips happening. Savage was wide-eyed, gazing at his brother in astonishment. When he trained under Dooku, brief as it was, one of the first lessons the aged Sith Lord taught him was about tapping into the Force, the potential he had in lifting stone pillars around him. He only succeeded after being repeatedly shocked by the former Jedi with lightning, managing to lift two up. What Maul just displayed was far beyond that, and more so, his brother showed no strain or struggle. He did so effortlessly. "Are you ready for this?" Maul asked, breaking his brother out of his thoughts. Staring at it for a few seconds, Savage looked his brother squarely in the eyes and nodded. Maul grinned with sinister satisfaction. Holding up the soul orbalisk to Savage's chest, Maul applied a greater power, awakening the insectoid. Small legs jutted out, desperately flailing for something to latch onto, and was placed upon Savage's chest. A press squirmed at the movement before he winced. The larger Zabrak felt a circle of extremely sharp teeth dig into his flesh. He resisted the urge to pry the insect off his body and crushing it. He needed to have it kept on him for what needed to be done in order to be stronger. Then, the orbalisk began to multiply. There was a sharp inhale heard as 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and so on, rapidly spreading all over Savage's chest and arms. Some detached themselves to fall and latch onto his legs. The entire time, Savage grunted, growled and yelled in agony as the sensation spread and made every nerve, muscle, bone, and vein in his body pulse with unyielding pain. Gray-ah-ah-ah! Savage bellowed, expunging a force pulse that Maul countered with some difficulty. That moment, one moment of struggle, made Maul's smile widen, as the results were already kicking in. The orbalisks continued their spread until they encompassed the entire body save for a press head, hands, feet, and other more sacred parts. Yet that was not the end of it. Now they began to really dig into his body, and the Zabrak roared, blood actually coming from his mouth and the ground around him cracking, literal ripples being seen coming off of him. "I recommend leaving him be for now," Maul said in a far too casual tone. "Best not to have him lash out at you until things settle." Hearing the request, the others followed Maul out of the chamber as Savage's roars were muffled from the other side of the door. "What was that?" Frieden sharply demanded, eyes ablaze with shocked curiosity. "The orbalisks I knew dash." Yes, they were not like that, I am aware." Maul waved off, the sound of something breaking followed by Savage screaming being heard from the training room. "But my brother, the Maw, is a talented scientist in his own right." Blackout released a small humph of agreement, grinning widely as the sound of his cybernetic enhancements briefly powered up. "All this has left me parched, frankly," Maul abruptly said. "Some refreshments are in order. Come along, won't you?" Frieden, Nad and Dichi could only stare at the Zabrak, who walked away while Blackout, Balin, and Shin walked behind him, and Mirage had taken his arm into hers as they left the pair. After some time taking care of other tasks and business, Maul returned to the meditation room. Him needing to resume clearing his thoughts in order to further plan out the next course of actions. And more importantly, him needing to see if he could pinpoint that shift in the Force from earlier. Getting back into a meditative position, Maul exhaled to decompress and focus, resting his arms on his knees and closing his eyes. The Force could only do so much in this matter. He needed a higher power, the true power of the universe. Using the power cosmic, Maul was able to extend his senses further and faster than usual. All but cloaking his presence to the best of his capabilities in order to investigate the unusual feeling he sensed earlier. If one were to have a visualization or an imagination active enough to comprehend it, one could picture the Zabrak's spirit rushing through the galaxy like a cosmic wind, sweeping past stars and systems. The whole galaxy was at his leisure to look at, and Maul's eyes abruptly snapped open. It took him a moment to try to understand just what he found, blinking in curiosity and surprise before giving out a chuckle of astonishment, morphing into a malicious smile. "Well now, this is interesting." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 115, Home, What is Home? It was so quiet, So much quieter than he remembered. Beep. Watch where you're going, kid. The man who just honked at him shouted as he passed him by. Okay, maybe not that quiet, but Peter Parker's point still stands. When coming back from a place like Coruscant, he may have his personal bias for home, but New York ain't exactly as loud and as hectic as it is a literal city planet. He had a small taste of it when he went on his multiversal adventure. He got such a reminder from the other New York, how it was both familiar and alien to him with the various changes. There was a detail he could remember people saying when they moved away from a place, only to return years later for certain reasons. It makes them reminisce about how the area once was and is presently different, as it'll take them some unknown time to grow used to it. This was Peter's case after being away from his New York for roughly a year and a half now. There was the Thai restaurant he and Aunt May went to often where the food was either too larpy or not larpy enough. Yet it was one of several places where the employees gave them free meals or items, just because they thought May was really attractive. So damn awkward for him to remember. And at the same time, kind of a fond memory now. It's been such a long time since he had that type of moment, just spending time with Aunt May. Being back home after everything he had experienced was beyond surreal. The war, the battles, patrolling the city planet of Coruscant and all made this place bizarrely hazy in memory. He remembers everything about this place, but there was now this overlay of fuzziness to it. Like he didn't recognize what he once saw every day in his life at one point. It was merely strange. Such as what he was looking at now after getting to the destination he had in mind. It looks so small. Small. Yeah, no, or, wait, you wouldn't exactly know, but just, yeah. Just yeah. May. His aunt chuckled, patting his cheek. Come on, Peter, you know I haven't been able to do this in forever. Yeah, I know. Peter mumbled, gazing ahead at his old high school. It felt crazy to think of it in that regard. His old high school. He was barely in sophomore year before he up and got teleported away to another galaxy and joining the Avengers to fight an interstellar war. Now he was back in order to properly settle a number of things. Sort of. Come on, May softly nudged with her arm and the pair strode forward. Walking across the field of the Midtown School of Science and Technology, they reached the main building, walking in through the front doors. The security guard there briefly asked their business, quickly stating they had a meeting with the principal and also showing Peter's old school ID. It didn't take long for them to reach the office, glad that classes were in session with no one in the hallways, though the ambient sound of students and lessons were clear to hear in the background. Time passes where May and Peter Parker came out of the principal's office. Peter shook Principal Morita's hand as was handed a packet soon after. No other words were exchanged as they said their farewells. So. Peter turned to May. So what? May gave him a look, eyeing the packet in his hands. The young teen glanced down at his packet and then back at his aunt, giving her a quizzical look. Are you excited? Happy? Disappointed? Disappointed. Peter repeated in bemusement. It's just, you said you wanted to go back here and all. May said, gesturing all around them in regards to the entire school. Yeah, he remarked offhandedly. I guess. May didn't say anything in response and slowly, her expression fell with a glisten in her eyes. Wondering about her silence, Peter looked up and jolted slightly at his aunt's face. May. He worriedly said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Are you all right? She sucked in a shaky breath, shaking her head and quickly wiping a tear out of her eye. Sorry, she softly replied. Just, looking at you is all. Peter said nothing, instead waiting for her to say more as he sensed more coming. I see you now, and Aunt May placed her hands on his cheeks. And I still see the boy Ben, and I raised 1 second only to see a grown man then next. Her nephew smiled with slight strain. Come on, May, I'm still 16, 17 soon. No 16-year-old goes through what you did. She countered, and he knew he couldn't really argue against such a thing. There was a tremble in her voice that made Peter's heart ache. I look at my boy and I see the eyes of a man who has endured more than he should have at his age. May said, her voice filled with sorrow. Before they were able to talk any further. Peter. It took a moment, but the Avenger recognized the voice. May pulled away and the teen turned. A smile immediately bloomed on the New Yorker's face at the sight of a familiar face he had not seen in a long time. "Hey Ned," Peter softly said, voice almost croaking at the sight of his old friend. Without any prompt, the Avenger walked right up to Ned, who met him halfway, and the pair embraced tightly. What the rotund Ned Leeds did not expect was the sudden loss of the floor beneath his feet as Peter had lifted him up with ease in the hug. He was placed down on the floor a second later, Peter pulling back and having a small chuckle at Ned's face. "Ned." May came up from behind, giving him a kind smile and going in for a hug as well. "Good to see you again." "Yeah," Ned shakily laughed, turning back to his best friend. "Peter. That's my name," he joked, making his friend laugh again. "Where were you, man?" Leeds blurted out. "You just disappeared." Spider-Man released a long breath, rubbing the back of his head. "Things happened. Things that took me away for a long time." "Well, what happened?" "Peter." A new voice chimed in and they turned to see a surprised set of students, most of whom were his old decathlon classmates. "Hey guys," Peter greeted with a small wave. In an instant, he was swarmed, the teen actually being thrown off by this reaction. He was bombarded with questions on all sides with questions. "When did you get back? Where've you been? Were you kidnapped? I bet you were kidnapped. Enjoy the moment of fame, Penis Parker. Shut up, Flash. Guys." Peter interrupted them all with a raised voice, frazzled by all of them, actually applying a bit of his super strength to get some space. "Give me a moment here." Some were thrown off by the display of power, not expecting the normally scrawny and feeble Peter to be able to do this. Now that they looked at him, Peter appeared a lot more defined, far more bigger in a sense, and in the eyes of the girls, they picked up on a more muscular build. "Look, it's good to see you all, but I can't stay long," he apologetically said. "I came back here to get some stuff from the school. I'm having a few tutors to get me caught up with what I missed and then some." "So you're coming back?" Ned said with a hopeful tone. At that, Peter didn't respond, instead, holding a more intense face of contemplation. The others picked up on his lack of a response. "Peter?" Michelle Jones tentatively asked. He glanced over at her and then at Ned again and gave him a sad smile. "Wish I could, but I'm not." Peter held up the packet to show the one side labeled GED. "Given the circumstances, I have to go through this." "The GED? But taking that is like a few years away." Betty Brant now spoke up. "Why do you get to do that?" Flash Thompson asked with annoyance. "It's complicated." "What have you even been doing?" Michelle asked. "Were you kidnapped or something or dash?" Peter barked a laugh at that, shaking his head. "No, that's the furthest thing from the truth. I've been busy with a lot of other stuff." "Oh yeah, like what?" Flash challenged. "Flash, really?" Liz Thompson said with a side eye. Peter opened his mouth to respond until he was quick to notice something behind the others. Said people took notice, turned and gawked. Orange sparks suddenly appeared in the air. They soon traveled into a circular motion before one end connected with the other. Shortly after, something was filled within the space as a few individuals stepped out. The teens in the hallways, save for one, all had their jaws on the floor upon seeing Captain America along with Doctor Strange and two human teenage girls with unusual tattoos on their faces step out of the portal. "Figured we'd find you here, Peter," Steve greeted with a small smile. "Ms. Parker." "Mr. Rogers," May pleasantly returned. "Oh, are these your friends, Peter?" the girl with the white markings on her face asked with a smile. "Yeah, my old school friends," Peter confirmed. "When did you two get here?" "Only recently," the girl with the tattoos over her nose said, puffing her cheeks out. "You promised to show us around your home, remember?" Peter blinked. "That was today?" "Ah, sorry girls. I had to do this with my aunt. You can make it up to us," the white-marked girl said with playful smile. "Anakin and Luminara give you both time off," Steve spoke up. Is she telling the truth, Barris?" Steve said, ignoring Ahsoka who squawked at the disregard sent her way. "Yes, Mr. Rogers," Barrisafi said with a teasing smile directed at her girlfriend who huffed at this treatment. Taking a closer look at the two girls, Peter's old high school friends saw they were pretty attractive. The one with white markings had white and blue hair braided in pigtails hanging over each shoulder with one ponytail hanging in the back. Her skin was light brown though seemed to have a slight orange tint to it. The other had olive skin with diamond-like freckles swept across from one cheek to the other over the bridge of her nose. Her long silky black hair was slightly braided on the side while another part seemed to have a smaller braid with a piece of jewelry attached. And both girls had striking blue eyes. "Apologies for coming in like this," Steve spoke up again, addressing the high school students. "I know you all are happy to see Peter again but," he clapped a hand on the teen's shoulder. "Peter here is an Avenger and a meeting is being called. All hands on deck for this one." At that, many went bug-eyed, their heads snapping the direction of the bashful and slightly embarrassed Spider-Man. "Aw come on, Cap, you didn't have to go and say that," he said, face slightly red at all the attention he had on him now. "Peter's an Avenger?" Flash Thompson blurted out in complete disbelief if not outright denial. "Yeah, just not here," Ahsoka said. "He's been in space with Cap." "I'm sorry, what?" Michelle Jones said in bewilderment, completely thrown off by what she just heard, a sentiment shared by the others. "Ahsoka," Barriss softly chided, making the Togruta clamp her mouth shut at the slip-up. "Wait, that's true," Ned almost exclaimed. "I thought that was a rumor." "It isn't. Captain Rogers with Peter and the other missing Avengers have all been in space," Dr. Strange confirmed, his expression laced with amusement at all the faces of the high schoolers. "You'll all find out the craziness they've experienced soon enough." Steve shot the sorcerer a withering look with the man only smirking at the captain. Shaking his head, a rueful grin on his face, he turned back to Peter. "Got what ya needed?" Steve asked, Parker nodding in response. "All right, let's get going. Tony wants to talk about our plans." "I'll get a portal for you home, Ms. Parker." Dr. Strange spoke up, the ant giving him a grateful smile. "Most kind of you, Mr. Strange," she appreciatively said. Ahsoka and Barriss waved goodbye to Peter's old classmates before the boy in question stood in front of the portal, facing them. "Sorry I gotta go so abruptly, guys," he earnestly said. "I'll hit you guys up later. We can catch up over a bite to eat." He didn't wait for a response from them as most were still a bit shell-shocked at what they were looking at. They had all been so shocked that they failed to notice that the hallway had become crowded with other students, all of whom were holding their phones out, taking pictures and recording what was happening, watching Peter step through the portal and it disappearing a moment later. What the foo dash? On the other side of the portal, it closed behind them as they walked through the Avengers HQ in upstate New York. "Hey Cap. You made that entrance intentionally, didn't you?" "I don't know what you mean." Peter gave him an accusing stare that morphed into a small grin. Steve smirked, patting the teen's shoulder. "Guess you're gonna be the popular kid forever now, huh? Does it even count since I'm not going back? Think of it as you're now the cool, bad boy of Queens." Stephen Strange chimed in. "Every high school kid in the borough is gonna know who you are now. Not like you made any bones about planning on keeping your identity a secret," Ahsoka pointed out. Peter huffed, pouting slightly. "How are you girls liking Earth?" Aunt May asked the two girls and now, in the safety of the Avengers HQ, the two Padawans peeled off a translucent device and their faces morphed from human back to their true alien forms. "Well, we haven't been able to truly experience anything just yet," Barriss remarked. "Still weird that we have to wear these things," Ahsoka commented, holding up her phototastic veil provided for them by Natasha. "It's best to do so while on Earth, Ahsoka," Steve advised. "They're not used to aliens quite yet." Strange tacked on, turning to May. "Ms. Parker." He conjured another portal a moment later into her apartment. "Thank you," she kindly said, giving a faux stern look. "Don't keep him for too long." "Wouldn't dream of it," Rogers said in jest. May turned to give Peter a goodbye hug before she stepped through the portal back home. "Get suited up, Pete, and meet us at the gate," Steve said, Peter, nodding at him as he and Strange left the trio of teens. "So, how was it being back home?" Ahsoka quickly asked, her boyfriend grimacing surprisingly. "Weird," he admitted. "Just, so weird. Everything feels so much smaller than I remember. Hard not to imagine why," Uffy softly said, moving over to peck him on the cheek. "Were you glad to see your friends?" "Well, honestly, Ned's my only real friend," Peter admitted. "The others are just part of my decathlon group and we sorta hung out, sorta knew each other, but, yeah." He then made a face. "Is it weird or wrong that other than Ned, seeing everyone else felt so? I dunno, off. It's alright." Ahsoka placed her hand on his shoulder. "You just gotta take a moment to let the slowdown of it all sink in." Her boyfriend hummed in response at that. "What about you two?" Peter gave them both an expectant gaze. "How'd it feel in your new looks?" "Weird." The pair parroting what he said seconds ago. "I'm just glad I didn't look too different," Ahsoka said, her hands going up to her montrelles. "Still, I felt so unbalanced without the rest of my leku. Like I was missing something." "Mine wasn't too bad," Barris commented. "Just a change in complexion is all." "What do you think?" Tano asked their boyfriend, who smiled. "Either in your natural look or disguise, you two still look beautiful to me." "Tacky," the Togruta chastised, rewarding the comment with a quick kiss. "The kind we've grown to love." "Come on, you two," Barris said, taking their hands. "Let's not keep everyone waiting." Scene cut. The next day. Driving his car through Delacroix, Louisiana, Sam Wilson was feeling all sorts of emotions. He was glad to be home after so long, but at the same time, it's been so long that he wonders if anything has changed. There was a part that rationalized that these thoughts were unfounded. After all, the place he grew up at still had all the same shops and stores that were around when he was still in his youth. All those old ma and pa stops that made his neighborhood what it is today. Yet another part argued that a lot can happen in a year. These thoughts came to a close as the woman occupying the passenger seat spoke up. "So is this like one of these Earth shows and movie moments?" His Zeltron lover/girlfriend wondered aloud. "What now?" Sam amusingly said in confusion. "You know," Danny rolled her wrist. "The whole guy bringing the girl to meet the family thing." "Ah, that," Wilson's head shifted from side to side before he shrugged. "I mean, more or less, yeah." "Why?" "Yeah, nervous." Danny huffed, turning away from him in a faux dramatic fashion. "Why would I be nervous meeting your family?" "Well, you're all fidgety." "Police, I'm as calm as a pickle." "Cucumber." "And you?" "What's you about that?" "Pickles are salty, cucumbers are plain." "Are you saying I'm plain?" Sam rolled his eyes. "Yes, very." Danny shot up in her seat, mouth gaping. "Sam Wilson." "Yes, plain Jane." Danny huffed, crossing her arms and turning away from her boyfriend. He kept on driving with a small smirk until they broke down into a fit of laughter. The Zeltron turned back to her lover, leaning over to place a kiss on his cheek. "I'm just excited," she admitted. "And a bit nervous, yeah. I wanna make a good impression." "You'll be fine," Wilson assured. "Sarah's gonna love you." Danny smiled at him, settling her head on his shoulder, releasing a comfortable hum. They drove in comfortable silence when Danny took a glance at the rearview mirror, catching her new look. Presently wearing the camo mask, Danny appeared more human with the change of hair and skin coloration. After workshopping on the appearance, she got something that worked closely to her natural appearance. Her pink skin was switched out for a tanned appearance, whereas her indigo-colored hair became a rich brown to make it appear black. She made a face, the movement of her face making Sam briefly look down at her. "What's wrong?" "Nothin', just not used to looking like that." Wilson arched an amused brow. "Yeah, no, you look exactly the same, just a palette swap." "I feel like I'd blend in more," she jokingly argued. "How else am I supposed to stand out?" You do already, trust me on that. Before she could ask on how, her lover perked up. We're here. The Zeltron sat up, taking in the lake-based hometown of the Falcon. Danny took in the quaint and homey town with a look of wonder. She had been around the galaxy back home, but experiencing places like this one here, especially in another galaxy, was something to marvel at. The houses and structures looked and felt so different in comparison to what she had seen in her home galaxy. Going to the waterfront, Sam parked his car where he and Danny stepped out. He quickly looked at the water where he saw the old family boat, Paul and Darlene. And gazing a bit further, he spotted a certain tent with a line of people waiting to get served a decent meal. A very long line for that matter. Made Sam pause for a moment before going forward. Wilson Family Seafood. The family business had been struggling for years since the passing of Paul Wilson, but they managed to stay afloat due to loyal customers. He sent money home on occasion to help out since he joined the military instead of continuing on with his sister. A bit of a buffer to help with the bills. With his joining the Avengers, he was able to contribute more, and his worldwide recognition as a superhero helped draw more attention to the family's old business. However, with him being away for a bit over a year, Sam can already imagine how hard things are without his assistance. Yet, things didn't appear so bad. In fact, everything looked well in order, actually. Booming even considering the crowd of people. Okay, something is up. Sam murmured. Danny looked at him in confusion. About what? About all T-dash. Sam? That you? An elderly man abruptly spoke up from the crowd. Sam? Paul's boy. Sammy. More people began to speak up and recognize him, yet before he was able to talk or address any of them, a single voice pierced through them all. Sam. Sam and Danny heads turned in the direction of a woman who was staring at the former in shock and disbelief, tears soon filling her eyes. Sarah. Sam warmly said, glossy-eyed as he gazed at his younger sister's teary face. I missed ya, sis. The young woman said nothing, instead sprinting at full speed to the Avenger and jumped into his arms, hugging her brother tightly as she sobbed. You dummy. She quietly said, holding on to him with all her might. There was an audible ah heard from the crowd at the Wilson siblings reuniting. Next to the pair, Danny was smiling happily at her lover's reunion. Sarah pulled away, wiping her eyes dry, which in turn made her catch sight of Danny. She held a confused look until Sam stepped back and took the Zeltron's hand into his own, making his sister gape slightly, an expression that demanded he explain. No phone call, text, or email for over a year. The hell were you? She then shoves him, barely moving him with a sad smile in place at her outburst. Iron Man just appears one day and tells us you're on a secret mission, and I haven't heard a word since. What about all this? Sam pointed out at the large crowd who were unable to help themselves but watch. His sister huffed. Well, I just got a check in the mail one day from someone with a lot of money to help out. Take a guess. Ah, that would explain the lack of slow business here. Should have known Tony was guilt-tripped into compensating the families of the missing Avenger members. May Parker was a quick example after chatting with her. Guess I owe him big time. What you owe me is an explanation. His sister reminded, looking back at Danny. And sorry that you had to see that side of me. Oh please, no worries. Danny kindly said. Nice to meet you, Sarah, I'm Danny. Sam's girlfriend. Could have guessed that. She remarked in bemusement. Come on. Alicia. Yeah. Another woman popped her head out of the tent and her eyes bulged upon seeing the Avenger. Sam. That you? Hey, Leash. Sam waved at her. Alicia, honey, I know you wanna say hi, but can ya cover for me for now? Sarah quickly interjected. The woman paused before remembering they were still in a lunch rush and gestured for her to leave it to her. Sarah led them to her home, and upon entering, she quickly embraced her brother once more, Sam reciprocating the hug. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? She quietly said. Sam held an expression of guilt, gently placing a hand over her head and rubbing her hair. Sorry, Sarah. He murmured. I never wanted that to happen. She sniffled, pulling away from her brother. I'm just glad you're back. You and me both. Wilson said with a haggard sigh. I know you've been worried sick and working your ass off, but Sarah. Sam exhaled dramatically. Boy, do I have a lot to tell you. I can imagine, superhero. His sister remarked, getting a laugh out of him. Sam took a moment to look around, realizing two noticeable absences in the house. Where are AJ and Cass? Remember Cassidy? Yeah, Ma's old friend. She's been looking out for them whenever I have to work. Damn. Sam shook his head. How old are they now? 5 and 6, right? Glad to see you still remember after being away for so long. Sarah shook her head, giving him a pointed look. They'll be excited to see you later today. You have any idea how many times they've asked about their Uncle Sam? She then gives her brother the look. That is, unless you have somewhere else to be. Nah. My schedule is wide open for the rest of the day. Good, 'cause you'll be cooking dinner. Wouldn't have it any other way. Can I help? Danny spoke up. I've never cooked in a place like this. Or cooked at all for that matter. Not the way you guys do it, at least. The more the merrier. Sarah kindly said. You can help explain where you got up and went to and tell me how you two met. That secret mission Stark talked about felt hokey and forced. Don't blame him for going down that route. Sam remarked as the three of them went to the kitchen. So what actually happened? Just make sure you don't hold anything sharp whenever I tell you some of the crazier stuff. Sam jokingly warned. To start with, me and the Avengers went to space. What? Yeah, it's as crazy as it sounds. Sam said, pulling out some utensils and cutting boards. It just goes up from there. Oh. Danny perked up, reaching for the side of her head and pressed down on her veil, a glimmer over her face. She peeled off her face, causing her hair and skin color to return to their natural state of pink and violet blue. And the obvious response was Sarah dropping the metal pot to the kitchen floor in utter surprise. Glad those are durable or else you'd be cleaning that up, sis. What are dash? A Zeltron. Danny quickly said. A species from a galaxy far, far away. Sam saw the look on Sarah's face and made a decision. Yeah, know what, I'm just gonna get some of our food from the tent. Don't think you wanna break everything here. Several hours later, after a long time regaling Sam's younger sister about his time spent in the other galaxy, the war he's been a part of, meeting Danny, Ultron, the Jedi, all of it, the three of them soon found themselves in the living room. During that time, AJ and Cass were brought home by the elderly woman called Cassidy, and the boys rejoiced at the sight of their uncle. They were currently sleeping, AJ on Sarah and Cass with Sam. God, Sam, are you sure you want to be going back there? Sarah softly asked. I mean, after everything you told me. We've done a lot there. Sam solemnly said. The Avengers have expanded their range of protection, you could say. And I don't want to just uproot Danny from her home. Oh come on Sam, you don't have to do that for me. Danny lovingly said, kissing him for a second. After being here, seeing all this, I wouldn't mind settling down here. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around everything. Sarah muttered, stroking her son's hair as he continued to doze off. I don't know what to say. That my life became more hectic than before. Well, but. Sarah shook her head. Now I'm more worried than ever. It's not hectic Sam, it's dangerous. Sarah dash. I know, but that's what it looks like to me. There was a torn expression on the face of Falcon's sister. And I know you're sugarcoating on some of what you said, don't try to deny it. Sam grunted, averting his gaze from Sarah when he felt Danny scooch up next to him, laying her head on his shoulder. Don't worry, Sarah. The Zeltron said in a sweet tone. Sam isn't going anywhere. He has a lot of reasons to fight and come home. Sarah gave a strained yet grateful smile all the same at Danny. Well, you're always welcome here, Danny. She stated. Haven't seen Sam all googly-eyed for a girl in years. Said sibling released a good-natured groan, throwing his head whilst Danny laughed, repeatedly kissing the side of his face. My googly-eyed Avenger. She teased. Stoop. Nope. Danny says, emphasizing on the P. Scene cut. There's a small village here. Surprised anybody even bothered to do anything here after, well, just surprised is all. They want to rebuild. Here? After everything that's happened. You should know what our people are like, Pietro. Quicksilver hummed with a small grumble at that, looking back out at the small town that was being built not far from the crater that was once Sokovia. Why there though? He couldn't help but ask, gesturing to the town and crater. Just feels so. I dunno, just weird to look at. Wanda gave her brother a shake of her head yet smiled. She couldn't deny the similar sentiment she shared with him. It was still a bizarre sight for the both of them to find after coming back here. Frankly, after nearly 2 years of being away from their home country, for this place to be the first one they visited felt cathartic and necessary. As said, 2 years ago, they didn't have powers, were living as best as they could before getting scooped up by Hydra and allowing themselves to be experimented on with the Mind Stone. Next thing they knew, they were aiding a meta-AI against the Avengers only to realize their folly and join with those whom they once viewed as enemies. And just when they thought their lives couldn't get any crazier, they get shot into space to an entirely different galaxy. To be back here was an unusual experience and feeling. New foundations for new lives. Tony said he's been helping where he could. Pietro brought up. He's doing a lot of that from what I've been told. Wanda commented, shaking her head. Too much guilt in him, I swear. Can't say I blame him. Her twin brother remarked. I mean, I know that's how we felt after finding out what Ultron's real plans were, remember? God, felt like such an idiot being suckered in like that. Wanda couldn't fault him for feeling that way. In so many aspects, Wanda has come to harbor a deep-seated feeling of guilt for her actions when she still considered herself an enemy of the Avengers. Thinking back to when she first hypnotized Tony, the vision she saw, the nightmare Iron Man held genuinely shocked her. To think that such a nightmare weighed upon the mind of one of Earth's mightiest heroes was eye-opening, to say the least. It was after seeing that and making him live through such a vision that led to the creation of Ultron. Much as Tony has come to blame himself for it, Wanda carries equally as much to blame as he does. She spurred him into it. He already had it planned, but it was because of her that he ran headfirst into his creation without a second thought. Wanna help out? Pietro's voice broke her out of her thoughts. What now? She said in slight confusion. Her brother thumbed down to the village. You've been staring at the town like you're about to burn a hole in it. Do you want to go down there? Wanda contemplated this before shaking her head. Maybe another time. For now, I'm content to see it from here. Pietro simply nodded along and the twins fell into a comfortable silence. Think there's anyone down there we know? Pietro spoke up, making his sister cross her arms and sway side to side. Don't know. Maybe. She muttered. Would be shocked to see them down there. Pietro hummed along, eyes drifting over to the crater where Sokovia once was, having a far-off look. Think you can figure out where our home used to be? He brought up, nudging his head at the crater. Couldn't even if I tried. Wanda freely admitted. The twin brother had a stray thought, guffawing slightly. Can you imagine me bringing Ro here? He rhetorically asked, gesturing with his hands. Hey love of my life, look at this lovely valley with a crater that was once our hometown that became a floating island/meteor that nearly ended the Earth. His 12-second younger sister burst out laughing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Wanda gave her brother a smile of approval. Best not to have that detour then, You and Chuchi got a wedding to plan for. Pietro chuckled, running a hand through his hair, shaking his head. I gotta learn all about Pandora and how they do weddings. Isn't it Pantora? Yeah, that, Pietro said without much thought, making his sister roll her eyes. Learn how they do things and, learn more I mean. Already been exposed to how their culture is and all dash. Chuchi told me she wouldn't mind doing it our way first. Wanda cut in, her brother blinking in response. Did she? Apparently ours is more straightforward and all. Wanda nodded at that, a coy smile now directed at her brother. So when should I expect nieces and nephews? Rather than being flustered, Pietro held a more flat face of amusement, directed more at himself than Wanda. At the rate Chuchi and I are going, I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a dozen. Wanda gaped at her brother, lightly hitting his arm a few times, getting him to laugh. Pietro Maximoff, she said in a faux-affronted manner. Did Mom and Dad teach you nothing about etiquette and chivalry? Ah, come on, Wanda, you know how much you want nieces and nephews. Pietro argued, hardly fighting back, laughing all the while. Besides, I bet Marin and Ilyana would love to be aunties. Wanda huffed, yet a small smirk wormed its way onto her face seconds later. Where would you even raise them? She found herself asked, seeing her brother rub the top of his head. I dunno, honestly. Pietro admitted in a small murmur, a deep, intense expression of contemplation. I mean, yeah, Earth is home and all but dash. Other than the Avengers and our duty, do we have a home here? Wanda finished for her brother, not needing to read his mind to gauge his thoughts. It was just a twin thing. Pietro sighed, nodding at his sister's words. Yeah, basically. He quietly said. Wouldn't be fair to Chuchi to have her uproot her life and her own responsibilities to come live here. Where would we even live? Sokovia? What's left of it? And I know we're American citizens now and all but. Yeah. Wanda smiled sympathetically at her twin, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Whatever you choose, you know I have your back. The speedster gives his sister an appreciative smile, the two resuming a peaceful silence for the rest of their time here before they make their way back to the Avengers HQ. Scene cut. It was peaceful on the planet of Atollan. A perpetual state of peace with seldom a whisper or sound that would disturb the planet's tranquility. One of the sole inhabitants of this planet chose this place for that very reason. The tranquility, and the isolation. Almost like a self-imposed prison. One of quiet and deep reflection. The silence, however, was sadly broken when a ring of orange sparks opened up near a particular crater. There was movement that followed from within, what looked like jagged rocks shifting about to reveal a bearded face that slowly turned in the direction of the portal. The eyes of the being widened with curiosity and wonder. Yet that changed to a pleasant surprise as a familiar being with a yellow cape, red face, green-tinged body, and an infinity stone in his forehead stepped out from the portal. Vision. The large, rocky creature said with a wide grin. So good to see you, my friend. Bendu. Vision responded, smiling up at the being of the Force. I see you are doing well. Bendu rumbled with a small chuckle. Well enough considering my state. However, I feel insulted that my friend has not visited me sooner now that he now appears to have the means of utilizing sorcery to traverse the stars. For shame, my friend. Vision continued smiling, shrugging. I would apologize, my friend, but knowing how busy I have been, I believe you would consider an exception. The Bendu huffed in a false-affronted manner, his wry grin returning a moment later. When you put it like that, I can't exactly stay angry at you. Bendu's hollow, echoey voice remarked, reverberating around the area. He tilted his head upwards, pointing at the portal behind him. Forgive my curiosity, Vision, but who among you holds such a power? New friends from home. Was all Vision said, looking back at the portal. As he said this, out stepped an Asian man garbed in personalized clothing and he bowed. Bendu. The Master Sorcerer Wong greeted. A pleasure to meet you, Sorcerer. Bendu greeted friendly in return. I would like to know more about your order but right now, I wish to speak with my friend. No worries. Wong said with a raised hand. I come here knowing that was Vision's intentions as well. Bendu inclined his head at him in gratitude, turning back to the synthetic Avenger. While I am grateful you came by to see me, old friend, I believe there's more to this friendly visit. Bendu shifted slightly, frowning in thought. A change has happened in the galaxy. Vision nodded. Ultron met his end. The being of the Force hummed aloud, reaching up to stroke his beard. Truly. It was quite the group effort to make it happen. Wong spoke up. With what I felt, most certainly. Bendu hums. A void is in its place now. Sometime, maybe soon, or much later, it'll be filled with something much as dangerous. You sense a greater threat. Nature abhors a vacuum, my friend," Bendu grimly stated. "A phrase you taught me yourself. The Force is no different. Though it thrives in the peace, people are still beings of their own individuality and choices. And sometimes, those choices lead to disruption and chaos. Order, in time, will set things right. What do you sense?" Vision asked softly. Bendu reclined back, looking as though he had sat down and held a focused look. Filtering through the echoes of the death of Ultron's wake, darkness. Death and darkness are on the horizon. He shook his head, closing his eyes in lament. "Oh my friend, I fear the coming rapture of madness." Vision and Wong shared a disturbed and worried glance, the former looking back at Bendu. "Bendu, I know how you believe dash. I cannot help you, Vision." Bendu cut him off with a look of forlorn regret. "Not after my past, my actions. This remains my penance to go through until a time when I can truly be free once more. Is there nothing? Nothing you can do?" Bendu gave him a sad smile in return. "Only knowledge and a good conversation." Vision was silent for a few seconds, his mind stone lightly radiating a glow for a few moments. "Would you perhaps know where the Soul Stone resides?" Vision inquires. "Or any hint?" Bendu raised a rocky eyebrow. "And why would you ask that?" "One of the other Avengers, Thor," Vision elaborated. "He came here with the express purpose of seeking out information of the Infinity Stones. He gained knowledge that one of them, the Soul Stone, resided somewhere here in this galaxy. The father said finding it is easy, but obtaining it is a different matter." Bendu released a reminiscent huff of begrudging amusement. "And he is right. The Soul Stone is the most unique of the six. The means of how it was stored away was and is complex. The most dangerous singularity of the stones had to be safeguarded in a method that can be nigh impossible." "How so?" "Change. People forgetting their roots lies the key to obtaining the final stone. It's not just with one person, but many need to know, understand, and accept it. Only then will the apparent vault where it's stored will open." "Vault?" Wong parried in curiosity. Bendu held up his finger, wagging it at them both. "The vault is not what you would expect it to be. Far more, unique to how it has been hidden away. I never aided in its holding, but I always understood its function. And frankly, even if I told you how it operates, at this point in time, managing to unlock and find it is impossible. Truly, I say this not as an exaggeration." Wong grunted, crossing his arms in thought. "At least we have some knowledge now. Better than nothing. And hopefully once you know how to form the key, it could help find the vault's location in an easier fashion, rather than the other way around. You mentioned that this vault is not what we think it is. I can explain it, perhaps, but to understand it." Bendu left the statement unfinished, leaving both Wong and Vision to contemplate on this matter. "Regardless, thank you, my friend. You have been a great help with your insight." Bendu nodded, now a happier smile in place. "Of course. Just do not take too long to visit next time. If the galaxy allows it," Vision wryly said. Just as he and Wong were about to depart, Bendu called out to them. "A moment," Bendu said, his serious gaze returning. Vision and Wong stopped where they were, gazing back at the rocky creature who leaned down to be at eye level with them. "The coming darkness and dangers shall be vast and outright deadly, not just for your lives but for your souls and values. That is the clear and present dangers that come in these circumstances. They are unavoidable." The pair were troubled yet remained silent, allowing Bendu to continue on. "I cannot tell you just what it is that is coming, but only that for all of you to succeed, you must hold to unity. Hold strong, hold fast, be each other's pillars. There will be times that some may reach a breaking point, but it is there that the hand of friendship, compassion, and love must be ready and outstretched. Those like the Sith, like Ultron, only achieve victory through the division of their enemies. You must not allow this to happen again. Stand united, or be divided and fall." With the warning hovering over their heads, the android and sorcerer left the one planet in order to begin preparations. Scene cut. Within a certain office at Hell's Kitchen, a small group of friends were having lunch. It was a whole host of mostly unhealthy but feel-good and satisfying junk food actually cooked in the traditional sense over the processed fast food methods. I needed this. The blind lawyer Matt Murdock, munching on what was his fifth burger. Jesus, Matt, slow it down there. His best friend Foggy Nelson commented with a laugh. Would have thought you'd have some of that over there. Some would have, but it doesn't beat the real thing. Could have fooled us. Jennifer Walters, in her She-Hulk form said, a wide grin in place. After everything you told us, I thought you would have gotten a taste for the finer things in that galaxy. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around everything you've been up to. Karen Page spoke up, running a hand through her hair. Same here, even after seeing it all. I thought things were crazy down here, Jen remarked with a look of wonder in her eyes. Now we've got a whole galaxy as a playground. I wouldn't say a whole galaxy, Matt said, wiping off crumbs from his lips. Remember, there's still a whole bunch of that place that remains uncharted. We only just met Thrawn's people. Oh yeah, those guys. Walters mused aloud. Guys. Foggy deadpanned slightly. Care to give context to the uninformed? Long story short, Thrawn is a blue man group alien who's part of a whole race of them that's been isolated for thousands of years and they only now just met the Republic. That explains so little. Karen retorted, an amused smile in place. Yeah, well, it's a long story. She-Hulk fired back. Like a long one. And I'm not the one you should be asking these questions. All heads turned to Matt, who was nonplussed by the attention. It is a long story, Murdoch casually said. And one that I will tell in small sequences and parts, over a long period of time. She-Hulk guffawed whilst Karen and Foggy threw their hands up in faux annoyance. Of course he'd say that. The former angrily said, puffing her cheeks out. Unlucky for us and lucky for you, Matt, we would have had somewhat of time if we didn't have cases to work on. Be you ever so faithful to our profession. Daredevil said, a wry smile worming its way onto his face. But I think I can help speed things along. It's the least you could do after your year-long sabbatical, Avenger. Foggy rebuked, pretending to fume. He then paused in dramatic fashion, slowly raising a hand to point at Matt. There is one thing I oughtn't know. Matt raised an inquisitive brow at his best friend, who thumbed over to Jen. What's this about a fair-haired warrior maiden Walters here mentioned? At that, Daredevil threw his head back with an over-exaggerated groan whilst Jen laughed. Even after all these years, you're still the worst gossip in the universe. Who is she? Karen asked, scooting closer. She's a real fire spitter, for starters. She-Hulk said, not allowing Matt to speak. The kind that Matt always attracted. What, like you? Foggy dryly asked, making Jen gape. It was one time. Thrice. Matt idly said. Ugh, Matt. Walters cried out indignantly. Their lunch devolved into name-calling and storytelling that lasted for several hours. They covered a broad spectrum, primarily Matt's time in space and his many battles and adventures along with the friends he made out there such as Baze and Chirrut. Foggy released a long sigh, leaning back into his chair as he soaked in the tale of Ultron's defeat. God damn, Nelson quietly said. You guys really have been through it. Him more than me. She-Hulk corrected, patting Matt's shoulder. A few things here and there here on Earth, but Matt and the others have been at it for a year and a half on a weekly basis. Getting swept up in that insanity was almost too much for me, honestly. Don't sell yourself short, Jen. Matt chided. You're an Avenger, just like me. We all came out of this on the other side alive and well. God, things really have changed. Karen spoke up. A year ago, you were against being an Avenger and now you sit here proud to be one. Matt shrugged. Well, not hard to after everything we've endured. He then frowned, a stray thought floating through his mind, leaning forward on the table. Since I'm back and one issue is taken care of, I gotta ask about something. Being what? Has there been any activity with Wilson Fisk? Foggy and Karen share a look. Last we know, he's still in prison. The former answered. Why ask about him? The latter queried. Jen and Matt seemingly share a look, though it was hard to tell with the latter. No reason. Okay, now I gotta know what that's about. It's another long story. How many are there? Matt released a disgruntled, bemused sigh. You know, I think it's best we make a schedule to list out which stories to tell and when. We'd be here for a while if we went through all of them. Scene cut. Over in Los Angeles, two other Avengers were having a friends and family reunion of their own. Scott Lang and Hope Van Dyne were back home in Hank Pym's old house. And they weren't alone. Hank, obviously, would be here with them, as was Cassie, who was sitting on her dad's lap. Scott's ex-wife Maggie along with her new husband Jim Paxton were present as well. And to round out the whole group. Oh man, Scotty, outer space? That's wild. Scott shook his head, a wide smile at his best friend Luis' comments. That shit is wild. His other friend Dave remarked, shaking his head. Soviets always dreamed of space. Kurt Gorister commented in open wonder. Should we call you Space Ant now? These were Scott's friends, the Wombats, as Hank had affectionately coined the term in the most loosest, least insulting way possible. Well, the Soviets have gotten a dog in the great beyond. Hope spoke up. So, you guys have that. Luis laughed slightly in an exaggerated fashion, only to see that, while the insect-themed Avengers were smiling, their eyes told a different story. Wait, are you for real? Luis asked in disbelief. Scott pulled out the specially made phone that all Avengers have thanks to Tony Stark, and with a quick flick of his wrist, a hollow image of a Labrador in a cosmonaut suit appeared. Cassie gasped, making an aw sound, whilst Hank, Maggie, and Jim all blinked at once. So you guys Maggie began. Met a space dog. Jim Paxton finished for her, both trying to wrap their minds around Cosmo. So us going to space was dandy and whatever, but a space dog is crazy. Scott asked in amusement. You being in space is wild to begin with. Dave pointed out. But how did a Soviet dog get all the way out there? Cosmo the astronaut dog has been in space for what, a few decades. Scott said, turning to his girlfriend, who shrugged. Not sure. Didn't get a chance to talk to her. All I know is she's Russian and is currently a guardian of the galaxy. Guardian of what? A group of assholes. Scott winced. Sorry Cassie. Long story with them. It's okay Dad. Grandpa Hank says a lot when he gets frustrated. Hope turned to her father with a flat look in her eyes. Dad. What? Science is hard. Science is hard. Hope parroted, shaking her head. And here I thought you were a genius. You try having to figure out the intricacies of the Infinity Gate, stabilize it and try to reverse engineer it for other projects for these past months. That is great scientific achievement, Mr. Pym. Kurt spoke up. But we have bigger problem. Hank looked at the hacker in bewilderment, seeing that the Wombats turned their attention on their friend Scott. The Avenger was giving them quizzical expressions, a silent query of what was wrong when Dave spoke first. You sent a message to Hank, your ex and your daughter, but not to us. The man said in an affronted manner, gesturing to him and the Wombats. Whatever awkward tension there was broke with Hank snorting whilst Maggie and Jim laughed aloud. We were worried sick of you, man. Luis tacked on. Dude, cold. Kurt said in his accent. Scott tried to come up with a counter-argument, but just kept his mouth shut, giving them a rueful smile. Hope shook her head, a wide smile of her own, placing a hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. On behalf of the both of us, we're sorry. Hope said. The Wombats appeared somewhat satisfied, yet they could tell there was a measure of humor in her tone. If it makes you feel any better, he had to deal with Shezo. Who? They all said at once. Scott shivered with a cold chill going down his spine. Someone we need a restraining order on. Again, who? Jim now said. Think of her as a crazy space witch who got oddly obsessed with Scott. And I'm being quite literal on the space witch bit. Gorister dropped his jaw and whispered in fear. Baba Yaga. Scott gave him a look. Didn't you call Wanda that? He's only seen her on TV a few times, but never met so. Dave gave him a shrug. Space witch? Really? Maggie said in bewilderment. She is called the Scarlet Witch so dash. Not Wanda, Shezo. Hope interrupted. The former cybercriminal, in the midst of this conversation, was rocking back and forth, eyes wide and whispering loudly to himself. Baba Yaga, come at night. Little children sleep in Tig Dash. Dave rolled his eyes. Great, now you got Kurt going. We worked with space monks. Ant-Man elaborated. In Shezo's case, it fits given she's a dark acolyte. Did she try hypnotizing you? Cassie asked in slight fear for what may have happened to her father. No, more along the lines of things that you're not meant to hear about for at least another 10 years. Scott assured, stroking his daughter's hair. Baba Yaga is real. Kurt said to himself, now drawing everyone's stares. Stealer of children and men. He then resumed muttering an old prayer in Russian, receiving only further bland expressions from the others. Hopefully he doesn't act that way with the Dathomirians. Wasp quietly said. Why? Scott only got a bland look from Hope, soon coming to realize the implication. Oh right, gotcha, yeah. Dathomirians. Hank was very tempted to say a response that would give him quite some humor when Luis spoke up. So your whole war on Ultron is over. You guys are back from the other galaxy far, far away. You guys gonna take back your shrink tech from that army? Scott and Hope opened their mouths only to close them a moment later. Huh. Good question. The former muttered. We haven't really thought about that. That'll be difficult for numerous reasons. Something I greatly dreaded with what S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to do years ago. Same with Darren. And you two up and give it away for free. Come on Dad, you know why we had to do so. Hope Riley said, making him hold up his hands. I know, just busting your chops is all. Hank crossed his arms. But I just wanna make sure you guys are aware of what you're doing. At least we're trying to restrict it dash. Good luck with that. At least Stark is doing a better job in not having his specs copied over there. Dad. Hope now said with a more serious tone that made him look at her. We're not stupid. We know what we're doing. We only let them use the shrinking tech in battle or directly under our supervision. We know how many people want to study it. The rest of the team has been helping keep tabs on making sure nobody gets their hands on the particle. And even if they did, they wouldn't know how to handle it. Scott chimed in, tapping the side of his head. They'd go all loco like Darren did. That's comforting. Hank sarcastically remarked, not at all amused at the prospect of another Yellow Jacket situation. I just dread to think on how the results may turn out. We'll handle it. Scott promised, this time devoid of any humor. We promise. Hank stared at his protege then his daughter and sighed, throwing up a hand in defeat and acceptance. So, when can we go? Luis spoke up. Go where? Where else dog, space. Luis excitedly said. Oi, hang on a sec. Jim now said. You guys still have to finish your contract with us. Contract? What contract? Scott said in bewilderment. Dave shrugged. While you were gone, we've been trying to go legitimate. Hope gave a bemused expression in his direction. And how's that turning out? Hey, we know criminals. Luis said with a large smile. We were criminals. Kurt added on. So we thought, now that we out, let's use what we know to help out Jimbo and get the police up to snuff. Dave finished off. Now the popo won't fail like before. Cassie brightly said. Her mother and Hope guffawed at her vernacular whilst her father and stepfather gave her a look. Where'd you learn that word? Scott asked. And when have we failed? Jim inquired. The room soon devolved into small, joking arguments, conversations and primarily, Scott and Hope regaling everyone with their tales in the other galaxy. They of course played up their heroics in their own humorous manner but Hank saw the more serious undertones they tried to downplay. Primarily, their war against Ultron. Not that he could blame them with Cassie being present along with Scott's ex, her new husband and the Wombats. He had been the only one to be up to date and get the real version of just how bad things got on their end, the many battles lost and injuries sustained in their time out in space. Pym correctly deduced that the last thing Ant-Man and Wasp needed to do was to make their friends worry more than they'd already had for the past year plus of time. Eventually, Hank made his way downstairs to his lab, leaving them to their own devices. Upon entering the room, it lit up with several enlarged ants the size of dogs walking about, moving items and such whilst maintaining the room. "Antoine, careful with that," Hank said without looking over at a bullet ant at the other end of the room. "You don't want a repeat of last time." The bullet ant made a chirping noise, setting down whatever it was it held in its jaw on a nearby table and going over to work on something else. Hank walked over to a set of screens, casually sifting through some of the data and research he was conducting when the sound of footsteps going down the stairs was heard. He briefly glanced back to see that it was his daughter who was giving him a small frown. "The others were wondering where you were at. I doubt they would have noticed me sticking around." "You know that's not true," Hope countered. "Hard to miss you just up and walking away." Pym hummed to himself. "Sorry, just dash. A lot on your mind," Hope stated rather than questioned. Her father hummed to himself, shaking his head with a far-off, reminiscent gaze. "You know me so well. You never stop working," Hope whimsically said, bumping her shoulder against his. "So spill it. What's your next big project?" The first Ant-Man said nothing at first, instead walking over to a table with his daughter following him. "I've been studying the gate for well over a year now, Hope," Hank slowly said. She said, waiting for her dad to continue. "And what I found, or at least, what I believe can be accomplished, is something I've been trying to do for decades." Hank's table lit up and two hollow displays appeared. One of the Infinity Gate, and the other of a gate of a similar design, but the data showed that it held a different purpose. Hope recognized the readings and more specifically, the type of energy that was being shown. This is dash. I call it a quantum tunnel." Hank cut in, expanding on the new blueprint. "Shrinking down is one matter, but with this, I believe in time, we shall have a fully stable, easy-to-access means of entering the quantum realm. I have several blueprints already prepared, one of which is kind of like a slingshot for shrinking into the quantum realm, but that's beside the point. What matters is dash. You think this can be a chance to find Mom?" Hank only nodded. I know that it may be a falsehood, desperation, really," the father said with a tired look. "But after what Scott did against Darren and coming back." Hope didn't respond for a few moments, her eyes on the blueprints and then on her father. "Do you really think this is possible?" she quietly asked. Hank grunted, clenching his jaw, leaning on the table with an intense focus in his eyes. "We won't know unless we try," he declared in determination, turning to his daughter. "Hope dash." She let out a withering sigh followed by a loving smile. "Yeah, I know. Let's do this together." Scene cut. This was a moment he had been waiting to do for a long time now. It was this feeling he had in the back of his mind, but it was always dormant as he had always had his time preoccupied with more pressing matters. Yet now, after being over a year away from home, it was high time he breathed the air of his native home. Standing side by side with his beloved sister, T'Challa, the prince and future king of Wakanda glanced back to the large collection of overgrown walking carpets. In front of them stood a woman with red hair, red eyes, wearing a form-fitting corset that emphasized her womanly figure with a hood/cape combo. They all resided within a specially made ship meant to hold all of them since their group was so large. Their number was near 50, though there were far more back on Kashyyyk that would soon be brought here as well. The ramp soon opened to reveal an astonishing city of futuristic technology that appeared ancient in design to reflect the traditions of the past. T'Challa walked forward with Shuri whilst the other occupants of the ships stayed back, soaking in the sight. "Welcome, my friends, to Wakanda." The Wookiee tribe sworn to him looked on in awe at the sight of the city that has stood for thousands of years now. Slowly, they all walked out of the ship and their wonder grew. "You certainly know how to make an impression," the hooded woman teased. "We have a lot to show off, Lai," Shuri smugly said. Ros Lai shook her head in amusement at the princess, turning to the Prince of Wakanda. "So, that's one promise fulfilled," she stated with T'Challa smirking at her. "I guess it'll soon be my turn to return the favor." son. Both brother and sister turned to see several familiar faces that made the siblings smile widely. Father. T'Challa greeted warmly and T'Chaka walked up to his son, the pair embracing tightly. Right next to them, Raymunda, the wife and queen, quickly moved to hug her daughter. You too, she muttered to herself, slight tears in her eyes. You enjoy giving this mother grief, don't you? It's not like we do it intentionally, mother. Shuri said good-naturedly. The world and galaxy aren't going to save themselves. Queen Raymunda jokingly scoffed, pulling away from her daughter to face her eldest, and tears now openly trailed down her cheeks. My boy. She tearfully said. T'Challa said nothing, simply wrapping his arms around her whilst his mother clung to him, whispering in Wakandan the relief and love she held for him. Must you give this aging mother such concerns? She said with a tearful laugh. I would never do so intentionally, mother. T'Challa replied, getting a faux cough of irritation from his mother. Try not to make it a habit, my prince. And miss the chance to make you fret, general. The prince remarked, shooting a mocking grin at Okoye, who rolled her eyes at the air yet smiled all the same. The smile faltered at the sight of the Wookiees, who now moved to stand behind the Black Panther. Oh my! Raymunda said in surprise. Bast above, you've been busy, my son. T'Chaka remarked. More than you would realize, your highness. Rosli spoke up, gaining the attention of the king and queen. Both gave her an inquisitive and intrigued look. To them, despite just meeting a Wookiee tribe, she appeared the most out of place. Their son was quick to stand by her, hand on her shoulder. Baba, this is Rosli. T'Challa said, gesturing to her. One of the clan leaders of the planet Dathomir. Rosli, this is my father, King T'Chaka. And this is my mother, Queen Raymunda. A pleasure to meet you both. Rosli greeted with a serene smile, bowing forward. I have heard much about you from your children. It is an honor to finally meet you after they had been talking you both up for so long. The honor is ours. T'Chaka graciously greeted. Apologies for being unprepared for a clan leader from another planet. Pleasantries are unnecessary in that matter. Lai generously said. I am here to take in the splendor of Wakanda that Shuri and T'Challa had been boasting about for so long. Then I hope we live up to the expectations set by our children. Raymunda kindly said. Their attention shifted back to the Wookiees, who were patiently waiting. And this, T'Challa now beheld a wide grin. Is the Wookiee tribe known as the Dash? He made a sound that was a rough comparison to how a Wookiee would sound, much to his parents' bewilderment, otherwise known as the Tree Singers of Kashyyyk. They have pledged themselves to me and the Golden Tribe of Wakanda. Truly. T'Chaka said in surprise. I knew of visitors, but you didn't mention this. Call it a surprise. The prince cheekily said. Rafwarren and his tribe gave me refuge in a place to call home for a short time and taught me their ways and the ways of the galaxy. I have earned their trust and I seek to return the favor. Chieftain Tarful would have come had he not had his own responsibilities on Kashyyyk. Well then, T'Chaka raised his head, straightening himself out with his wife doing the same as the pair stood in front of the lead Wookiee. On behalf of the people of this nation, I, King T'Chaka with my queen, welcome you, new friends of Wakanda, to our home. Rafwarren let out a jovial growl, pulling T'Chaka and Raymunda into a tight hug, getting yelps of surprise followed by laughter. Okoye gave a bemused look at this interaction, unable to withhold the snort as the Wookiee lifted the king and queen and spun them around as if they were children. So, a new tribe, my prince? The leader of the Dora Milaje questioned with a raised brow. I had to do something as the future king if I wish to make my mark on history. T'Challa casually said. I'm fairly certain you and the princess have done so already. She dryly said, Shuri puffing her chest out in pride. Well, when you've saved not only the world but an entire galaxy dash. You need to learn to keep your ego in check. Okoye quickly cut her off. You can save a planet but a kitchen appears to be your downfall. Ah, come on, Okoye, let me have this. Shuri whined. Clint always does the same. All the more power to him. I haven't even burned anything in the kitchen. Yes, explosions seem to have replaced raging fires. Shuri raged at this from the side whilst Okoye observed the Wookiees who were speaking with the king and queen. To Okoye, she could only hear warbles, roars, whines, and grunts, yet to T'Challa, he could understand them clearly and concisely. How do they understand what they are saying? Okoye questioned, turning to the prince. Do you? The Kimoyo beads that my parents wear have a frequency akin to the ones the Wookiees have with them, creating a natural translation application between them. Shuri quickly chimed in. Some of the technology from the other galaxy is what helped in this advancement. I just have to apply it to the rest of Wakanda. But T'Challa doesn't need it. Okoye now appeared even more surprised. So you can understand them without needing a translator. It took some time, but T'Challa held a pondering expression. I am unsure as to the when and how, but I started to learn the way they speak, how they convey things. It just became so clear to me, and I find myself asking how that came to be. Sometimes, people can just pick up on the language. Spoke a familiar voice. The trio turned to see Ros Lie standing by them now. Hello, the Dathomiri, which pleasantly greeted the Dora Milaje leader. You must be Okoye. T'Challa and Shuri have spoken a great deal about you already. Okoye gave a stoic nod, making T'Challa roll his eyes. You're supposed to say, a pleasure to meet you too. Shuri dryly added on. She is a guest here. And one who is here to help. Help? Okoye suspiciously said. With what? Connecting more with our roots. Shuri cheekily said. Okoye had an unamused look in response when she heard a warbling laugh, turning back to see the king chuckling at something one of the Wookiees said. And how is he, let alone us, able to understand them? Translators, remember. Shuri gestured to the Kimoyo beads on her wrist. Over time, it takes a while to know their way of speaking. Okoye frowned in thought as one of the Wookiees, the one called Rafwaran, pulled out an intricate blade and held it out for T'Chaka to take. The king graciously accepted, and in turn, a nearby servant was quick to appear by the monarch's side with a beautifully woven robe that T'Chaka gave to him in return. Upon unfurling it, the Wookiee inspects it before folding it up and giving the Wakandan a curt bow. They are known as the Tree People, back in their home world of Kashyyyk. Lai explained to Okoye, the woman slightly jolting at her words. I didn't ask anything. She awkwardly said. No, but I can sense you were thinking it. The Dathomiri said with a shrug. It's written all over your face. The Wookiees were soon surrounded by the citizens of Wakanda, all looking and speaking with them in open wonder. To think their lost prince would return with an alien tribe from another galaxy as the newest clan to join the people of their kingdom was certainly not what they were expecting. The princess joining the Avengers was already one that caused a commotion. This was a literal history-making moment for their nation. With their cultural disposition, they will surely give M'Baku and his people a run for their money. Shuri stated. Which they'll enjoy full-heartedly, T'Challa stated. Maybe then they'll come down from their mountains. Okoye scoffed at that. Like that is possible. T'Challa held a more pensive expression. Anything is possible. He then snorted. Of course, we need to be sure to tell our people to be careful around them when it comes to games. The Dora Milaje leader glanced at him inquisitively. Why? Lai was quick to realize what he was referring to. Ah yes, Wookiees, if believing their opponent is cheating, they tend to rip off the limbs of non-Wookiees. You must be joking. I have seen it once or twice. T'Challa said with a slight grimace. It is not pretty. Their conversation came to an end when T'Chaka and Raymunda came over to them with Rafwaran. You aren't even king, and already, the people of Wakanda shall remember your name for generations to come, my son. The king said, a look of pride on his face. Some might be opposed to our newest tribe, but I know you wouldn't just accept any to join our people. The Wookiees of Kashyyyk shall be a welcomed addition to our people. I thank you, father. T'Challa said with a bow. Soon, the large group moved into the main palace of the city, being its tallest building, where festivities were being prepared for the returning prince and princess. Sure, the latter came and went from Wakanda, but since they had both returned after an apparent momentous battle in the stars, a proper celebration was in order. All the tribes, their leaders, and practically all of Wakanda had joined in the festivities, the addition of the Wookiees becoming a highlight as they showed off their cultures, stunning strength, and athleticism. their technological brilliance, language, customs, all of it, and in return, the walking carpets were taking their first steps of integration into their new home. Rosli interacted here and there but opted to either remain close to T'Challa and Shuri or keep to herself and watch the celebration, taking in the sights to herself. Observing all this was the royal family, a wide smile on the face of the king. "Ah, my children!" T'Chaka mused, shaking his head at them both. "When Bast foretold me of the great changes you two would bring about, I would never have anticipated this." Shuri only held up her head with a smug smile, one that was quickly removed when her mother pulled her by her chin to show some modesty. "Mother!" Shuri complained, rubbing her chin. The queen only gave her a half-reprimanding and half-amused glare. "Why can't you be more like your brother?" "Because I'm not going to be king, duh," Shuri retorted, getting a flick to her forehead for good measure. "You know it's true." T'Chaka and T'Challa chuckled at this, the former shaking his head before humming contentedly. "Ah, to be reunited as a family once more," the king said with clear happiness in his tone and heart. "You two have been so busy saving another galaxy, I feared the worst and thought we would never have something like this again." The crown prince's smile lessened slightly. Stray, uncomfortable thoughts began surfacing. Family. He mentally thought. Family. "Baba, we need to talk," T'Challa says lowly, gaining his father's attention. "Privately." The king frowned at his son's words but noting the seriousness his eyes conveyed he was quick to stand. T'Challa gave an apologetic look to his mother followed by a piercing, knowing look at his sister. Shuri realized just what her brother was about to speak of with her father, her face conveying trepidation, anxiousness, and acceptance. Her expression morphed into a pained one, nodding for her brother to go on with their father whilst she kept her mother company. Raymunda appeared to sense this silent conversation, looking between her two children just as her husband and son walked away. Out of earshot, T'Challa heard his mother ask what was wrong and his sister's uncomfortable response that they would explain it all in due time. T'Challa soon took the lead, guiding his father into an isolated hallway. The Black Panther utilized his enhanced senses, making sure no one was around them, and when he sensed none, he turned to his father. "Son," T'Chaka spoke first, a slightly concerned tone for him to hear. "What is it? Is there something wrong?" The Crown Prince said nothing, instead, first looking around at the hallway, one of many he grew up running through, pretending to be what would eventually be the mantle he now carries today. He took that moment to himself before addressing his father. "You know that when I was away, I was blessed with the presence of Bast in a place called Mortis." T'Chaka nodded, remembering such a tale and being astonished that their goddess would be able to reach out to his son in a completely different galaxy and plane of existence. "But what I didn't tell you was in that time, I met someone else upon her insistence. Someone I never knew but only heard stories of. Not many but enough to get an idea of him, at least." His father appeared confused but remained silent as he waited for his son to further expand upon just what or rather who he was talking about. T'Challa slowly turned to meet his father's eyes, a pained look with a glossy layer. "I met Uncle Enyobu." Upon hearing the name of his deceased brother, the king of Wakanda inhaled sharply, eyes widening with his mouth opening slightly. "You dash. Mortis is a special place." T'Challa interrupted him. "A nexus in the universe where a manner of planes, realities, and possibilities can all simultaneously converge upon, distinct to each person who goes there." The king's expression fell, his heart feeling the pain of old scars begin to open up. In his eyes, memories began to flash before them of that night. That night. Though his fingers were armored, he felt a phantom feeling of a warm liquid upon them and he clenched his right hand tightly. What did? T'Chaka was unable to finish that question as in his heart, he already knew that more than likely, his brother spoke to his son about everything. "We spoke of many things." T'Challa's tone was distant. "But, there are many regrets he shared with me. His ideals and beliefs that got him killed. Yet I can't help but agree with him. Not in his methods but the ideals." He now glanced at his father. "Wakanda has been closed off for far too long. We have turned our backs on the world and prided ourselves on our advancements whilst war after war, conflict, famine, plagues and more tore apart civilizations. I have always known that one day, I would be king, but if I am to follow the footsteps of the past rulers, would I be making the same mistakes as they did? Son. I have found a purpose with my friends, with the Avengers. The Black Panther resolutely said. And I shall continue to be a part of them until I can no longer do so. It was then that he fully turned to face his father. I have one question which Shuri wishes to know as well. T'Challa says with a pleading look, seeing the slight jolt in his father's posture at the unspoken message of Shuri knowing this as well. Why did you not bring our cousin home? His father said nothing, a palpable and tense silence permeating between the two as the king turned away from his son. Scene cut. Several days later. We've been trying to keep the ceasefire going and we've been successful so far. But you guys should know that both sides have those who are ready to take up arms again. It appears that now that there is no unifying force, old hostilities are quick to resume. Obi-Wan Kenobi commented with a deep frown. Anything we can do, Padme? Anakin asked his secret wife with her giving him a regretful look. If only. The Naboo senator stated. Old wounds still exist and aren't so easily patched up. Well, this is all political jargon, so why not bribery and blackmail? Tony Stark suggested. That always works. Or a good show of force. Thor tacked on, lightning crackling around Mjolnir. Guys, seriously. Steve remarked with a withering look. They're not wrong, Steve. Natasha commented, Clint giving a neutral shrug for his stance. Not helping. It appears that the political side of things is at a standstill. The deep, baritone voice of PLO-kun. Perhaps we can discuss something where we have some good news at least. Indeed. Luminara softly concurred, turning to the two sorcerers in attendance at this makeshift meeting. Master Strange, Master Mordo, I believe you told us that you have made some discoveries of the Infinity Gates. So I don't count then. Tony rhetorically said. Jane is the one who did more work than you. Thor casually bragged, wrapping an arm around his now bashful girlfriend who had also been dragged into this meeting. Indeed she has. Stephen Strange spoke up, gesturing his hand to her. Dr. Foster, if you would. Now feeling a bit put on the spot, Jane quickly cleared her throat as she stepped forward. Pulling out a specially made techpad, a hollow image of the Infinity Gate was soon brought up. We've been making some breakthroughs with the gates. The astrophysicist began, quickly bringing up additional data and details. We've managed to isolate several possible energy fluctuations that can be replicated in allowing us to build more of these and reactivate old ones. Tython holds a whole host of knowledge that can help us get a better grasp of those gateways in more ways than one. Mordo stated with the Jedi in the room all nodding. Any signs of where others are located? Aola Secura asked. With the scans we recorded from the one on Earth, we have knowledge of a number of them. Strange answered. We just need to know their whereabouts on the planet's surfaces. After that, we must get a proper assessment of their conditions. After which, we can determine how much repairs need to be done while being transported to new locations of whatever you may desire. Jane stated with a more excited grin. And how soon we can begin to replicate them. Tony finished off. Grandmaster Yoda released a loud, satisfied hum, tapping his cane on the ground with approval. Good, very good. The aged Grandmaster complimented. Much thanks, give you, we must. Indelible debt, we now have. Oh? Debt you say? Stark's eyes glimmered. Well then, how's about you start off with a good section of your temple dash? Tony. Rhodey, Steve and Natasha all said in unison, cutting off the billionaire. What? He gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. We're not here to play Godfather, Tony. Rhodey curtly told his best friend. Tony put on an aghast face, gesturing to his closest friend. Look at how they massacred my boy. Back then, he would have jumped at these chances. No, I wouldn't have. Rhodey dryly retorted. What have you found in regards to the Infinity Gate locations? PLO-kun spoke up, ignoring the ramblings of the armored Avenger. Celeste told us that the likely places to start are locations where the force is strong. Mordo said, recalling that earlier conversation. So we have a list of places to check. Ossus, Kashyyyk, Relith, several others that we can investigate with the Jedi Order. Steven stated. A combined effort will make the process easier. And I believe Shuri and Hank mentioned replication of the gates can soon be done. Carl said with a pleased expression. We shall need locations that best fit new gates once built. We're also studying on how to downsize it and make it portable. Jane tacked on with an excited glimmer in her eyes. Downsize it. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ayla all said in unison, surprise evident on her face. How? PLO asked on behalf of all those curious. Not being the size of a large wall, for starters. Tony said, thumbing to the closest wall he stood next to. It's a mixture of things. Jane stated. A few years back, there was the Convergence long story, and that was the first time I ever tampered with something like instantaneous transportation. Then there's Strange and Mordo with their sling rings and Dr. Pym's understanding of the quantum realm and technology. We can have a working miniaturized version of the Infinity Gate that can slide right on just like a sling ring. Goodness, Obi-Wan murmured in clear astonishment, a sentiment shared by the other Jedi. You truly are something special, Dr. Foster. Luminara complimented with an admiring smile. Oh, stop it, Jane waved off, blushing at the praise, making her boyfriend smile at her. It's a team effort. That's right, Tony casually said. Adoration and compliments have to be divided up properly. You'll get the 12% this time. War Machine chimed in before his best friend could say anything else. Captain America smirked in amusement at all this, turning to the Jedi Grand Master. What of your order, Master Yoda? Steve inquired. I know that you guys have been busy after finding Tython. Yes, much there is still to do. Yoda said in his sage voice. Much to learn, to rediscover, to reconnect. Speak with Celeste, more to discuss there is. Jedi cannot remain stagnant, no. There's still that Sith guy who's in hiding. Clint brought up. Plus the removal of the control chips from the clones. Natasha added on. At the mention of the chips, PLO and Yoda, who had been recently informed of this development, shifted in place with a clear discomfort evident to see. The fact that the men who have so loyally followed the Jedi into battle and died by the millions could have their brains switched off and mindlessly obey any order to the letter was startling, troubling, and disturbing. They, like those who were aware of these chips, vowed to see how they could help get these inhibitor chips out of the heads of their troopers. A lot that we still have to do. Anakin grimaced, arms crossed. Come now, Anakin, Obi-Wan chided in a humorous manner. You should remember that I taught you that the work of a Jedi is never over. And forgetting it will never leave me. Padme smiled at her husband's behavior, amused by it before turning back to the group. I'll continue to do what I can with the other senators from both sides and Saturn and the neutral parties aligned with the Mandalorians. See if we can turn this ceasefire into a proper peace. Shouldn't finding this Sith guy be a top priority? Tony voiced his belief. I mean, not for nothing, but we had our Sith moment being an insider with Hydra back on Earth, and Cap and Nat had that handled. This is a galaxy, so, stakes are bigger, aren't they? One step at a time. Obi-Wan advised. I understand there is a great deal of trepidation and anxiety, but the galaxy just survived Ultron. This hidden Sith Lord must be found, but not at the expense of forgetting our duty to the rest of the galaxy. Luminara quietly said, tone brokering no argument. Divided responsibilities, will be. Yoda hummed, tapping his cane on the ground again. To find this Dark Lord, our responsibility is. The Grand Master then glanced up at Captain America, locking eyes with him. Much done, your team has. The Jedi slowly said. No, this isn't your problem, Dash. It is. Steve instantly cut him off, shaking his head. Ultron was our responsibility. Our fault. We failed to take him out the last time and he came here, wreaking havoc on innocent lives. Your entire order, the clones, the people of this galaxy suffered because of our failure to put him down the last time. You helped us. Therefore, we're gonna help you whenever you come calling. Yoda studied the good captain's face, eyes drifting over to the other Avengers present, seeing their resolute expressions, and he smiled. Then thank you, I do, Captain Rogers. All of you. The makeshift meeting didn't last for much longer, a few topics touched on here and there before the group began splitting off into small groups for themselves. Of them were Clint and Natasha, returning to the HQ on Coruscant where they went to the latter's room. In said room was a bed and by that bed was a crib where an awake Mara Jade was standing in, awaiting the return of her mother. "Hey Munchkin," Romanov cooed happily, scooping up the child into her hands, the baby laughing in delight. "Did you miss me?" Was her adopted daughter's responses, taking strands of Nat's bright red hair into her tiny hands. "She always knows when you're coming," Clint noted, going up to gently rub the baby's cheek, tickling little Mara. "Is this that force thing?" "I dunno," Nat admitted, swaying as she held her daughter close. "We're devoid of the force, so maybe it's something else. Or maybe she's adapting." Barton contemplated aloud. "The other Jedi talk about you guys being devoid and all, but Mara's a kid who spends every day around people like us. Would explain why she's always waiting and ready for you even if she's sleepy." "So she's already adapting?" the Black Widow stated more than asked. Mara giggled at her mom, Natasha giving her a loving smile in return when the toddler's eyes began to droop. "Speaking of sleepy," the Avenger quietly says. Adjusting her hold, the red-haired Avenger placed Mara entirely against her, hand behind the child's head. Gently, she began to rock around, singing an old Russian song meant for kids before they go to sleep. Mara Jade dozed off in her mother's arms and Nat released a shaky sigh. Clint frowned in concern at his friend's change in demeanor. "Nat," he softly said, hand raised, hovering over her free shoulder. Wordlessly, she looked at her best friend with a tear in her eye, one that conveyed both pain and joy. "You know, even after what they did to me, I always thought about it." Natasha spoke in a hushed tone, holding the sleeping Mara Jade with all the love and gentleness she had. About having, she tenderly kissed her daughter's temple. "I knew it was a pipe dream, but..." Her lip trembled, leaning her head against her adopted child. "Coming here," she shook, tears now freely streaming down her face. "Finding Mara." Clint said nothing, instead moving to wrap his arms around her and Mara, rubbing her back and telling her that everything was gonna be okay. "The universe can sometimes grant you these things," Barton quietly said. "A different way to get a chance that was taken from you." Natasha sniffled, shooting her friend an appreciative smile. "Thanks, Clint," she slightly croaked, yet the warmth in her voice was felt all the same by her closest friend. Hawkeye smiled at her, a pondering look now appearing. "Yeah, no, my farm's got a lot of land to spare. Ever thought about setting up a small place for yourself there with you and Mara? Would be nice for the kids that their Auntie Nat will be around more often with their new cousin." Natasha had a shaky grin at that proposition. "I may just take you up on that offer." Elsewhere, at the same time, another pair of individuals were having a post-meeting of sorts. At a newly established workshop, Tony was personally doing some fine-tuning on one of his Iron Man suits. Friday was giving him some assistance on the digital front, but he prefers doing adjustments and maintenance by hand on occasion. He wasn't alone in all this as he had an unexpected guest. "Something you need, Sky Guy?" There was a grunt heard in response. "That name's exclusive to my Padawan." "Sure it is," says Tony, still not turning his attention fully to the Jedi Knight. "You still didn't answer my question." Anakin shrugged. "Call me curious. I've been hearing a lot about you for a long time. Seen how you are, yeah, but I'm more of a one-on-one type of guy when it comes to people like you." Tony narrowed his eyes in faux suspicion. "People like me?" There was a beat of silence when Anakin moved to reveal his mechanical arm. "I know a fellow tinkerer when I see one," Skywalker stated, a wide smirk in place. Tony's eyes widened and his expression brightened. "Oh, a tinkerer you say? The others never mentioned that," Tony stated. "Wouldn't have had time to, I imagine. What with the genocidal droid trying to kill us all and such." "Yeah, that would be a time killer," Stark mused to himself, getting a snort out of the Jedi. "So, you say you're a tinkerer like me?" The Jedi Knight nodded. "The other Avengers told me all about you, but Scott and Peter hyped you up the most, being similar bedfellows." Stark humphed, a wry grin in place now. And I would be insulted if they didn't. Easy to assume since they talked up your self-made armor. Anakin remarked, pacing around Tony's workstation to glance at the numerous armor pieces strewn about. So you built this all in a cave, eh? My prototype, yes. Tony casually said. And what about you, supposed fellow tinkerer? Droids mostly and other gadgets, but you should have seen the pod racer I built when I was a kid. Anakin reminiscently said. You built your own pod racer as a kid? Yup. And what is a pod racer? In the name. Pod racer. A repulsor lift vehicle retrofitted and designed for racing in the roughest of terrains. I take it these pod races can get heated. In more ways than one. If a ship doesn't crash or blow up, it won't be as entertaining. Anakin dryly said. Ah, death race in space, got it. Tony shot Anakin a peculiar look. You wouldn't have a space stay-them, would you? I don't even know who you're referring to. Another Earth person. So his clone has yet to be found, got it. Tony said, more to himself than Anakin. Still time to find more. Had it been 2 years ago, Anakin would have brushed off the comment and such a notion. Now though, after seeing what he's seen and the doppelgangers that exist, he's learned to keep a mind far more open than most Jedi have been trained to have. Anakin leaned against a nearby table, arms crossed with a cocky, challenging look. All right, Mr. Genius Philanthropist. He saw Stark quirk his eyebrow. What did you build when you were still waddling around? I built my first circuit board when I was 4. At 6, my first engine. Ah, ain't that cute? Anakin jokingly mocked. You say cute, given how advanced things were on your end. On mine, it was impressive back then. Besides, your tech is easy as hell to figure out. Oh, is it now? Hey, have you created a new element in the universe? Tony challenged with a puff of his chest. No, I don't think so. Just a glow stick for a rave and a few zoom cars that crash and burn at the end of it all. Anakin glared at the billionaire with Stark returning the favor when they both snorted, devolving into a small laughing fit. So what are ya working on right now? Anakin inquired, glancing at all the armor pieces, schematics, and all. Some upgrades. Just maintenance. Tony replied, holding up an arm piece, nodding in satisfaction. Got some bigger projects in mind. Anakin dwelled on this statement, a light bulb flickering on in his head. Yeah, Peter talked about it recently with me. Something about an astro carrier, right? That's right. Tony glanced at him again. More curiosities. The chosen one now held a more cocky attitude. Well, I am considered the best pilot in the galaxy. Does that involve a lot of crashing? The billionaire wryly retorted. 'Cause, guys like that have a crash-flight ratio leaning more on the former. Oh please, like you haven't had that happen to you. Tony pointed his welding torch at him. Point. Still, you got a lot of knowledge on ships, I take it. Anakin shrugged, picking up a few gadgets and began fiddling with them, taking them apart and remodeling them into something else. I dabble in ship designs every so often when I'm not focused on the war or my life as a Jedi. Your little mind drainage, huh? Stark states. Any particular reason why? The Jedi Knight hummed, adjusting several pieces to come together. None that comes to mind. Just to pass the time. Ever consider ship designing as a part-time job? Tony threw out there, Anakin making a face with one eye closed. Job market wouldn't be great. So you say. Pretty sure a war means that a lot of ships need repairs. Skywalker bobbed his head to the side. Point. But I'm a Jedi, so I already have my hands full. Tony hummed at that. So what? Stark gave him an expectant look. You in or out? Out of what? Iron Man rolled his eyes. Are you gonna help with the astro carrier or what? You're a ship expert, right? Can't exactly build a ship like that on my own. Well, technically, I can. Iron Legion and all, but where's the fun in that? You really can't help but ramble, can't you? Anakin deadpanned. Of course, I have to. Tony gestured to his head. Gotta verbalize all that's in here, otherwise my brain will explode. Maybe some Jedi meditation is in order. Anakin said, a smirk of irony at him of all people offering such advice. Meditation was never his forte despite his usage of it. And it seemed this detail was not missed on one of Earth's mightiest heroes. Yeah right, Stark snorted. You don't even believe in that nonsense. The brown-haired let out a small humph and grinned. It has its uses. As he said this, he set down a newly created miniature starfighter from the gadgets and gizmos he'd been tinkering with. Alright then, Anakin clapped his hands together in anticipation. Let's talk about this astro carrier you've been cooking up. Tony grinned and brought up multiple schematics, blueprints, and layouts of the ship, the pair diving right into it. Several hours later, Steve Rogers stood on the balcony of his own room on Coruscant, night having descended upon the planet. He wore nothing save for a pair of light, white pants, standing barefoot and without a shirt on, leaning on the railing of the balcony to take in a deep breath. The scenery wasn't ideal. Coruscant was still recovering from Ultron's original onslaught on top of his last one, and it'll be some time until it returns to normal. Even then, Steve would prefer seeing something else in a situation such as this. Something more calming and relaxing. There was a solemn air to the good captain, broken by the sound of soft footsteps coming from behind. He didn't need to turn back to see who it was, as a pair of slender blue arms wrapped themselves around his muscular chest and he felt soft lips on the back of his shoulder. Still awake, I see. Aayla Secura whispered, wearing one of his shirts that did well in covering her entire body. In an instant, that desire for calm and wanting to feel relaxed came over him as soon as he felt Aayla's body against his. His hand moved up to grasp both of hers, holding them softly. Just, a lot on my mind. He replied in a low voice. His Twi'lek lover moved around to duck underneath his arms to stand in front of him, leaning back into his broad chest and taking his arms and placing them around her. She snuggled into him and he gently moved his arms, almost engulfing her, though she appeared to bask in the gesture. He kissed the top of her head, between her leku, sending a satisfying shiver of pleasure down her spine. What's on your mind? Aayla asked, rubbing her forehead against one of his biceps affectionately. Like I said, a lot. He said with a long sigh. That meeting we had earlier with everyone, frankly all the meetings that have been taking place lately. Feels like that's all we've been doing. Just talking and not doing enough. What can we be doing? Aayla inquired in genuine curiosity. I dunno, Steve admitted. Clean up more, helps with repairs, just, something. Secura hummed, tilting her head up to kiss his chin. You're getting anxious. Yeah, I guess I am. Steve said without a second of hesitation. We've done so much, but still, there's a lot left that we need to handle. He let out a dry chuckle. Always told the Howling Commandos that reprieves are a godsend and all, and now look at me. All jittery and antsy. You don't feel antsy? Steve felt corny with what he was about to say, but hey, he's an old-fashioned type of guy. Not when you're with me. Those words made Aayla's body tremble, heat swelling from within whilst her toes and leku curled, the Twi'lek biting her lip. Steve, she playfully whined. You go saying stuff like that and I know I won't stop myself. Maybe that's the plan. Rogers huskily said, enjoying the reaction he was getting out of her. I came out here to see if you were alright. Aayla Fo complained petulantly. Now you're driving me crazy. Steve laughed, pulling her close and nuzzling her cheek. Was never really a womanizer like Bucky, but I picked up a trick or two. Glad to see it working. Womanizer, eh? So am I just a conquest that you've long worked at? Steve put on a deadly serious face. Unfortunately so. Aayla laughed at the expression, the Brooklyn-born super soldier breaking his facade a moment later. She turned in his arms, facing him entirely, keeping his arms around her as she enjoyed the warmth they gave off. Come now, Steve. Her voice was soft and kind. What's troubling you? He gave her a look. I already told you. That was just a broad matter. Aayla said, shaking her head. Is there something specific bothering you? He wasn't sure if he could find an answer when he recalled a peculiar sensation he had recently experienced a few times since the end of Ultron. Home. he abruptly said, his lover tilting her head to the side, a silent expression of, "What do you mean?" "Been back to Earth a few times and, it feels so strange." Steve showed a clearly troubled face. "There's a part of me that always calls Earth home. But a few years ago, the Earth I knew was not the one I remembered when I went into the ice." Ayla frowned, momentarily thrown off by this, sudden foreign yet familiar feeling. She didn't dwell on it as her attention was solely focused on her lover. Steve released a hollow laugh. "I tried to throw myself into it, thinking I could still find my place in it, and for a while, I did. The Avengers. In so many ways, they still are. They've become my new family, my friends, and they give me purpose. But now, they still do. Always do. Yet your mind is on Earth." Ayla said, wanting to be sure. "It's complicated," Rogers said, sighing with a tinge of frustration. "Earth is home, and in so many ways now, it isn't. Even more so now." Ayla moved her hand, placing it over his chest, feeling the strong rhythmic heartbeat of the man she fell in love with, and closed her eyes. "Close your eyes, Steve," she quietly instructed. "And just, focus." He gazed at her quizzically for a few seconds but obliged. Feeling that he followed her instructions, Sakura placed her other hand on the side of his cheek. "Let all your memories, all your thoughts flow freely through you, Steve. Think of it as a river, going with the current. Let it take you where you need it, my love. You will find answers along the way." Steve did as she told, recalling multiple memories, trying to figure out how to do it like a river, as Ayla said. It was a jumbled mess for a few moments until, slowly, he felt a series of images beginning to flow freely through his perspective. It all started back when he was still in his time period, spending time with Bucky, going into art school before the war started. It shifted into the war, his time leading the commandos, losing Buck, that one and only kiss he had with Peggy when he went into the ice, awakening to a brand new world. Then came all the events leading up to the formation of the Avengers, followed by the dissolvement of S.H.I.E.L.D., making the Avengers the foremost protectors of Earth. Their battles against a resurgent Hydra, the first Age of Ultron, the reshuffling of the team, and then arriving here. The war they threw themselves into, the second Age of Ultron, and her. He slowly opened his eyes, staring intently into the Jedi Knight in his arms. "Home," Steve said. "I guess, no, I want a place to call home. I lost what I once knew, and I tried to tell myself the guy who wanted that sort of thing went into the ice. But it's still there," Ayla murmured sympathetically, now cupping his face with both her hands. "Oh, Steve. You carry a burden upon you, few should do so." Rogers released a strained chuckle as he collected his thoughts. "It's been a long time. For the longest, I just couldn't let go," he admitted to himself. "I had my heart set in one place. A place that the world had moved on from. A distant memory. But then I met you." At that damned warm feeling bloomed in Ayla's chest as she smiled lovingly at him. "There you go again," she teased, making a woman's heart flutter and her knees all wobbly. "My deepest of apologies." Steve laid on the gentlemanly hamminess. "Whatever shall I do to endeavor your pardon, my fair lady?" Ayla giggled at his words and without warning, jumped up. It was thanks to Steve's reflexes that he caught her in a bridal carry, the Twi'lek wrapping her arms around him. "I've wanted to do this since I've seen this so many times in all those shows and films you've all shown me. Glad I can oblige," he said, holding her close. She giggled once more and pulled him in for a deep, loving kiss, one which he gladly reciprocated. They pulled away after a few moments, foreheads leaning against each other. "I don't know what's to come in the future, my love," Sakura murmured. "And I know that we're still new to all this, but we'll figure everything out together. Who knows, maybe we can make a home for ourselves eventually. One on Earth, here, Tython, we have a whole galaxy of real estate to choose from." "Sounds like quite the adventure," Steve remarked. "Count me in." "Good, now," she pointed over his shoulder. "Onwards to our resting place." "Yes, ma'am." The couple soon were back on Steve's bed, the super soldier pulling the blanket over them both with Ayla practically laying her entire body atop his. Not that he minded. By this point, whenever Ayla had the chance to sleep over with Steve without arousing suspicions from the Jedi Temple, she always slept like this. It didn't bother Steve as he felt her body fitted well against his and preferred it this way. Most optimal way to hold her close other than from the side. I love you, Ayla Secura. And I'll fight to be with you until the end. He drowsily said, sleep slowly coming over him. Upon hearing those words, Ayla Secura felt them in her heart, body, and soul. This sensation had been growing for some time, but it had grown exponentially since the Jedi rediscovered Tython. She didn't know how to explain it, but this feeling, this intense emotion she felt whenever she was with Steve or even thought of him, it reminded her greatly of the force bond she has with her old masters Voss, Tholm, and Saa. Only this one was far more intense, more deep-seated, and as though it had ingrained itself into her very being. Was it? Could it be? It couldn't, could it? She shook her head, placing a tender kiss upon Steve one last time before she too began drifting off. She'll ask her old masters later on. And I love you, Steve Rogers. May the Force guide us together through our coming trials and tribulations. Check the description for the links to the author.